Splashdown. Hello, welcome to H-Town Splashdown number 4.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to H-Town, Splashdown number 4. I'm going away from you. I need to get in the middle of the camera.
Come over here.
We're back here in the glorious city of Houston, Texas, and I'm joined here by my my white twin counterpart, the other Storm, General Storm.
What's going on, Stormy? How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing, twin?
Good,
How you doing? We're back here at H-Town, and then we got a banger returning for y'all. We have 18 teams this time around, which I think is probably the second biggest local behind Big Dabba that had 19.
That's correct, yeah. Dio had to go back last night and redo all the bracket stuff because of the 18 teams. So
Yeah.
that's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool. We got a collegiate bracket going on. There's going to be over 100 people here, guys.
And we can see the people, too, so that's kind of cool.
We can see the people playing right now. I can see what they're doing. And, yeah, we can see what's happening. But we're going right into Game 1 here in Wave A pools here at H-Town Splash number 3. We got Tamu Black taking on Electric Ink Rays.
Yeah, and we're going to be starting off on Crab Leg with Rainmaker. Some interesting comps coming out. We've got a couple of Splatlings. It seems like Splatlings are favored this round.
Indeed it is.
With brushes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. The Tamu team, by the way, that's, of course, Texas A&M. We get the well straight out the back, getting that first pop. And we're picking a rubber gun, immediately take down 2 people. Going to go to that top right, but somebody's sitting up there. They don't know it. They immediately go down in the first 20 seconds of the game.
Yeah, they tried to pick that a little too fast. They got to pick a really good pick with that Ray, but unfortunately not able to slow things down enough for the rest of the team to follow up with the Rainmaker. We see the Splashdown coming out, not finding anybody.
Yo, the dualies were aiming at nothing there. I don't know what they were looking for, but they do pick the Rainmaker up, the Octobrush, try to come in for the Rainmaker, get shut down by the Hydra. Interesting pick, by the way, but it makes really strong on this map here. Going to break that chip from with ease. And the shots coming down, they're going to look out the back up and control the mid and formula another strong push.
That was really good. Yeah, the Hydra watching the flank there as everyone else moved up. And the brush grabbing Rainmaker, I like that play. Unfortunately getting traded out by the other brush. And oh no, the rain!
The rain, no. Bro, imagine walking in the rain, you just explode. Like, insane concept. The pro trying to get back on the wall is failing miserably, holy crap. We can see that the early tournament nerves sitting in for these players. Other brush trying to make a play, April trying to make a play on the other side. They're going to opt to jump out here smartly. The pack coming out is going to help clear out the way here. Take down 2 members, but they get the Rainmaker up, but immediately go down to knock the 2v2.
Yeah, Tamu Black just trying to stay alive here and being able to hold the Rainmaker at that pedestal. That's a really important thing because if they can get that jump, that's going to be a lot more points for Electric Ink Rays. We're in a neutral stage right now, Stormy. What do you think that Electric Ink Rays has to do to break through these defense?
We need to move the Hydra. The Hydra has been up constantly and just providing space. We also got to move the brush. The brush is sharking around, getting just so much. The Booyabon coming out, they're also going to help with that. Going to clear out some few more members. But they do take down 2 members, but the problem is, General Storm, they're just sitting on their flag. They're like refusing to move up and letting them just take all that space. If they can just keep moving the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker has not been picked up at all or drawn off their plat. There we go. Now they're going to have a chance to move and finally get a push going. You can't just sit there, you know?
Yeah, and like you said, they weren't really making effort off of the capitalization they could have off of that 3-down scenario, and that allowed Electric Ink Rays to get a couple more points. Now they're back in the same spot as before.
Yeah, they're just like stalling their feet. They just refuse to move. They refuse to move their legs. They're going to take it to the top right side. It's moving their legs here. The brush trying to push up and find a pig. It's going to get a kill on the head with a Rainmaker blast. They're staying down here, but the brush is trying to find the Rainmaker. It's trying to help their teammate out, but if you take down the Rainmaker, you only have the game left to go. This is just a big stalemate.
Yeah, I thought those strikes were going to get more picks, but they were at least able to stall Electric Ink Rays from making any more moves. 3 players going down on the side of Tamu Black, and it's looking really good for them to set up. The brush picks up, and so that means that all the range on their team is going to be able to pick off players. They get one in the form of a trade, a second one with the torpedo. Stormy, this is looking really good for them.
Yes, indeed it is. Down to 28 so far. Booyah coming out, thrown to the middle of nowhere, actually. I was hoping they would throw it at the front. But the Rainmaker falls, and they got to go all the way back around, but gets taken out. This could be Tamu Black's chance. They gotta move forward at some point. You know?
Yeah, and they just keep getting taken down one by one. They're finally able to trade something out. And if we can get this Inkjet on the right side, we might be able to get a pick. Not able to find anybody just yet. One player going down. A second one. Insane Inkjet trade right there. That was huge for Tamu Black.
Yeah, indeed. But they got to move forward now. They're too dead right now. We got to move this Hydra. They got to get rid of the Pro. We can't sit on the Grace here. Just go on the bottom and just move. But they're just stalling out time here, Electric Ink Rays, and they're just working into their favor. But they just refuse to move this Rainmaker this time with Black. But they're probably going to go down immediately. And just with a minute left, they're just not moving the Rainmaker to their side of the map.
Yeah, we've used our Storm, we've used our strikes, and now Crack has grabbed the Rainmaker on the side here, came in unannounced and actually just stalling, like you said, gonna drop down. Unfortunately, get picked a second one. Dr. Ness putting in some work.
Yeah,
might be able to do more.
Okay, we have the picks, we have the paint, we have the comp. I want to see some strikes come out here and see the Octobrush and the Dualies actually move with those strikes, you know? The pack coming out there, but it's gonna get splashed down, but actually gets taken out. Thursday is going into this game. They're going to try to move forward, hit a rabbit bus, and look to poke some people. And it's 3 dead, basically delayed white, going outside of time with Black. Electric Ink Ray is looking to wrap this up.
Yeah, that's 3 down on side of Tammy Black, and a Booyah Bomb coming out. The strikes are being used to open up some space. 1 player is going to go down, but 3 players go down because of it. Everyone's just stacking up in the same spot for Electric Ink Rays to spray fire down on.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be really hard for Tom about to get back in. They're all going to find a pick here, maybe, on this rapid, but it's Marley back up here. They got to pop the Rainmaker. They got no way! No way! You kidding me? They did not move all game. Get a Rainmaker pop. The checkpoint! The checkpoint! The checkpoint! You're kidding me! You're kidding me! You're kidding me! The checkpoint. They're nervous sitting in right now. They got to pop the Rainmaker, but they're too dead. They got to find a way to pick it up. They dodge the Rainmaker pop. They got to pick it up. You 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 got to pick the Rainmaker up.
No! I was just watching in disbelief. That was the right play by the Brush. The Brush needed to cause some havoc, but nobody followed up. That is heartbreaking, Stormy. That is so heartbreaking. I'm just in awe. I'm just in awe. I cannot believe it. They had it in the bag. They had it in the bag. They just needed to hit that checkpoint and position at least somebody up front.
The whole game, we have not moved. And then we get a quad white on a Rainmaker pop. Ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Bro goes up, ignores the checkpoint, finally gets it. And then they needed to pick the Rainmaker up to keep the game going, but they just didn't do it for some reason.
I'm not too sure.
We
either.
are this, but it's coming out. We are students from Texas A&M University.
Bro is going there. Bro went there.
Come on. We coming into one of the most prestigious schools here in Texas, bro. We didn't know to pick the Rainmaker up there. Oh, my God. Come on, man.
Hey, but this next match, this is going to be really good for them.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
on Splash
Right.
Zones.
We are on
gotta
zone.
move forward.
All we got to do is pick the zone.
Exactly.
Surely. But with that being said, Electric Ink Rays will just have a very strong comp holding space, especially the Hydra just sitting up there was like probably the main reason why they couldn't go forward. So we'll see how it goes here. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I think that range that the Hydra has is insane, and Tamu Black didn't really have any answers for it.
Mm-hmm.
The only time they were really able to pick them is if they tried to get into a better aggressive spot and someone was able to at least get close enough to pressure them away into an unfortunate position for someone else to pick off.
Yeah, indeed. And by the way, speaking of which, in the crowd we have other Texas A&M teams from the because Texas A&M brought 3 Splatoon teams this time around, and so we can see their supporters there in the crowd right now. So they're cheering on their members. Y'all should have seen their faces watching that game. They were just in disbelief watching that. But we see the comps come out this time. A different comp coming out this time. And man, we got a Ballpoint and Dreadringer obviously for the Reslider G's. Both teams rocking a Dreadringer this time, by the way.
Double bucket, I like that because it's going to be very chippy, and on this map that will come in handy with those corners and those heights. And we're seeing 2 down on each side. It's just a scrap for middle. Only 1 player left alive in mid. I think both players ended up jumping out. No, Ness is still here. Gonna at least cause some distractions so that they can't move up. Electric Ink Rays is in a really good spot.
Yeah, they are. Here comes the well coming out from Dr. Nez here for Tamu Black. But isn't finding much off of it. It does find a pick. They can find a way onto the zone. They can't flip it over. They will flip it over, apply 18-point penalty. Able to get another pick with a bomb as well as clear the rest of the members of Electric Ink Rays. This could be their chance, but another member is fighting. Saw it now. Here comes the pack onto the zone. Going to deliver that massive chip damage and create so much space in the move. It's going to help the tosser to get in and get a pick on a ball point, but they don't find anything else up there. Tamu Black still in control. Has the wrist at the ready. This reslider went straight to the zone.
That was an interesting play. I think it might have been a little premature. You could have at least used it on the stack there to secure that area.
I thought for sure they would do that too. That would have got so many picks. They probably would have got like a double there.
Right.
So unfortunately, a little bit of a one-track mind there. Next time we use that on the stack, and we get like a quad off of that.
Right, and that's neither here nor there now. We've got two players on this left side trying to take control of it. We're seeing the Reef Slider used over there, not finding anybody, but displacing both of them. One player is split back at him, and we're seeing Sophie trying to at least fight for zone. Gets one. Oh my gosh, Stormy could get two.
Could get two, but the Tri-Soldier says no, sir, and cleans that up. They're really close to Cooley here. This could be huge, but the Brush dives down on the Tri-Soldier unaware, and this could be the chance to get back to the zone. Pack coming out, as well as the Wells going to help get another, but they're going to be able to flip the zone here and possibly apply a penalty. Yes, they will.
And that was a really good play. They were able to push at least two of the players back with those whales and that Inkjet. We're seeing Electric Ink Rays counter push here. A Jet coming out, getting two, not finding anybody, but it does solidify the zone for them and put Sophie in a really tough spot. And now they're staggered on the side of Tamu Black.
Yeah, indeed. We see the pen control come out for the side of Electric Ink Rays. Like, it's going to be really hard for them to get back in. The brush can't just dive down this time. But as I say that, one of the brushes on the other side go down. And then it comes a reslider onto the zone with a counter reslider. Able to take down two, making a 2v2 on his left side. Durban is still on the top right. Booyah coming out. It's not going to find anything. The Rapid Blaster is trying to help poke. We see this break in from Sophie trying to fight one. Is able to fight one. That's a huge pick. Trying to flip over the zone. They have another pick on the Tri-Slosher. They're going to put the Dread Ringer here, two on the right side. Able to clear that out.
That was really huge, really good usage of that Inkjet on that left side. Able to crossfire map and hit the player over there. Now it's going to secure the zone for them, and they just need to set up in a good spot. They've got no penalty. They just need for 50 more ticks to hold back Electric Ink Rays.
Yeah, indeed, but it's not going to be enough because I just think they're not taking enough space, though. Like, they get control, and they kind of just stall their feet on the zone. They got to move forward, put the paint on their side of the map, make it hard for them to come in. They're kind of just giving them free entryway by not moving forward there. Cooler coming out, Roos on the waist on the other side. The pro goes down as well, and this is looking like probably a done deal there. They play their cards right. They're trying to move over to the left. We got to see the ball point. It's really close to Inkjet here, trying to control the zone, opposite to kill the Wells. Just get it picked down on the brush. Huge kill. Wells coming out. It's trying to push him out to the left side. In the middle of the Tri-Soldier is trying to fight. It's trying to create a way in. It's going to start for time. Here comes the Booyah Bomb as well. Going to throw it to on the middle of that zone. They have to flip it over. Here comes the reslider, though. They got to find a way to flip the zone here and stall it out. And then you have another two picks. They can flip the zone, and they play their cards right as well, and they are able to flip the zone. And now they have to move forward, Storm.
That is insane. They used all their specials. They have nothing to work off of. This is the last special in their chain. They have to at least take some ground and, like you said, paint at some side of Electric Ink Rays. They got one player down with a pick from that slosher, and now they're in a good spot, like you said, to take some ground up front. They used the Booyah Bomb a little early. No one was able to go in with it. And so we're going to have a Reef Slider for the defense here.
Yeah, the Reef Slider is going to try to get onto the middle of the zone and force a cap. They're getting picked on a brush in the pack, and it's going to come out real soon. They're probably going to be able to flip the zone just like that. Actually able to hold, and the Reef Slider able to get the pick. And the German Foster will get another one. Nah, it's not going to be enough. Just too many members around. And fortunately, to go into this game, Storm, you see the Inverse close to that killer warhead. They're going to hold the zone here. Watch the bomb. That was really close.
Exactly, and now we've got one special on the side of Electric Ink Rays. That's really not going to do anything except just find people.
What is going on with that
look
whale?
Backwards. There was a shark that we thought there was, but there actually wasn't. And we've got Tamu Black coming back in, not getting, finally getting the trade on that Tri-Slosher, and we're actually seeing them really in a good position. If they can get this player on the left side, everyone else is on the right. They just need to sweep over into that area.
We need to kill the Dread. They have to kill the Dread Ringer. They were supposed to kill that Dread, and they find a way to get the Dread. They can find a way to win this game, but here comes the reslider onto the zone. Does not flip it over, but they do have a counter reslider at the ready. Is Tamu Black. Oh, but the Dread Ringer goes down. You have to pop that. You can't just hold on to your specials like that, and that's going to be the game. Electric Ink Rays going up 2-0.
That was crazy. They had it in the bag as well there. They just needed to figure out how far up they can go without overextending, because I think they were a little too scared to go up.
Yeah, that's what we've just been seeing for this past set. Like, Tamu Black has the weapons and obviously has the mechanical skill to do it. They're just not moving forward at all. Look like they're a little bit nervous, a little bit afraid there to just go for it. And sometimes in this game, you just have to just go for it.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes as long as you know, hey, there's not someone right here, you go there. But you just have to take risks sometimes. And as long as you're with somebody or somebody is nearby, then you just need to call them, oh, hey, there's someone over here. Let's fight him.
Yeah, literally.
And that's how you start getting into advantage where one player dies because you fought with a teammate.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're seeing right now is a little bit of nerves because it is the first set of the tournament of this LAN. And so we might be seeing a little bit of first set nerves. And
Might be.
I'm interested to see if Clan Blitz will be a little different. Because
I mean, this is a fully offensive mode, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, and you have to go all the way into their spawn essentially. And so I don't know.
I don't think they have the aggression to be able to win this game specifically unless like it just clicks in their mind a switch flips like, hey, let me just run forward. I think they have a chance because you asking me, they're winning most of the fights.
Yes.
They're winning the important fights at least. Like, another thing I want to see, I don't want to see the Dread Ringer hold a special like that again. Like, the Dread Ringer, like, at the end with that crunch time, you have reslide and you held on to it and lost the game. Like, that's like a big regret. That's like you having, like, imagine you're playing, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a game. Okay, you know what? You're playing Mario Kart. You hold the blue shell. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah, you're in 5th place and you hold the blue shell. It's like
you
no,
can't do that.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
And you finish the race holding the blue shell the whole time. Nah, that ain't gonna work.
And
let it rip.
And it's hesitation
Just see what happens.
that can change the game. Because if you use it at the right time, then it can get a kill. We saw it get plenty of kills.
Yeah, it did.
So that
we started stupid.
And it can paint.
Indeed.
Pretty well.
It can paint pretty well. It got that big 70 radius buff that it did not need, so it was so dumb, you know. Also, this is Stream Deck thing here, and it has buttons on it. They're so shiny. I kind of like, I want to push them, but the production won't let me push the buttons. Like I really want to push the button.
They're staring us down right now, Stormy.
They are? Oh. Oh, my bad. Hey, I ain't say nothing. I ain't say nothing. What are we talking about? But with that being said, let's see the comps coming here. Let's see Ingrid's bringing out a more standard comp with the T-Tech and the Force Pro with the brush, but a huge comp switch for Tamu Black with the ballpoint squeezer and the octobrush and the zap. What a very strong comp, mind you, I think.
I think this might be the answer because they want to play kind of back, and so maybe this is their way of letting the range be used to their advantage with that squeezer and with that ballpoint. Right now, we're not seeing much come of it yet. I mean, Electric Ink Rays is just doing the same thing they've always done and just getting around to the flanks and securing kills that way.
Yeah, but they have so much range, but they're just letting them take all their space. We see immediately go 3 down and just a brush left alive as well. They're going to have a hard time coming back in, especially on this map, because this is Lockout Central. We see the brush come out, able to get a pick there, but it's getting chased down by the edit. But the Storm's going to come out and hopefully stall it out. But like I said, they have so much range, but they just refuse to, like, I don't know, hold space and move forward there. But they are able to start that push. They need to take some ground here.
Yeah, and they're finally in a good position to take some ground. There's only one player alive. You just push. You don't paint. You push, and they're going to be painting, which, I mean, that means they'll have at least one special. They have 2. Cooler coming out, and a little too late, unfortunately.
A little too late because 2 people go down, but the Zap is trying to fight. Is able to get some people weak. The Zuka coming out as well. Able to get killed onto that T-Tech. Could be here's where the brush goes down immediately, so they're going to be forced back, but the Forge has other plans. Going to run up in their base and get the kills. They're going to throw some random 2 clams down for some reason. And they're going to try to move forward here with this Booyah Bomb as well.
Yeah, they're in a really good position with that Booyah Bomb. They can at least move some people around for Crack to get in with that ball. They do, and is going to be able to come up on top with another pick. We do see a counterflake coming out by Dr. Ness and the Inkjet. Again, it's one player alive. You just push them. They're finally doing that, and they get the pick. Now they can take control. They just need to push up and do it.
Yeah, indeed. They have the Storm coming out as well. They got to take over there, take all that space, and they have the range to do it. Cooler at the ready as well. They get another special. They can really push in here, but unfortunately, the Zach goes down immediately after popping the Cooler. That Cooler is in enemy territory, and they're probably not going to be able to get it as well. But they got to hold the space in mid, but they're not able to get a move down forward. It's a 3-for-3 situation going on here.
Yeah, we had 1 or 2 players try and grab that cooler, and they got punished for it. Now we're going to see Electric Ink Rays pushing up and taking space back. They do get another kill. This is really good for them and looking really bleak for Tamu Black. Unfortunately, if they can't at least get 1 push in, they're going to be really tough standing here, Stormy.
Yeah, indeed, but they do take out 2 members. They're coming out just 1 more member, just a Force Pro. He's looking for clams. Dark is looking for clams. He doesn't really have it. Just kill the guy up there. They're going to be forced to jump out. No, the Forge is alive. We got to kill him.
The Forge somehow stays alive through that whole thing. If we just went for clams, you might be able to be scoring right now, but as we see, Tamu Black is just going to get hit by everything Electric Ink Rays has, and we're back to square one. The map hasn't changed, and we were in a scary spot. It's just
they didn't capitalize.
Yes, it's not capitalized.
It's not capitalized, not executing there. They could have killed the pro. They could have got some play. They could have did something. Darker Net's going to drop down, going to get a trade there, but it's not going to be enough. That ball is still going to go into the basket, and the Booyah Bomb coming up is going to save them from dying there. The ball point trying to shred people on the right side, but does get shut down by the pro. Going to give it a score another ball in as well. Going to get all the way down to 14-11, and there's a wipe, and that's probably going to be the game.
Yeah, they have all the clams they need. They're going to go ahead and close it out here. That was a really good spacing on the side of Electric Ink Rays with that Booyah Bomb. They played that really well. They played that entire set really well.
They played that entire set well. You know, if the other team isn't going to capitalize, you go ahead and punish them for it. That's
exactly.
That's the way the game goes. If you're not going to take initiative, then we will.
Yeah.
Able to get a clean 3-0, a little bit close, but a little bit of a dominant 3-0 for Electric Ink Rays, and they're sitting pretty in the winner's side of their pool.
Yeah, it was still back and forth, but they still came up on top because of that aggression. And you did mention that it's the winner's side of the pool.
Indeed.
It's double elimination.
It's double elimination. This tournament, y'all, is double elimination this time. I don't know y'all understand how huge that is, but it is huge that the fact this tournament is a double elimination. That means not just pools, but top cut is also double.
Right.
EM. So if you lose, then you still have a chance.
Yeah, and how that looks is every single person that plays or every single team that plays is going to some sort of bracket. It's just we're using the double elimination to figure out where you're going and where you're seated in that bracket. And then, like you said, top cut is going to be double elimination. So there's going to be some teams that are going to need to fight each other twice. Indeed.
And if you know anything about H-Town lore, there are 3 teams here that you want to look out for. One being Sigil got kicked out with the reigning champion. Sigil got kicked out with the paintbrush as you know it, and then Brave Little Toaster, which is Arclatex basically. Yeah. Which is basically Arclatex. They added Toast to their roster this time.
Yeah. I get to be unbiased as much as I can.
He gets to be unbiased. He's not playing this time, and then of course there's Mickey Mart, which is me, Lynn, Joe, and Pincher, which we're gonna be. We worked hard, so yeah. This tournament, y'all, is going to be bloody. That's much I can say.
It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
If nothing else, this top cut this time around, it's going to be a show to watch.
It is going to be a show to watch for sure, and I'm really excited to get into it. But before that, though, we gotta shout out all the universities that are coming out to this. 18 teams is crazy. I made a video of the last H-Town, and apparently it brought in people who didn't know that Splatoon in Houston existed, and they were like, "Let me come," and they're here now, and I'm going to do it again.
That is cool.
I'm going to do it again.
That is always
indeed.
cool.
It is indeed always cool. Like, and just to give a little more context, because we got into the set so fast, we didn't get a chance to yap about like a lot of things here. Like, this setup is a lot different now. We said it earlier, but let's dive into it. We can see the whole opponents. We can see the people playing on stream. We can see what's going on over there. So if they start popping off, we can actually see it this time. You know, we can see how nervous they are. We can see the crowd as well. I was watching them. They were like, they had emotion in their face. And so the rest of the venue is in the back, because game guys, thankfully, decided that we're so big now and also loud that we had to get our own room in the back for most of the set.
Yeah,
but
what was it you were saying about disturbing the peace?
Yeah, like I said earlier, we were disturbing the peace in this. We were disturbing the peace. But the stream is still out here because the stage is right there and whatnot and all that good stuff.
Yeah, it's really dope. And I think it's kind of cool because we got our own little room over here where everyone can go ahead and play their matches. And then out here, this can also be a place where everyone in the venue can watch. Not
Yeah,
not even if
literally.
you're a part of the tournament or not. But that being said, we're going to go ahead and head to a quick break. We're going to go over and get ready for round number 2, and we'll see y'all later.
enjoying yourself over there?
Oh, my bad. Welcome back to H-Town Splashdown number 4. I was playing with gang. That's gang right there, bro. That's gang right there. I was enjoying myself with the Yoshi Buzz right there. But we are back here in H-Town Splashdown number 4. And by the way, sorry about Sturgeon Shipyard not showing up. Actually, we're not sorry. Sturgeon Shipyard is such a garbage map that it refused to show up. So the stream knows what it was doing. The OBS knew what it was doing. It was like, yeah, let me spare you for showing this garbage. But we will be starting on Sturgeon Tower Control if you're curious about what it is. So yeah, in flames. But I am joined here by Rocket.
All right. What's up? I'm so happy to be here. First land. Love to see it. I mean, I usually commentate online tournaments, but this energy, it's something different, man. It's going to be something different for sure.
I heard that you were nominated, well, not nominated, you won upcoming commentator of last year.
Yes.
So I get to commentate alongside you, so I'm very excited.
I'm excited as well, man. I mean, you're a legend here. I mean, just here with H-Town, I'd love to see it. But anyways, enough about us for a little bit. Let's take a look at the teams we have in store for us. I believe this is losers quarters, if I'm not mistaken here. Both these teams took a round 1 L. I believe both of them actually ended the same fashion, both losing in a 3-1 fashion. We have Catfished versus... We have Catfish versus Cool Whip Burger. Yep, thank you very much.
Cool Whip Burgers is a regular here. They're here all the time in all the H-Towns. I know the players for sure, like Nate, Toma, and them. And like they're always here. But and we got a new team on the block, like Catfish. I think these guys have never been here before at an H-Town. I don't remember them being here at all. But we see the comps come out here, and look at their comp. We get the Scope Charger ZF, and then the regular blaster with the Flingza, and then the shot. So we got missiles on the deck.
Yeah, I think the interesting as well is that Slosher Deco, you saw immediately go down there early, but you see Ravioli does not expect Unknown Hero on the flank, is taken out there, and both sides actually losing their rollers here early. First 30 seconds of things, and it's still pretty tight up, but just like that, 3 members of Cool Whip Burgers go down, and Catfish are on a roll.
Wait, whoa. Mind you, I've never seen these people before. These are new kids on the block, and they're showing out, immediately getting a lot of kills, and push them into their base.
Indeed. I mean, they're already threatening this checkpoint, already down to 40 here, Storm, and they just keep going. They're still finding more. The Slosher goes down yet again. There is the Booyah Bomb, though, but still 3 members of Cool Whip Burgers are down.
Oh my God. Hold on. Don't let me start tweaking in this commentating booth. They going off right now, pushing immediately. Who are these guys?
Who are these guys? They're making their first impression right here. Unfortunately, though, Catfish does go 3 players down, so now Cool Whip Burgers do have an opportunity to recover this blaster. Does unfortunately go down, so that might be the end of their port. No, you still have the players jumping in. You still have Unknown Hero. You saw the Zuka shot, managing to find one before they get out, but finally the push has ended. Cool Whip Burgers now on the recovery.
Tom, talk about lasting impression. You tell me these guys lost their round 1, 3-1. Who are they playing?
I'm not sure. They must have been a hell of a team here, but now it's Cool Whip Burger's turn to get in. You see Nate manage to find one onto Coolio's. You see the Booyah Bomb going out as well, just trying to take these fights. There are 2 players there. Nate unfortunately does go down, but on the other end, 2 players down for Catfish. Unknown Hero manages to find the pick onto Toma as well, as now Cool Whip Burgers are trying to get their first push in. They do go 3 players down, but they won't be able to get the checkpoint in time because of a beautiful Zuka shot.
Yeah, indeed. This shot is incredible. I'm thoroughly impressed with his movement and how it decides to take their fights. Everything. They're not afraid to scrap. They will go in and get a bunch of kills. Get right there and see it right on Nate on the pro. We're going to see them push up forward. But Dynamo here is going to try to get something going, but it does get traded out by the Charger.
Indeed, here the tower is still in semi-control of Catfish. You see yet again the shot player just being that problem. You also see on that left side the blaster just threatening this high up vantage point. So difficult to deal with. Toma might be able to get a pick onto them. They do manage to take him down. That is huge for Cool Whip Burgers, who needs to get things going here, as now halfway through the match they need to at least get a checkpoint here if they want to keep it close.
Yeah, indeed. The Dynamo going to come down swinging, going to smack right on top of the shot. Everybody get 2 down. Now this could be just a push. Cooler coming out onto the tower. They're going to help them move forward, but they got to get some space for him. We got Zipper ready for that bucket. It's going to pop it out real soon, but here comes the Inkjet. It's going to help them move forward a little bit and try to clear these straggling members, move forward. Blaster gets shut down on the flank immediately, but the Charger is still there. Drop roller not going to take you from that.
Yeah, there's been beautiful shots here coming out from that Z and F. So dangerous. Just the presence of it forcing the members of Cool Whip Burgers to try to get out of the way. You see Nate with that Booyah Bomb as well. Manages to find a pick onto Trashy as well. Is located though, but has the players there, has the teammates there, and now this could look really promising for Cool Whip Burgers.
Yeah, indeed. And the two member going down. It could be a chance. Get another kill right there. It's going to keep the tower pushing. It goes to another special as well. Getting real close to that champ, but Toma does go down with the bucket. The Freezer is sharking. They don't have a special at the ready, but the pack coming out and going to take out 3 members, though. A random bomb at the ready, but Goxie was still here. Is trying to hold, but it's not going to be enough. Drop roller, though, but all gets bombed out. But it's up push at 27. Could be a chance. The Dynamo is still there, doing some damage, trying to fall off the blaster, but they are going to keep control. They're going to keep control of mid. He's still up there, but the blaster takes him out.
Unfortunate there. The push isn't quite yet over yet. However, the players are falling for Cool Whip Burger, losing a little bit of momentum, and they're still falling. Nate goes down there off screen. You see the blaster here on the side of Catfish now trying to itch forward is going to be the designated tower rider. You have that bubble as well to create so much space onto the tower, just protection as well as at this point, with less than a minute left, all the pressure is on Cool Whip Burgers to get a stop and get back in. You have the GG strikes and Zuka ready for Catfish as well.
Yeah, indeed, but it's not going to be enough. If 2 people go down, people go down. It's just Toma left alive. They got to go on the flank, but they're going to get strikes in the face, and it's not going to be enough to stop them. Unfortunately, Zuka coming out as well. It's going to deliver the final blow of the damage as well. But they do take out 2 members. The Dynamo is able to keep it alive for the team, but they're still on the tower, and they get it all the way down to 2. What a strong push. And we got to call out this blaster. The blaster been doing a lot of work for side of Catfish. Cooler coming out. The tower is going to break that eventually, so try to get another cooler as fast as possible.
This push is going to have to be a momentous one. 10 seconds left. Overtime and tower control is so scary, especially since you have to worry about those GG strikes coming online for Catfish on that Z and F. Overtime is now looming. All the specials pretty much online for Cool Whip Burger. A great pick onto Go Shoot there. Immediately shuts down the ball point. No one is on the tower, and they just step off of it. Unfortunately, that push will not get steam, and game 1 will go to Catfish.
Hold on now. I wasn't ready for mid-level gameplay so early. Like, I need someone to pull up records here. Are we sure they weren't at a last H-Town Splashdown? Like, these people, this is my first time seeing them, but are we sure, like, this is their first time ever seeing them? Like, these guys are pretty nice.
They are indeed making an impression right there, taking game 1 in a relatively pretty good fashion.
Dominant fashion, you ask me. That's Sturgeon Tower. If you keep a team from getting below 20, then you've pretty much dominated that match. That's my opinion, because Sturgeon Tower is awful, you know. So with that being said, Sturgeon Tower is garbage. So maybe Cool Burgers can turn it around here on Rainmaker Museum.
Yeah, a more typical map here, but I just want to give props there to Coolios on that Z and F. Such great shots coming out from that Z and F. Something that Cool Whip Burgers are definitely just going to have to adapt to, have to worry about, and really just make sure they're aware of their positioning at all times. Now, like you mentioned, Game 2 Museum is a more typically seen map in typically weeklies and stuff, and you'll see Instagrams as well. So maybe we could see Cool Whip Burgers here recover a little bit. But so far, I like the weapon combos between both these teams here.
Yeah, indeed. Looks very strong. Maybe we'll see Toma switch to a more practical bucket and not the one with Zcaster. But no, look, I can see it right now on the screen. Looks like he's sticking with the Zcaster bucket. I respect it. But yeah, no, the Z enough is a huge thorn in Cool Whip Burger's side, because they got both a charger and a dynamo. I mean, a ball point and a dynamo that both just get eaten up. That's free. That's free eats for a good charger, you know. So that charger over there is salivating at the mouth like, oh, a dynamo and a ball point. Oh. Dinner,
for dinner, pretty much food there. But yeah, you just have to be aware. Yeah, you have to be aware of the ZNF if they choose to pull it out again, and I'm sure they're going to because of how well it is there. And just picking charger in general, it doesn't even have to get direct value of maybe getting a pick opening, but just threatening them, just seeing that laser. Oh shoot, I gotta duck away, I gotta back away, I have to give up this space. This allows the remaining members of Catfish to move in and kind of pounce on that.
Indeed, and their comp is just take space, hold space, take space, hold space. Charger presence automatically, and they have strikes. The blaster has big ball, but they can just hold the space. They have a flinger roller, that means missiles. They can go in and take the space as they please. Like, they have full control, and shot is shot with Zuka, you know?
Indeed, here we're seeing a little bit of a comp change here. I believe on the side of Catfish, we see a well string, we see a sloshing machine as well. I like these choices. Interesting to go away from that ZNF like we were just mentioning, Stormy.
Yeah, indeed, and I think this could open up more opportunities for the side of Cool Whip Burgers. They going to flank immediately, switching to the shot this time, not playing the pro, going to go to a more like meta pick, going for the shot. Toma there in that bucket trying to find a kill, is not able to find it. Dynamo is going to finish it, but they're going to go straight for the checkpoint and is able to get it. A high IQ play coming out for the side of Catfish.
Yeah, indeed, and as mentioning as well on the side of Catfish, we saw it in Game 1 with the Flingza, a very interesting choice, but we see still not giving up on the push at all. Catfish still just pushing it through. You see Felmare on that well string. You saw the hammer find one, now popping that bubble really quickly. Is shut down by a great jetpack kill there by Goshu there, and the Rainmaker will be taken out as well.
Indeed, that's huge, by the way. But if the first minute of the game, and they already broke through check, that is huge for the side of Catfish. Now, Cool Bird has to work it out for them. They got to find a way to break their check as well. I'm not going to lie. They got to find a way to break their check within the next 2 minutes. If they don't, this could go trouble for them. Zekers are coming out, get shut down immediately by the Flingza and the help of another teammate as well. The machine going to throw Fizzy all into the left side of mid, making it impossible to approach.
Yeah, indeed. Flingza is such a hard weapon to approach if you're on the side of Cool Whip Burgers as well. Just trying to find an opening. However, Trashy doesn't quite get the pick onto Toma quite yet. Eventually will find the trade, but with that, 3 players of Cool Whip Burgers do fall here. So now Catfish have an opportunity to recollect themselves, get back this mid, and maybe try to get even more points on the board. Try to extend that lead because after that first checkpoint, points come at a premium.
Yeah, we got to talk about the well strings popping power with both the Ultra Stamp and just the natural weapon. Okay, they could just do that, but they do take out 2 members on the side of Catfish. So Cool Whip Burgers looking forward to trying to get this Rainmaker. Nate pushing up, trying to get to that Rainmaker. We're going to force to play patient a little bit here. Going to grab that cooler and reset. We see Ravioli here on the flank on that Dynamo. Is playing an off angle, is not able to get in, but they are stalling for time.
Yes, they are starting indeed. That's a good start there for Cool Whip Burgers, managing to take out the Rainmaker and 2 now, just the Wellstring and the Flingza left for Catfish to try to defend against the full force of Cool Whip Burgers. Zipcaster is available for Toma. However, the Dynamo does go down early there, so now there will not be any cooler. The bubble is popped. It's just Goshu and Toma here on the side of Cool Whip to try to make something out of this. However, Catfish is an iron wall.
Indeed, in the shot, able to get a crucial picks as well. They start at the time. 3 people go down on the side of Cool Whip Burgers and are not able to do much off of it. And they can find a way to get a push going. A push to 50 is not safe here, mind you. Like, it's very easy to rack up points. They're all going to try to jump in here and not able to get it. And they get 3 people down. They got to go forward now. They can't afford to wait. Cool Whip Burgers needs to go forward and take all the space. They do have Pack. They have all the space at the ready. They got 3 spots at the ready. Pack, Zuka, Oyster coming out. It's going to get shut down by Toma. What a nice kill there by Toma. And they might just get a checkpoint. They kill the Flingza here.
Indeed. Now Goshu has so much space to work with the knockout in favor of Cool Whip Burgers. They can now move forward. That is the checkpoint pop here. Now, this could be really, really huge for Cool Whip Burgers to take this one back. The Rainmaker bubble needs to be popped. The Wellstring goes down early there, and now an opportunity for them to move forward. Ravioli managing to be the front hand. You see Cool Whip Burgers did lose the Rainmaker, but they keenly take that lead.
Yeah, indeed, but they do take that lead. But that's a huge stop for the side of Catfish. Stopping at 42 is a godsend here on the stage, so they can easily push it back if they play their cards right. They do especially the ready, they're going up to the Rainmaker immediately. 2 people go down immediately on the side of Cool Whip Burgers. This could be their chance. Oh, it's coming out. Dynamo goes down as well. They got to push his back right side as well. Be careful. You're going to try to run forward here, try to get to this lead, going to try to play it really slow, play it really careful. Buyamon coming out. It's going to clear us a little more space. So they're going to top right side. They have Zuka at the ready. Nate going to pop that Zuka now, but Toma on a flank on that bucket. Gets shut down, able to pull back the lead.
That was huge there. Catfish managing to dance around that bucket, managing to steal that lead right back. And just like that, yet again, the pressure is on Cool Whip Burger to respond. A 1-for-1 trade will be had here, but the Rainmaker is so far into Cool Whip Burger's side. They are electing to let it reset. This is the smart move. You still have 50 seconds left to work with. Ravioli pops that cooler now. This needs to be a huge team fight win for Cool Whip Burgers to at least get something going.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to see Ravioli push here on this Dynamo. Is in a good position with that Zuka. He's able to trade out a mirror, but 2 people go down, unfortunately. 3 people go down. It is just a ball pulling at the line. They got to find a way in. We're just going to this game, but has to jump out. Not what you want to see.
Not what you want to see indeed. 25 seconds left. What do you have left in you, Cool Whip Burgers? You have the ballpoint, Nate on the shot. You have 2 players down, unfortunately, though. You need to have these picks going your way. The stamp will shut down Nate on that right side with Felmer. The trade will be had by Goshu with that jetpack. However, Catfish might be looking to try to seal the deal, try to run away with the Rainmaker. Very dangerous game here as Cool Whip Burgers needs to get this pick. 5 seconds left. They need to get this pick onto Coolios. 2 players are down, and that is the pick onto the Rainmaker, but it will be reset there. Overtime still looming. Cool Whip Burgers need to get the pop on this. It doesn't look like there's any players in position. Toma might be the one to get it, but Felmer will steal it just like that. A very, very scary situation, but still, Catfish now take a 2-0 lead.
What an impression these guys are making on me, to be exact. Hold on, I didn't think I'll have any other bracket demons to deal with, but I guess I was wrong. Hold on. This is impressive as well. Able to bring the game back as well with a nice coordinated push. And what a very close game. But that being said, Cool Whip Burgers is not out of it yet. We saw how close these games have been. They could easily reverse sweep, and I would love to see the pop off on Sue from reverse sweep. I really would. But with the comp change, the well string was huge. The well string stalled out so much momentum because of just its insane popping power. So even when there was like 2-3 members up for some Cool Whip Burgers, they could not pop the Rainmaker because of the well string.
And you have these slower weapons that we've seen that Cool Whip Burger likes to run, like the ballpoint, like the dynamo. If left in a vulnerable position, they just do not have that many opportunities to get out, and that's all it takes sometimes. Getting a key first pick, getting 2 picks maybe even, that just opens the door. But I just want to mention how well Catfish were able to recover from what looks like a very convincing Cool Whipped Burgers victory there. Just the final minute, that final push that they were able to get in there sealed the deal for them. And now we move to game number 3, a classic in Splatoon 3 competitive Hagglefish Market Zones.
Yes, the final destination, if you will, for competitive Splatoon 3. But I love seeing, like, the competition here in Houston. Like, I didn't know that such players were here. Like, we have, like, to know that there's more talented players here in this city, or just at least here in the South, is incredible to see. Like I said, I don't know who these people are, but I for sure will remember them now after commentating their set. That being said, not over yet. Cool Whip Burgers, I think that Inkjet could be huge here. I imagine Catfish will go back to the ZNF just to, like, take care of that pack as well and take care of the charger. If they think Washington would be surprising as well.
Indeed, you kind of would want to have those strikes there on that ZNF. It's such an oppressive weapon, especially on Hagglefish Market. Again, if you're going against Cool Whip Burgers with the slower weapons, you need to be able to take those out of commission because Jetpack is such a good special, and in the right hands, it can be very, very deadly. But like you mentioned, it's not over yet. I've seen reverse sweeps happen a lot more commonly than you may think. So. Definitely, they might have an opportunity here to come back, but you got to take things one game at a time. You cannot look at the scoreboard. Even though this could potentially be your last game, you just got to take it one game at a time.
Yeah, indeed. Mind you, this is loser, so the team who loses here will get knocked out and go into silver bracket. We'll have to go into silver bracket, and that is pretty disheartening if you ask me. So that being said, we see the comps coming out here to the side of, and they're pulling out the V Charger, not the ZNF, with the vacuum, as well as Splattershot Nova. With the we're playing Splattershot Nova here in 2020 for the big 2025. Interesting. Interesting decision.
These are some interesting weapons indeed, but you will have that painting power by running double shot. Ravioli just threatening to. Very dangerous there by peeking Coolios there on that scope. You will not have those trip strikes coming from the sniper particularly. You'll have it on that octo shot here, but early zone taken by Catfish.
Yeah, indeed, but they're going to look to put this zone back is Cool Whip Burgers. Able to probably get a penalty. Oh, but the vacuum is going to stop them. But 2 members go down with the flames on the right side, so they're able to get in and recap that zone. But they got to be careful of that charger. Got to brush them down. Toma able to get a nice crucial pick there. They were trying to fight this octo shot with their teammate.
Indeed there. A 2-for-1 trade will be had. Cool Whip Burgers now recovering really well, and Nate Keeley has those trip strikes available maybe to stall it out. You see the whale coming out, but a great shot from Coolio shuts down the trip strikes there early, only able to get 1 strikes up. So now just the remaining members of Cool Whip Burgers have to hold on to this zone with overwhelming numbers looking at them.
Yeah, indeed. They're going to be able to push up here and recap the zone by a very important penalty. That coming out will help them move forward. We see a guy on the left there, Nate, being stuck there as well. They're going to keep control of that zone, get 2 members down, and apply a lot of pressure. The Dynamo being stuck does go down, and Toma just has it forced to sit on this 10.
Indeed here. Zipcaster almost online for them, however. Actually, 2 specials are online for Cool Whip Burger. You have the Trip Strike, you have the Jet, you actually have all of them online now, as well as that Cooler. This is the time to unload your vault of specials here, as the Octo Shot does go down early for Catfish here. You need to get into the zone, though, if you're going to invest so much on Cool Whip Burger's side, and there go 2 players.
Indeed, 2 players down there. Every force recap on the zone. This is do or die for them. This is their match point. This is their game 7 here in the NBA Finals. They have to find a way to pull back and find a way to come back. But Toma there get a nice pick as well. Huge pick onto the Charger, able to take him out. But this Freezer is still up. Missiles already used, so they got to force time to build that back up. They do have a structure already. Is Cool with Burgers. Has to push forward. Has to be able to hold the zone for a lead. Here come the strikes. We're going to try to help start for time here, Rocket.
Yeah, indeed, these strikes come in at a great time here, and the lead could very well be taken here if Catfish aren't able to paint over the zone. 1 point away from the lead, but here come the strikes from Catfish, and the lead will remain safe, forcing the penalty onto Cool Whip Burger here, who have to recover here. They have to take these key picks. Ravioli does go down on that left side. Toma left in a difficult position here against Trashy. Who actually manages to find a pick onto Trashy with that Zipcaster, and is looking for more here on this left flank, managing to draw the attention of 3, and just like that, Cool Whip Burgers are back in business.
Oh, let's go, Toma. I see you. Put us a work there on that garbage bucket. Gonna take him out. 2 members with that Zipcaster. See, stuck here, but the ball point goes down immediately. They do have the strikes already. Oh, but the strikes go down. So might not be able to pull for lead here. Can they get the lead in time? Yes, they will be able to pull back for the lead, but they are going to have to find a way to recap the zone with a minute left to go.
Yeah, we're seeing both these teams just trade out back to back. This is a tug of war match here, Stormy. Just going with specials. Speaking of specials, Nate does have those trip strikes. Again, this is going to be key. You see the flank on that left side. We'll take down that T-Tech, but both sides will lose 1 shot here. Coolio still in the zone. Has been dangerous. Actually, the freaking Dynamo ends up going down as well. Ravioli, Goshu just trying to find any value with this, but there's not any penalty that Catfish has to worry about.
Yeah, indeed, and they're just losing members 1 by 1 at this point. It's not valuable at all, but they do find a pick there on the shot. Dynamo has to cool it. They have to go forward fast, but Toma ends up going down. This might spell the end for them. This might spell the end of their tournament. They got to find a way to get into the zone. It's going to be about the flip. That charger shot coming out, and the fact that's going to wrap it up. Catfish taking it over Cool Whip Burgers 3-0, Rocket.
Taking that set and taking names. You and me both. Who are these guys?
Who are these guys?
I mean, they're now continuing their run through losers bracket, and in a very convincing 3-0 sweep of Cool Whip Burgers. They're really nicely done, and running some unusual comps too.
Yeah, like every game they switched certain weapons. Even pulled out the Nova for the last game. Like, I'm very interested. Like, who are these guys? Like, where did they come from? I like seeing talent appear out of nowhere. I like that. That is very, very fun and awesome to see. Like, let me get a good look at them real quick. Shit. God, Lord. Okay.
Yeah, get a good look at them.
Let me familiarize myself with you, because I'm sure we'll be seeing you in Top Cut later. That being said, I think this means that Cool Burgers goes down to silver bracket after going 0-2. And that's pretty unfortunate for them, running into 2 strong opponents like that back-to-back. But that just goes to show how stacked this tournament is with its 18 teams.
Yeah, it's getting stacked. There's more players now. I mean, I believe 18 teams is the most we've had so far in H-Town history. So, I mean, I just love to see it. I just love to see these players showing up, making a name for themselves, putting themselves on the map here. And it's just all around great Splatoon, great energy. And I can't wait to see what they have next in store for us in Losers.
Yeah, indeed. I'm looking forward to it as well. Like, this is such an awesome event. I'm so glad it's being ran. But I'm sure Cool Whip Burgers will be playing with a chip on their shoulder in silver bracket. Just going to go ahead and win that whole thing, hopefully. As they've never missed Top Cut. Like, this is the first time I think they're actually missing Top Cut. And that just really goes to show how much everyone has been improved. Like, everyone's been practicing, getting ready for this event. And we're going to see the work pay off for them.
Indeed. And although on the scoreboard it will show up as a 3-0 sweep, those games were close.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it was hard fought to the very end. Game 2, Game 3, just some slight differences. Maybe a win, a fought one somewhere might have just changed everything, but it's just unfortunate there. Again, running into these strong teams. GG's.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm kind of curious where we are in the bracket. Like, what does the bracket look like for Wave A? Like, how close is it being done? Who's moving on to Top Cut, and who is going through losers in Top Cut, you know. I'm sure these guys have like one more set to play and they decide whether or not they go for it in silver or bronze. And who knows, maybe Catfish will drop into silver and we might get to see a run back later with them. Maybe not you guys, that won't be strange, but you know,
Right.
people here are 10 years, we get to see. I want to see that, you know.
Yeah, that's why we got that double elimination bracket. But anyways, that will do it for us here, as we will be moving on to the next round here shortly. But don't go anywhere. We have plenty more of Houston Splatoon left for us. I mean, if that was just a teaser here, we got so much more for you. So stay tuned, as we will be right back here shortly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to H-Town Splashdown number 4. And we're here in winners finals of Wave A, and winner essentially goes to top cut on the winner side. So this is a very important set. And unfortunately, we have the disgrace of showing you this team called Siku got kicked out with their weird, stupid comp and weird, stupid weapons. So unfortunately, when we get on the stream, your eyes will burn when y'all see their comp and their play style. So unfortunately, I'm very sorry for y'all. Y'all got to see that and deal with that. Look at them on the screen with them. Look at Stara. Look at her. Look at her. She looks like shit.
We might be seeing a little bit of blue bad blood, maybe. Just a little bit of salt in there.
Big bad blood. A little bit of salt. Yeah, they beat me last time, so yeah, I might be a little salty, a little bit of a hating about it, but you know what? It's all good. It's all right.
As
it's not okay. It's not okay.
As you know, the previous winners of H-Town there, so
Indeed.
they are coming with heat.
Even though I'm hating on them, I will pay them their respects. They are the reigning champions of H-Town Splashdown, holding up that crab trophy mighty high. As the 1 seed here, looking to make their way back into finals this time around with a favorable bracket.
Yeah, indeed. And facing them is a pretty strong team. I've seen them around in online tournaments, and they take names. It's Ziphia's, a very strong Div 4 team, and I'm sure we're going to be in for a treat here. I would be genuinely surprised if either of these teams took a 3-0 sweep here. I'm sure all these are going to be very, very hard fought. And speaking of the set, let's take a look at what we got. We start off with Museum Clams.
Interesting start here. I think that the Paper has a lot of ways to just hit people under the ledges here, and it could be very strong in their favor. But like you mentioned, Zephyrs, I think Zephyrs was another team that won 3-1 in the first round as well. So that means that we're going to see Zephyrs play against probably that last team we saw last time, assuming they lose this, which they most likely will because Siku kicked out is insane, as you know. But these guys got their divs recently. Tormby Div 2, Stara's Div 1, Guapa Div 3, and Guapa Div 2, and Wolfis Div 3. So these guys got their divs reevaluated, and they're all pretty much high level. So it's going to be very fun to watch. Zephyrs being Div 4, but I've seen Zephyrs before. They made noise, so this could be an interesting set. Could be.
Yeah, very interesting for sure. And I'm already taking a look at that comp that you were mentioning. Paintbrush, I know you have some bad memories with. I see also a Squiffer over there as well. It's a very interesting combination of weapons. Really just provides so much chipping, and as well as that junior for the bubble. It's going to be so important to set that bubble up in a great position on Museum near that basket just to create space and give you opportunities.
Indeed, it's going to be huge for them and head into game 1 of this winner's final set. Winner does go to winner's side of top 8, so this is an important set. Both teams got to lock in, and losers will still have a chance to make it through on the loser side, but you want to win now.
You want to win now, indeed, here. Taking a look at both cons, we're seeing double bucket from Ziphias. You have that Dread, you have the vanilla Tri-Slosher as well for that jetpack. The pen there for the cooler as well. Very interesting that both teams are also going with double junior, and already Tormy is making names with the paintbrush. Here is the paintbrush.
Here we go with the bullshit. I'm not in the mood to watch it. Look, my eyes burn. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Now that's what I like to see right there. Get a double right there to shut down that push immediately. Let me stop hating. But it's an interesting comp coming out here for the side of Ziphias with the push is still going to go with the bubble and get a few more. We missed. How did we miss? What did we do?
We might have missed indeed, but the score was still had here as Siku got kicked out. Is still trying to get some clams in. Doesn't quite get much there on that push, but that is better than nothing, I'm sure, because of that missed clam. Able to recover so effectively, but now with only a minute through, that is a solid lead, but still, all Ziphias has to do is get one good push in, and they can take it right back. You need to get that pity clam.
Yeah, indeed. And Wolf is no slouch here on that Swiffer. That's going to go ahead and clear. They're going to kill Tormy. Go on that paintbrush through paintbrush things and move forward here and take a lot of space. There's going to be a lot of points here into the basket, showing their dominance. And they got double bubble after ready. Good luck getting back in.
I mean, this is why, this is our reigning champions for a reasoning, and they're showing it right there. You see the bubble being quickly shred, but it doesn't matter. A jump is coming in from Lullaby, managing to get that clam in as well, despite going 2 players down there. Siku got kicked out. A strong lead now. A very dangerous situation for Zipia. Still finding more is Guwapa lurking in the shadows.
Yeah, and he just very strong push. And it's going to be very hard for Zephyrs to contend with their comp. They're very short range as well as Little Pain with the Tri-Saucer and a During and a Junior. I mean, they can hold space, but they can't necessarily push forward and get any. They really don't have a useful specialist either besides the Reslider. They don't, and I mean, I guess they have Pack, but Tri-Saucer just to get it that often. So it's going to be very hard for them to really get in. That Pack coming out for the side of the Zephyrs is not going to find anything, and this is very rough.
It is rough indeed, but only 2 minutes have passed. That ledge is just all Torme's there. They have been there almost the entire time, it seems like, every single time anyone tries the challenge, but they are finding more. Managing to find 2 more out of that, managing to make that a triple, and with that, the basket is broken yet again. Now, just Seeker just trying to rack up the score here. Ziphius need to scramble to try to save this one.
No, they scramble and trying to save what? This game is over. They need 2 more clans immediately.
Ooh.
As well as coming out as well. Yeah, they're going to throw in these last 2 clans, and the Ultra Stamp throw is going to seal the deal. Yeah, whatever. No one cares, bro. Whatever. I guess they're okay. I guess they're all right.
Yeah. I mean,
bro, Star is giving me the meanest look ever.
I mean, again, that's why they are one of the favorites in this tournament. I mean, back-to-back. I mean, back-to-back pushes got them straight to that 100-0 victory there.
Yeah,
Such
indeed.
a strong push, just never letting their foot off of the pedal, just keep going time and time and time again, and not giving Ziphias any chance to breathe here. But with that being said, you have now an opportunity to kind of just think about what Siku did run. Now you have an opportunity to just kind of analyze what went wrong there, recover, take a breath. It's only 1 loss, as you just got to play the next game forward, as game number 2 awaits us, Tower Control Inkblot.
And if I'm Zephyrs, I'm changing my comp because this is not going to work. Like that period, like no sure amount of willpower is going to get you through this comp. Like, especially what they were running. It's very, very hard, very difficult. And you can see by the way Seeker kicked out is playing, they're very versed, very experienced, and very understanding of what their comp can and can't do. And like, it's going to be really hard for them to like fight back. That's why they're the reigning champions for a reason.
I mean, Torme is just making that weapon Paintbrush. I mean, it's living up to its name right there. Ziphias just cannot approach. It just can't approach it. And like you mentioned there, I do agree. Ziphias need to change something up there, because getting punched in the mouth like that 100-0, it's never nice. It's never nice. You just got to
punch to the mouth. They took both their feet and kicked their teeth out. Like that ain't a punch. They literally they made it personal. They took their face and dried it into the concrete. Like,
yeah, straight taking it and then shaking them upside down there. But you see now, you see that comp switch there, going with the charcoal decaf as well as that CRB here. No actual true backline here.
Yeah, indeed. So going for a more all-aggressive comp to help fight the rest of the members. And it's going to work out here. Take out 2 members already. 3 members go down immediately. So this could be their chance. If we can see the crowd popping off a little bit on that. But the bubble up for Guwapa is going to help them get back in. And the Pampers come back immediately. And all that momentum just stops.
All stops indeed. Paintbrush has so much range, so much fighting ability, and so much space control. It's so difficult to deal with. However, they will manage to actually get past that first checkpoint. That is huge there. Even if this push does falter a little bit, they still have gotten that checkpoint here. Now just trying to recover here as we see that Range Blaster unfortunately just gets caught out by Torme here, who's being another problem, managing to find that T-Tech as well.
Okay, you know what? Let me give my respects. That's insane. Just sitting in a wave breaker, using the shield damage to just stay alive. That is impressive work. Decaf making a nice move there. 2v2 situation right there. But they have the bubbles in the space. We see Star right there on the top. They're going to easily get the other member. And with the other step out, it's going to find another pick. Most likely is Star trying to fight around his tower. It's not able to find anything, but it's going to help with the teammate take on the rest of the members.
Yeah, now Lullaby just trying to see if they can keep it going here. Managing to find Arc Soul on that. And yet again, Ziphias 3 players down here. All members of Seeker are just threatening the bats. They're managing to cancel the jetpack as well. And that tower is still rolling, Stormy. It's still going. And although players are starting to fall a little bit, it is still rolling.
Yeah, it's still rolling because we got double bubble set up there. You have no way to approach, and now it's just now it is literally just a decapitator. They're not going to find anything. Basically, the late white, the Rampage is dropping in. It's going to get shut down immediately by the Wiper, and that's going to be the game.
Wow, wow, wow. 2 straight knockouts.
I can't even hate. I can't even hate. Like, I can't even hate. It's impressive. It really is impressive how well this comp synergizes. Like, and to give credit to my adversaries, like, they're running no cooler. Like, they're doing this with no cooler. And I think that's what's really impressive. The fact that they've built a comp with their best weapons and found a way to make it work in a meta that is all about cooler. And I think that's really impressive. And that's probably the only compliment they'll ever get from me. So that's the last one they'll ever get.
I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, they're taking smart fights, and unfortunately, Ziphias are just getting caught in difficult situations. And this isn't anything against Ziphias at all. I loved their initial push there, managing to get that first checkpoint. It's just, really hard to push into this comp, like you mentioned. So many combinations that can really happen there. The Paintbrush just creating so much space, and the double bubble, you always have to worry about that Squiffer as well. So it's just a lot on Ziphias' plate to have to worry about there. But again, you need to just take it one game at a time, as this could potentially be a sweep here if you falter now. Ziphias cannot afford that.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, like, more credit, like, this comp they're running doesn't work if they're not aggressive. And the fact that they're just so naturally aggressive and they just run in and there's no way to stop them, it's like, because they're not afraid to challenge or fight, even despite not having cooler, because they know that their Squiffer and their junior is going to hold the space with their bubbles, and they can always find a way back in. It's like they're playing, it's a coolerless comp, but they still have it because of the space and the paint they hold. Like, it's really something. It is really something.
I mean, running coolerless is no problem if you're not dying in the first place. Like, if you're not going players down anyways, then you don't have to fall back on the cooler there. And they really aren't faltering that much. It was rare to see a more than 2 players down situation for Siku. They just played smart, know how to control the tempo of the game. And that's just something that Ziphias needs to adapt to. They need to play to their way and not just play to try to stop how Siku likes to play.
Yeah, indeed. You know, find your own rhythm, find your own movement, into your own flow state. But we're going to try to see here. We're going to switch to the Jet Squelcher. That is going to be, I think, Woof on that Jet Squelcher, as well as the Tri-Slosher this time around. I think these guys are just, you know, just trying out something different here. Just try to, like, accommodate for, like, a different matchup here.
Yeah, maybe trying to match that Paintbrush there. You see as well the Tri-Slosher for that cooler as well. Not what you typically see for a cooler option, but it is one nonetheless. A double from that Paintbrush. There is a great start from Ziphias, as with that knockout situation, that will be an easy checkpoint cap.
So I guess we just took inspiration from the other team, was like, fine, you want to run Paintbrush? I think we can do it too. And they pulled the Paintbrush, and they did pay dividends here already. Going to get it all the way down to the 50 here, but what a nice shot there by Wolf to shut that down. Yeah,
nice shot indeed. A key distinction. They're not running that bubble Squiffer. They are running Zipcaster Squiffer. So we will not have that double bubble. You will have, though, that sploosh for extra hammer power and extra firepower. And Tormey's already setting themselves up in a great position, managing to find one, finding 2 as well. At least finding 2 before they go down is huge there. But Muffin on the back flank will save Ziphias from getting their checkpoint taken. However, the members of Siku are here to recover.
Yeah, indeed. And we're also going to talk about the fact that Stara is on that sploosh this time around. Actually, one of their favorite weapons I've known. And as well, this hammer coming out is not going to be enough. As well, it's going to get shut down. 2 member goes down. They're going to get it all the way down to probably the 20s here. They put their cards right. It's just the Paintbrush able to shut it down, but they do get delayed. Watch, they're going to be able to pop this Rainmaker really quickly, get a few more points on the board. As will help with that bow, they might be able to KO this, get it all the way down to 1.
This is super stressful if you're on the sides of Ziphias. Now being put in a knockout situation here, you need to make sure no one takes that. You don't get to worry about Tormey. Tormey fights 2. Hold on. Wait, this push could be happening. The Rainmaker will be taken, but that is 3 in a row now. Just the last member of Ziphias will fall as well, and not quite yet. The Paintbrush finds multiple. Shutting down that push. Still alive is Ziphias, but just barely.
Brain dead stops brain dead, I guess. That's exactly what happened there with the Paintbrush just clearing out that entire side. But they opt to pick that Rainmaker up, interesting, and slowly bring it out instead of just letting it reset. I wonder what inspired the decision right there. They might be paying for it, though, if Wolf gets this kill, and then Wolf indeed does get that kill.
Yeah, they're a great recovery. Siku still have all of mid to really play with, and 2 players down yet again for Ziphias here. Wolf is moving up. That is actually 3 players down, however, only Tormey is left to try to defend that Rainmaker as they unfortunately go down there. You see now just trying to clear out Tormey, being so tricky on this side, having to deal with, is taken down by the other Paintbrush on the other side. Small Kaint there. You see Guwapa maybe trying to find something else. They are taken down as well, but again, we are less than halfway through this match left. The Rainmaker is yet again taken out, and Ziphias just have not been able to get on their feet yet.
Yeah, indeed. No, Ultra Step is doing a lot of damage as well. They really don't have anything to really handle it besides maybe like the Paintbrush and shot. But if they're not in position, they're never going to be able to stop it. Wolf will have to put his Rainmaker up here. But we see the Trossel drop down and try to get that kill. But they just keep trading blows. And Siku got kicked out. It's more than happy to keep trading people out for their opponents. They're going to keep running forward and stay in their base.
Indeed, indeed. You see Muffin does have a Zuka maybe to work with. You need to get Siku out of here, though. I mean, they've just been feasting in the side of Ziphia's map here. Great shot by that Zuka. Does take out Womb Fear, so now an opportunity to move forward. However, the Rainmaker just keeps getting taken out. There's always a lurking player. If it's not Lullaby, it's Tormy. If it's not Tormy, it's always going to be someone else.
All right, Star is trolling a little bit here on this booth. Just doing a little dancey dance here in the base against their opponents. Only a minute and a half is going to this game. Ziphia's got the work cut out for them. And to be blunt, the work starts out getting him out the spawn. Oh, but the Charles is able to get that pick. Junior RNG is pretty bad, so not able to find the shots there. So are able to finally move forward and finally get off their play.
Finally, indeed, the Rainmaker is reset, and since the 4.4 minute mark, this is the furthest Ziphias has been able to push back. They need another monster push here. The cooler is popped by Iman here. Tormy is lurking. A key pick onto Tormy there. Actually, 2 picks onto the Junior as well will allow Ziphias to move forward. You need to get this push going. The vac is there as well. A little bit preemptive, but somehow Lullaby manages to sneak by the entirety of Ziphias and stall out the push.
Yeah, and Tormy stood there in that corner, is going to stall out for time on that brush and probably jumped out. Actually not opting to, but the fact it did come early. Paintbrush does go down, but Starra is running down the Rainmaker. Ooh, does go down.
No! Oh, falling off the map. Unfortunate placement there. Not a lot of space to really work with if you're Ziphias here. You got to take it one step at a time. That jump will be camped, unfortunately. A lot on Ziphia's place to take this back. A knockout situation. You see Guwapa so far ahead, managing to find one before trading out by Muffin here. Muffin, the shot here, just trying to make anything happen. Lullaby just dancing around, dodging. The Rainmaker shield has not been broken. 5 seconds left. Ziphias are not in a position to really make a contest at it. And unfortunately, just like that, Siku got kicked out. A clean 3-0 sweep.
And made their way to winner's side. Top cut as expected without, I'm sure, without dropping a game. Actually, they might have dropped their game because I heard they lost. They probably won 3-1 earlier. I'm lying. They had a bye. I'm lying. So yeah, no, without dropping games, of course, and made their way to winner's side top cut.
Yeah, maybe sometimes that's just how it happens. You are the fresher team. You are the fresher team. You didn't have to play to get here, and I mean they came swinging. They are still showing they are a strong team. They're still that team from H-Town Splashdown number 3 here, and definitely have something.
Might be even better. To be honest, might be even better.
I mean, yeah, just massive props to them, all things considered. I mean, that comp just worked wonders, ran around Ziphias, and again, it's not because Ziphias really made that many mistakes. It's just they really had no room to operate because of how spaced out and like, how smart the fights were taken by Siku. I mean, there were players everywhere, and every time that Ziphias tried to pick up the Rainmaker, there was always someone behind.
Yeah, indeed, and that was just like a major downside with going up against a comp like that, especially with theirs. So they couldn't play any they were comfortable with. I like the paintbrush switch. I like the adjustment. It worked out for a little bit, but you know, a person who does it first does it better, and that's just kind of how it went there. But so grassroots, this got kicked out, going to winner's side top cut. But Ziphia's not out of it yet. They were going on the losers, and if they win, that they'll go to the loser side of top cut. And I'm sure whoever they're facing will love another opportunity. I'm sure that will be on stream. I'm sure, considering it'll be like the last set.
Indeed, we could be seeing a little bit of revenge there if Ziphias just go on their villain arc here. They already dropped this set, but like you mentioned, it's not over yet. They can still make their push and push to top cut there, but they still have one more match that awaits them. I'm not sure who it is in particular, but if they win that set, we could be seeing a very interesting matchup there.
Hey.
A little bit of
hey, fuck you.
a little bit of bad blood, but it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun.
Yeah,
it's all in good fun.
Indeed, you know, it's all good and fun. I love them guys. They're fun. Their guys are fun.
Yeah, always got to keep it competitive. I love that. I love that.
Indeed.
But yeah, that will do it for us here in Winners Round 3. We have one more in store for you, I believe, for at least Wave A.
Yeah, indeed. I think one more match like we talk about. It's going to be that loser set to determine who goes to that quarters. I don't think we'll be commentating it. I'm sure you guys will get 2 new commentators for that until they tell us to wrap up. We'll continue yapping here a little bit. Okay, they just told us to wrap up. So with that being said, it's been me, Stormy, and Rocket, one of the best commentators I've ever commentated with.
Thank you.
With that being said, don't go anywhere. We've got more exciting action coming on for you guys soon.
Yeah. Hey, Brave.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome.
Cool. What do we have coming up exactly? What are we doing here?
I'm not sure. I just like woke up here and I have like this crowd in front of me.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a headache since I woke up. I'm not really sure why I'm here.
Maybe we should like ask some people around us.
Wait a sec. Does that say groups losers round 3?
Does that say Ziphius versus Catfished?
I think it does.
Hold on, I see Clamblitz in game 2. I can get down with this. All right, all jokes aside, folks, this will be losers finals of our Pool A Group 2. We are having Ziphius versus Catfished, and the winner of this will make top cut. They will be able to try and go through the losers bracket of the double elimination top cut to try and have a chance at podium at this tournament.
Yeah, that's right. So thinking about this, you know, it's definitely kind of a bit of a higher stakes round if you want a chance to be able to make it into top cut for this. And we've seen these two teams doing surprisingly well in their group so far. Obviously going up against my team and kind of making things a little embarrassing for us, but we'll see them hopefully in silver bracket. But both very strong teams with very strong picks. I'm sure that it's going to be a pretty tense set.
Yeah, so we've got Catfished here with a win on previous third place at 2 H-Towns, and Ziphius, who are clearly holding their own against Siku. Got kicked out in a lot of 1v1 fights. Maybe not necessarily on the results screen with all the knockouts and points, but very much so able to compete with them. So we're going to have a very close and interesting match to see who is able to squeeze their way into top cut here, Nate.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, you kind of have to wonder, going into Hammerhead zones, kind of what the game plan might be for both of these teams. We've seen, I think on Catfish, that Charger coming out quite a bit, especially in zones. And I imagine that since they've been pretty comfortable on that, and Vacuum can cap the zone on that map in particular, I imagine that we might see some of those picks coming out, especially on Hammerhead, which definitely is a bit of a Charger-favored map.
Yeah, for sure. We've always seen like Pencil being extremely strong on Splatstone's Hammerhead, and Hammerhead in general, quite an interesting pick to be on this LAN qualifier map list. Don't see it very often, but after those changes, it was never really experimented with, and I am very excited to see this experimentation, because while I may not rank it myself highly, I think it does have potential. Adding that right drop and left high ground has done wonders for the stage.
Yeah, controlling those sides of the map here are like absolutely required. You can just passively lose control of the zone if you don't touch those. You know, just by having that presence in those pits on either side of the map, it doesn't allow you to walk forward enough to be able to contest zone, and when you have that many angles on you, it gets really difficult. So as we get into this game, it's definitely going to be important to see which team is able to pull this out of the bag. We're seeing some interesting picks with the Paintbrush and that Pencil coming out, as well as the custom dualies, as well as that custom Wellstring. A lot of AoE power and kind of poking range on Catfish here. Very interested to see how this opens up as this Paintbrush going in for a shark here. Gets a quick pick on the shot, gets traded out though by that Flingza. And it's this all-out brawl here. Zephyr looking like they have the opening position as that Pedant also gets a really nice pick on that Wellstring, and that's going to be Zephyr with this opening push.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice pick, and we see the aggro Paintbrush, almost like Tormy they had just seen. They weren't playing Paintbrush game 1, but it's almost as if they've taken some ideas from Siku got kicked out here and are able to have that really aggressive opening.
Yeah, but that's Zuka going to take out the Junior and that bubble. It's just this try on top here. Finding another one, though, and maybe trying to look for a third if they can. Does get pinched by the members of Catfish, though. These dualies trying to do a good job kind of living in this side. The Paintbrush kind of flirting with them a little bit. It's an all-out scrum right now.
We've got a lot, and the Pencil's going to take out the Flingza there. That is going to kill their missiles right when they were about to get them. Going to be very huge for Ziphius.
Yeah, definitely we see this Wellstring kind of posting up on this left side. Members of Ziphius all jumped in back into the zone. The missile's going to slow things down even with this Inkjet out. They're
And a
managing
direct.
to hold the zone, though, especially with that pick. That's going to be another lead flip, and with 2 down on Catfish, they may not have the pushing power to do it out, especially at losing a crucial retake special, but those picks might give them a chance. That bubble going to try to stall at the zone as long as possible. Hero here diving into the zone, trying to pin it out and push those members back. They do manage to take back that zone. Chumps coming out, going to try to put a little bit more paint down and make it uncomfortable for this 10 to live here for just a little while.
Yep, that is going to be a pen forced back on Snipe, and Catfish has the zone comfortably. Though we have 3 members of Xiphius coming up, and they take out the shot. They are going for their retake. Cooler is out. We are seeing specials fly. Jet, Bubble.
Yeah, that wave breaker also giving you a little bit of chip damage. This Jet getting picked out of the sky here. Unknown hero here on the right side trying to look for something. We're seeing the members of Catfish kind of doing this dual prong assault. You can see Xiphius maybe not entirely sure which target to select here. One of them going down as that retake doing well. That Zuka finding 2, and it's just going to be the try left on that left side, trying their best to get a trade out. Tries to jump out and manages to live. That's going to be crucial for them on retake if they can hold on to that Jet. But Catfish here looking to try to hold this lockout here, managing to find a pick, and that Satyr is going to start, and that's going to be Catfish with the lead now.
Man, I just really want to take a moment to go back to that retake. The Catfish was so great. They got all 3 specials and just had that surprise factor over Xiphius, instantly popping both Zuka and the CDS.
As Catfish is going to be able to hold control of the zone. They have the jumps in. Xiphius is just having to climb their way back into mid here from their spawn. Only 20 ticks left. They're going to have to go for something fast. Cooler comes out, but there's not a whole else online with only the 10 ticks left. They have to throw themselves at the zone. The shot is going to stall for just a little bit, but there's not quite enough pain. They do manage to flip it into neutral. It's just an all-out battle for the zone here. 1 goes down, 2 go down on Xiphius, looking for a third. The zone is still flipping into neutral. They do finally manage to flip that back in their control, and Catfish is going to take that game 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a fist bump up in the air. Catfish is excited about that win.
Yeah, we've heard them popping off just a little bit for every single play. They're very supportive of each other. Every time, you know, one of their friends are getting a pick, we're hearing them cry out and just be like, yeah, let's go. It's really, really exciting here at the LAN. It's always high energy. So,
yeah, we love it. We heard the crowd ready go at the command of Dio, of course. And we've got an amazing tournament still to come as well. This set, very exciting. And I'm looking forward to see how they do in game 2, because the tables were really turned on Xiphius there. It looked like they had a good hold, but the really pivotal point was when all of their specials were down. Xiphius, every single person had less than 20% of their special, and the opposing team, Catfish, had 3 people at 90. And on the UI, all 3 of them just got their special immediately, 2 popped instantly. And that was an instant 2 down for Xiphius. And then they got pushed super far because they all went down at the same time. And they weren't really able to retake.
Yeah, and they're managing to find those key picks to keep that stagger going, keep their advantage kind of up, being very, very smart about when they choose to trade those resources over on those holds, and kind of forcing the members of Xiphius into uncomfortable situations, to say the least. So, yeah, very, very strong place for them for sure. Now, you were talking about scorched clams.
I was,
which
yes.
you're very interested in.
I do love me some clam blitz.
I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on this.
Listen, I like getting 5 clams and trying to wait for the snipe 3 clams to spawn. And if they're pushed past snipe, I like to try and sneak and go grab those to make a ball. It's very fun. I do it on every stage. It's not just Scorch. Scorch is actually pretty hard in comparison to other stages, like Inkblot. It's really easy on Inkblot. But I just love Clam Blitz so much. It takes such good team communication and coordination. There will always be mishaps, at least once or twice throughout the game, where your teammate accidentally takes a clam. It's inevitable, and it's very important to just stay on your toes and really listen to what your teammates want with these clams, passing them around, and when you're pushing, when you have the advantage, truly.
Yeah, and we're going to see how Xiphius plans on doing that. They're bringing out the vanilla Blob Blobber as well as the S-Blast. No pen this time, or cooler for that matter. And Catfish also going for a coolerless pick, but with a lot more short-range potential here and a lot of slaying power, a lot of mobility. Xiphius kind of on the more defensive side of comps. with that Blob here, but that's going to pay out pretty well for them, I think, on this ramp especially. Blob able to put out so much pressure on these choke points, which Scorch is basically just a bunch of chokes kind of surrounding mid, and that's going to be the wipeout and an early push for Xiphius as they win this fight, shuffling the clans around, trying to find one. That Zuka is going to push people back from that defensive ground, and they're going to try to push in and make a fight here.
Yeah, we've got the S-Blast under the basket looking for ledges, but the Whale is going to push them out, and they retake the plat, getting 2 down on Xiphius' side. That elbow is completely retaken, and they're pushing into mid. Missiles making them go all the way back to their ramp, and only 1 up now on the side of Xiphius. They are getting so counter-pushed right now. They have Zuka online. They're trying to make a ball right in front of the basket.
Yeah, and that's going to be 2 going down from that Zuka. It's going to put out a little bit more help. I think they missed the clam, though. As it's right there, they are able to pick both of them up, though, and score them. That's going to be a quick lead swap, and it's 2v3 right now with Catfish. 2 of them going down, though. That's going to be the quick retake from Xiphius. Members of Catfish getting shut down on that push.
Yep, they're putting paint down mid, trying to take some. They do skirmish out that gal, the Catfish going down there, putting them in a man advantage and really kind of pushing this paint towards their part of mid. With the Jet being popped, they're going to be pushed out of their elbow besides the one right behind E-Man right now. That went down.
Those members getting pinched there by Catfish. Really good team fights there, able to punish that. But this try on top of mid is very difficult to get out, but those missiles will do the trick for sure, pushing them all the way back up the ramp and managing to find a pick on the Blob as well. Hero here running in against the try, gets picked off by Xiphius, and this try going to dive onto this Whale and find another one, and a third goes down. It's just the Flamesa here who does take out that Jet, though. That kind of panicked pop of the Jet to try to keep them alive, but manages to punish it. Xiphius here in mid, set up for a big pusher with this Booyah and more coming as well.
Yeah, we see the S-Blast using the strengths on the ledge, getting that pick, and with Rain going in, they don't really see the one sharking by elbow. The gal does end up taking out the Slosher and pushing out the S-Blast entirely, or maybe that was the shot, but they still have their elbow. There's no push really going on here. They have all the clams in the world, but not much power.
Yeah, and Catfish showing off just a little bit here, managing to find 2, and them stopping that push is kind of incredible considering, and that's going to be a delayed wipe. There's only that one jump coming in. Catfish here trying to move in and take this elbow. That I think that was the shot, forced to kind of back up and hold themselves onto that. Hero here forcing the elbow as best they can, finds one with a bomb and is trying to go for more living as long as they can, as Catfish now has the claims for a pit, but that's going to be a double with the Jet and another one cleaned up. It's just the flings to the left, and now Xiphius finally can get a chance to push here with this Booyah going out.
It does manage to trade it out before going down, but with the mine, it's only going to lead to a little bit of a score and not quite a lead flip. They're going to need some picks here or maybe a sneaky play, but no, it looks like the try goes down and we are only Blob now here
only
trying
Blob,
to
with that
pressure.
Rain as well, able to stall them out and keep them off of that choke point on the elbow. Still, though, Catfish taking advantage of any space that Xiphius gives them, pushing up immediately onto that castle there and getting another. Even though they're getting punished there in that particular moment, Julio's finding one and trading it. At this point, Xiphius is starting to run out of time if they want to make this happen.
Yeah, they do not have a 2 clam, and they have a shot at 7 clams, but if this shot goes down, it is going to look very bad for Xiphius. It is a 2v2 right now, but this shot needs to be very careful with how he's playing. He needs to make that ball, so if he does go down, oh, it's happening.
A lot is happening now. People trading left and right. Xiphius has to formulate a push. They do have 2 down. They need the clams to be able to push, and there's a little bit of desync with the try going down already. They need everybody up if they want to be able to break through this choke and get enough points. It's not a huge lead, but they need a couple to go. I believe that 1 power will tie it, and they need 1 more after that. Whales coming out, trying to stall. Catfish doing everything they can to keep this going. I don't know if Xiphius has a power yet with only 13 now seconds left. Those last couple members trying desperately to win these fights, but more losing, and this try diving in, trying to get some space. They did manage to break the power, so that's going to be
alive, and they
some.
jump in
They're
a power.
making the jump with that power, and more. The Splashdown doesn't find anyone. They managed to put that in, and that's going to be the game. Xiphius barely managing to pull off that comeback at the last second.
Wow, what an intense overtime comeback for Xiphius to take game 2. Now tied set 1-1. We are going, this best of 5 has become a best of 3.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Next to 2 wins is going to be able to move on. If you're Catfish, you kind of, you know, those overtime wins could be so killer for mental, honestly. Like when you feel like you're set up and you're winning and then just like one little mistake leads to the end of that game, it's rough, especially in such a high pressure situation like a LAN, to kind of like shake that off and get that going.
Especially with, man, at 55 seconds it started that deadlock. They were just trading back and forth, always having like a 2v2 or a 3v2. No one ever having like a 4v4, and also just keep on trading and trading. Neither team was able to really make a push into each other's space, and they were just trading over and over again. That has to be very nerve-wracking as the team with the lead, but not mid.
Yeah, and especially when it's such a fragile lead, the pressure can really get to you, and it becomes very easy to want to make some kind of play happen to secure that win, to do something like that. And I think that when it comes down to it, a lot of players, you know, what separates some of the top from the bottom really does come down to, can you just keep your cool and make the right choice every time?
Yep, absolutely.
Getting into this next game, though, we talked a little bit about Inkblot, but this is on a different mode. This is kind of the final destination of Splatoon. Very neutral kind of map mode for just about any weapon. As we go into Inkblot Tower control, thinking about the comps and the picks on these two teams, I wonder if we're going to see the Blob again, personally.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That would be, I feel like, a pretty odd pick to bring out on Inkblot Art Academy.
You think so? I feel like with the stacks, it can kind of put out a little bit of pressure, but there is definitely a lot of room to be able to get around things, kind of make it difficult for it. That said, though, we're just going to get right into this game 3. Both teams here putting on quite the show for us as they're going to move in here. We are going to see these maps very soon, I imagine. Taking a look over at the screen, we finally have our game online. We've got the Zap coming out, as well as that V-Charger and the custom range blaster, going to give that Kraken and that pressure around the tower. We've seen Coolio's hitting some nice shots today already, looking for a couple of manages to get one. That's going to be 3 down on Xiphius, and just the try left to try to hold this off.
They are jetting, but with 4 people able to kind of look at that jet, it is going to go down.
And only a couple of trades here. These missiles going to help give them quite a bit of speed, but that scope accidentally giving them not enough vision to see that bomb. And that's going to be Xiphius managing to hold off this first checkpoint for just a little bit longer, trying to retake their plat, but this blaster putting a lot of pressure out under the sledge, forcing them all into a corner. The try, though, skirmishing here, pulling a lot of resources and attention. They do manage to trade it out, but that tower is still stuck here at this first checkpoint and has not been able to move past it until now with this vacuum keeping the blaster alive. The strike's coming out as well. The try is here again, flanking, but gets taken out. And now Catfish looking like the door is open for some big points here.
It's only a 1v1 versus the Flingza, but Flingza does not want to reveal location here to the Paintbrush, who has the high ground, and so the tower is going to just kind of have to go back a little bit, and Missile's going to scatter Xiphius on their approach to mid.
Now this try just seems to always be in the backfield here, always causing trouble. Manages to find 1 or 2 and is pulling some more attention. One of them forced to back off. This Flingza caught alone in this corner here, and it's just going to be the Charger who's getting packed and is forced to back up the ramp, and now Xiphius here with a bit of a counter push. This try charging the ledge and gets a nice pick on the Charger, looking for another one as well, and manages to find it, looking for more as tries to, and gets that triple, looking for the quad, but can't quite get it out. But it's just with Flingza here, gets taken out by the bomb, and now Xiphius in a hugely strong position. They have most of bats cleared, although the rest of the team kind of trying to make their way out. Catfish has a chance to move back in here.
We've got Unknown Hero shot dropping from the mushroom to really put pressure on Xiphius. They do decide to give up the tower, and one goes down on the side of Xiphius, and with strikes, this is looking like a retake for Catfish.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Xiphius wasn't quite able to capitalize on that. I wonder if someone was in the backfield kind of slowing them down. We've seen that a couple of times. Catfish seeming to always have a flank ready. Nice pick on that shot is going to maybe get things going. They have some space here on the left side. The Charger, though, going to make things difficult with that vacuum at the ready and these strong angles here. A lot of Xiphius here not able to kind of move through mid. The vac is going to come out and take care of these missiles and give them a big shot, but you don't see the try, which is going to get them. It's just going to be the Junior, though. Catfish doing a good job of cleaning that up. The bomb, though, taking out another one. This Junior just chucking bombs at the tower, finding a few picks, and making it that much harder for Catfish to snowball this. The defense on both of these teams has been absolutely stellar so far.
Yeah, right here we see that Xiphius has all the paint and had a brief man disadvantage, but the turns are slowly changing as that Catfish is getting a little bit more and more paint on the plat, a little bit more and more paint over by where checkpoint 1 was, and are able to slowly choke them out. E-Man does go down, and as well as the Junior, that's going to be only Paintbrush and Zap that can really contest tower here, and with the Kraken going into bats, it's going to be huge for Catfish.
Yeah, but that tried diving there, but the bat cancels that attempt, and they're going to be scoring finally. The Paintbrush desperately trying to clear the tower and gets taken out by the Range Blaster. They do have to chill for just a little bit and wait for their team to come back, but there are trades still happening. The points still tick down just a little bit further with only a minute left. Xiphius has to make a pick and has to get a push going.
That Jet is going to get traded out with that Charger covering for the range player. We do have a pretty solid lead here from Catfish. They have not broken the second check, but with only a minute remaining, all you really have to do is kill them and not be 3 down right now, but they are. And they're only having from spawn, like with no cooler, this could be staggered so fast.
Yeah, the try just took out the rest of the team. The try station under that ledge with the pack as well, going to keep them away from the tower. That lead is very fragile right now for Catfish. Points ticking away. They're desperately trying to make a play for the tower too. Going down, but trades happening. The 1v1 is necessary. It's just going to be the Flames riding the tower back away before that lead switch happens. And they canceled that push just for now. The Junior also going down. And even though this try is here, they have to do it all over again.
Is Trade City out here where you're seeing people going down left and right. We have a 3v3 right now with a shot backing up. They have left stack here and do not get picked by the Charger. Overtime push, the strikes, are they GG? Is anyone there to capitalize on them? Coolios tries and does manage to get on. Catfish is going to take game 3, going up 2-1 in the set.
That was a little scary there. Coolios couldn't quite make it up there, it seemed like, for just a moment, but they managed to get up on that tower just in time. Almost got taken out, I think, by the try and that on those other teammates. But good on them. They had those specials that they needed to right then. The defense has just been so back and forth between these teams. It feels so evenly matched. It's just like one small opportunity is making a big difference in this game.
Absolutely, and you can see that Catfish, they're feeling themselves. They're all smiling, all laughing. And on the side of Xiphius, we see they are needing to lock in. Those are the faces of locked in. They want to bring this set to game 5, give them a chance at top cut.
Yeah, and we want to see them bring it to game 5 for sure, right? Give it a little bit of fun for the viewers and for us. We like to see the
tense. I definitely also prefer Splat Zone's Mahi to Rainmaker Museum. Some may know about Rainmaker Museum. Would love to see the set end on a nice, healthy Splat Zones map rather than Rainmaker.
Yeah, definitely. Rainmaker being that kind of very, very, polarizing mode because of how volatile it is, right? There's just so much that can happen in so little time that sometimes it feels a little difficult to predict, but in some other ways that makes it very exciting to watch for sure, and it's going to make an interesting game 4, especially with both of these teams.
Yeah, they've really been going back and forth. There hasn't really been dominance in mid or advantage. They all are getting their retakes. Only a 4-point difference last game. It really could have gone either way, but they just had the GG strikes online and a teammate that could go get that tower.
Yeah, thinking about this map, it's often not as... One of the things that a lot of people learn early on is to try to pop the Rainmaker, especially at the very beginning. But on this map, popping the Rainmaker doesn't give you a whole lot. And so you're usually going to see people go for some kind of fight early on, usually sending someone on that drop. I'm wondering if we're going to see, with that decaf coming out, there's a very good chance that we're going to see a little bit more of a kind of dive comp here, even with the stability of the Charger and the scope. We do see nobody going for that flank, though. Just opting to dive into mid is Catfish going straight for the Rainmaker with that Wellstring to help them pop that trade. Not quite going to trade that, though. The decap going to win that fight and looking for a couple more. That's going to be 2 down, 3 down on Catfish. It's just this machine, and the decap is going to clean that up. This is an early push from Ziphius. Stuff going downhill in a hurry. They can just grab this and try to run it as far as possible, especially with that excellent hit from the Charger, already getting this push down to 42.
Yeah, in the first 40 seconds, that is not looking good for Catfish. While it is definitely a very, very surmountable lead, they can get this for sure in the next 4 minutes. It may affect the players' mentals. If they get too upset, that check is already broken, and they got a little pass check, it could be fatal for them.
Yeah, you really just have to hold down everything, but at this point, Ziphius comfortably with a solid lead can just go for trades constantly, and they have the comp to be able to do it. Especially with that wipeout, that's going to lead to a lot of points, especially with the decap in front with the bubble. It's going to be big opportunity for Ziphius to try to run this down. They're going to wait for just a little bit, try to find another pick, another special, getting rid of a key one from Catfish as Evan here is going absolutely insane, finding 2. The Rainmaker is running out uncontested, it seems, just from that Wellstream that's getting taken out as well. 2 more going down on Ziphius, and Catfish is trying to run this all the way. They get a wipeout, just have to pop the Rainmaker and put it on the pedestal, and that's going to be them finally holding that off and managing to keep that knockout from happening. Now this lead is looking a little more comfortable for them.
It's looking a little insurmountable from my perspective, but if they get a few wipeouts, they'll have their chance.
It is definitely possible. Catfish here having to hold back on the nerves. You really, at this point, you know, it's not quite do or die for you, but you want to do everything you can. That's going to be a good start with that pick on the Charger. And Ziphius getting backed up here, but the wipeout coming again from that Decapitator, who has been doing everything to just clear out Catfish so far. It's looking like Ziphius is having a pretty smooth ride at the moment. Just going to opt to try to keep this Rainmaker away from their own pedestal and hold on to it as long as possible. Waste as much time of Catfish as possible and just thwart any attempt to move in.
Rainmaker going to easily take out the hammer there. They are stalling that right side, just letting them feed into them. Rainmaker, very big AoE hitbox. They're just slowly encroaching on their plat, knowing that they don't really have to do much to win this game.
Yeah, can't do a whole lot, especially 2 more down on Catfish. They're already quickly running out of time to be able to make something happen. This mode can go down in a hurry, but they have to break in and get rid of the Rainmaker before something can happen. And with 2 more going down, once again, the staggers keep happening.
We only have 10 seconds on the Rainmaker, though. They are going to explode probably before getting the knockout here, or they get picked.
That's true. They will be able to do that, but still having to dig it all the way out of their plat. They can play for the reset, especially with how deep it is. But they still need the control in mid and more than that if they want to be able to get some points on the board.
Wow, those missiles just absolutely putting so much blue paint onto left zone and left mid, but we are seeing fights in right, so it does not matter, as that is where all the teammates decided to push and kind of move up towards. We have still Ziphius with all of the control here.
Yeah, holding very, very well here, comfortably having their specials, having control of this spinner. It's really up to Catfish to be able to break in. They have the tools to be able to do it, but everything has to go so flawlessly if they want something to happen. Even though they picked up the Rainmaker, now having to dig it kind of out of this area with only a minute left, they really only have a couple more chances. That hammer, though, finding the blob, and another one dying as well. The decap, those missiles coming out at just the right time to move them. Doesn't quite take it out, though. This decap is still in here and getting a trade on the Rain. That's going to slow them down even more, and Catfish now really starting to feel the pressure.
A very, very key trade there from E-Man on decap is going to allow Ziphius to have all this time to set up. They now have Rain getting them really pressured to go left flat or just having to move around. It's going to do it a lot harder for Catfish here.
These strikes kind of just trapping Hero here on the plat. Although a couple going down on Ziphius, the Zipcaster coming out, going to try to find a pick on the Rain. Isn't able to, though, and it's just this. They're going to make a run for it as quickly as possible. The decap, though, is able to stop it, and that's going to be the wipeout from Ziphius, holding this but Catfish trying to run it. They're just trying to dive the Rainmaker, but Xiphius is there to hold it back, picking it up, carrying it away, and that's going to be that. We're going to a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, they really, while it wasn't a wipeout, they really just kept killing people, making them constantly 2 or even 3 down. Catfish really wanted that, and they got so close, but the decav on respawn with that charge slash is just going to dive in and save the day there.
Yeah, we saw it even going a little crazy. And we know that, you know, we both know what decav can do. We've seen it happen, you know. It seemed like it was quite the problem on that map in particular, with all that open space and all the kind of corners that you're able to kind of get out from. That massive one-shot hitbox, able to just chain kills one after another. It is a force to be reckoned with.
Yep, absolutely. Decavitator is very strong in the meta right now, definitely a top 5 main weapon, and we are just seeing it on all of the team comps in comp right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular pick, especially for dive comps, right? The weapon itself is literally a dive weapon. It actually has that in its own move set to just be able to dive forward. And that really paid off for them to be able to just constantly have those trades, right? We were talking about how a lot of the games so far have been kind of at a standstill because of how much trading was happening. So having the decav to be able to trade 2 for 1 most of the time just leads to that momentum starting to shift ever so slightly. And I wonder if that might be what's going to work for them in this next game on Splatzone's Mahi.
Yeah, the decav change from Tri-Slosher really did end up working out for them, and I'm wondering if they will keep it for zones, since Bubble is so strong on zones. And also with decav trading out, it's also just way better at trading out players than other weapons. If you have like your end splashes or your zaps getting rushed down, you have a suction bomb, but that's very slow. You have this short-range shooter, it'll be very difficult for you to trade out an aggro weapon pressing forward on you, like an S-Blast, any blaster really, or something that's outranging you like a Stamper. And decav makes it a lot easier to make sure that you really are trading it out, and that you're the last one alive. Well, I will at least be able to take one before I go.
Yeah, and that does a lot for helping keep and just controlling the pace of the game, right? You really want to do anything you can to force your opponent to slow down and give yourself a way to speed up. We're seeing Xiphius picking that Decavitator again. Muffin here, a bit of a charger duel between these two. Not quite able to find a pick though. Getting bombed out of Snipe, the decav and the Dread both going down very quickly. Catfish here with a bit of an opportunity here. Unknown Hero forcing one to jump out. The Junior being caught out and losing Bubble. The strike's coming out and Catfish has a chance to kind of move up here and get something going. Not able to take opportunity of that though. And they're going to get set up for a bit of a hold here, as Xiphius kind of waiting for this to go down. The strikes and the Reachlighter coming out, but not quite enough to cap the zone. The Bubble, though, maybe going to give them a chance here, especially with the Charger on that right side, and that's going to be that swap.
And late strikes on that Bubble. The team is no longer in there. That is going to allow them to move forward and get 1, get 2. That is going to be a slight man advantage, though. Xiphius was another down as well.
This Dread very close to Reachlighter, and these two backed into a corner. The Tri-Strike's going to come out as well. If that Reachlighter finds them, it's going to be bad news indeed. Getting a pick, though, on that Dread is going to be huge, especially with the missiles coming out. 2 more going down immediately. Some big snipes and key picks coming out as Catfish able to re-get control over that zone and start their lockout again as they're scoring points here.
Now we are going to see a great pick from Muffin here, winning the Charger battle and allowing Xiphius to get back in. The map changing. Catfish has this lead, but right now we have all the momentum on the side of Xiphius. We have 2 people stuck in this corner, and so many fights going on right now, and they get 2.
Yeah, E-Man still here with this decav, causing a lot of trouble, especially with a little bit more space. Gonna do a lot, but Coolios here is having none of it. Going to throw those strikes out onto the zone. Try to cap it along with the missiles, and they hold on to their lead for just a little bit longer. Philly getting 2. Excellent bomb there. Getting that 2 and the trade. That's going to be great for them, even though with this Dread, though, going to be able to cap the zone, but gets sniped by Coolios. It's just them in the end, but they're able to hold this off, back off, and keep themselves alive for just one more try at this lead, but getting sniped by Muffin, who can't quite find another one, but this is just, again, we're back into Trade City here.
Yeah, and that's twice now that Muffin has won that backline fight, which is going to give Zivius the lead here. So with the decav going down and a Gao running amok on their flank, what do? They all turn to look at him, and he does go down.
Yeah, they go down at a very key moment with 2 down on Catfish and with a lot of special on the side. The strikes coming out maybe too early, and they don't make it to zone. The Charger goes down, and there's only 20 ticks left. And the snipe with the missiles, 3 down. This is looking like Zivius is set to win. There's only the Charger left, and they cannot paint the zone by themselves. And that is going to be game 5, and the set going to Zivius. And they will be moving on to top cut.
Yes, they will, Nate. And an amazing comeback from being down 2-1 in this set. I got a little goosebumps there.
Yeah, that was an incredible comeback. They really played their cards right. That decavitator pick maybe paying off really big for them.
Yeah,
on that
huge switch for E-Man.
Yeah,
Huge.
definitely. Giving them that just more consistent ability to live and to take people with them, especially into that comp, the Tri-Slosher pick. Maybe just giving them the chance to, again, not just, you know, be able to break the momentum, but keep it moving as well, having a little bit more sticking power.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we've got the next wave. Wave B of pools. We'll have different commentators, and people are moving. Lots of shuffling happening right now. We will have completely new teams on stream, completely new commentators as well. And the event will continue, and we will see you at Top Cut later as well.
Yeah, that's right. So don't go away. We've got a lot more today. So we will see you guys in just a little bit. Don't go. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to H-Town Splashdown. I am Toma, joined here by Nate, and we're starting our Pool B, and I am super excited for the action here today, Nate.
We're very, very, very excited. We're getting started with our next group, and we have a special friend with us to keep us company.
He was, like, covered by the graphics.
Yeah, you have
Can
to
you
keep...
There he goes.
There you go. There you go. We're making sure that they stay nice and comfortable over there.
Yeah.
They're going to help us out with our commentary today, make sure that we don't mess up.
Oh, well, I'm still going to mess up, probably.
Well, I'm not.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're
I'm
on
never
point.
going to make a
It
mistake.
takes one of us. I'll follow your lead, right?
All right.
Seasoned commentator over here.
Yeah, I've done it for a whole 4 months.
4 months.
Something like that.
That's long enough.
I guess so. Long enough for some people.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be seeing a great matchup here. Crab and Go is our first
Versus
team. And they
Tamu
are,
Maroon.
they've won 2 CCA circuits in a row, apparently. That's pretty impressive.
That is very, very impressive. And Tamu Maroon here, though, having made third in the last H-Town Splashdown, we know personally that they are quite the team to go up against. Definitely going to be an interesting fight between these two teams, especially having two kind of college teams that have done very strongly and done very well. It's going to be an interesting matchup.
Absolutely. And I mean, if we're taking any notes from the last poll that we saw, Nate, you know,
Yeah.
the teams coming to H-Town are getting more and more stacked every single time. It is crazy seeing this land grow. We've been here since the first one, and
Yeah.
it is getting so much bigger.
I mean, we've been here since the first one, and it seems like every single time we come back, we just kind of drop a little bit lower on the list ever so slightly.
It's okay. we lock in. We win silver bracket
Surely.
this time.
Surely we win silver.
But
Hopefully.
Yeah. This is. I mean, it shows.
No,
goes to
H-Town is stacked. It's insane, actually. Like, why do we have four, like, at least 3 full plus level teams? Like,
Yeah.
entire teams.
It's crazy.
Like,
it's crazy.
it's not just like random pickups where there's like, oh, one of them's like, no, like there are top level players in half of Top Cut. So, I don't know what to say. Like, it's insane for a local.
It goes to show, I mean, just how much skill there is down here around the Houston area, or, you know, even like around Dallas too. I know we've got quite a bit of people who are making the drive from across Texas to be able
Dallas,
to
and
come
we
to
know
this
some
land.
people even from out of state coming in, right? Like, this has kind of become the, you know, in the middle south kind of local, you know, with LTC having kind of discontinued for the time being, this has almost kind of stepped in as a bit of a replacement for it. And there's people from all over coming in for a shot at that title, right, that Splatoon Tourney's putting on with that kind of nationwide local title.
Exactly. I mean, that's exciting. And I mean, also, who doesn't want a little Scuttle trophy,
Honestly.
right? I mean, Scuttle, I have to say, I am not biased in any sort of way, but when you look at all the mascots for all the local lands, Scuttle, it's pretty cute.
I'm biased.
Pretty high up there.
Scuttle's the GOAT.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
I love Scuttle.
Scuttle's the best one. He better say something about it.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. 'Cause, yeah, he better pop off, honestly.
Yes.
No, I mean, the whole tournament, like, it started out already very, very well. And it feels like every time it goes, it just gets better and better. I mean, the production quality that we are able to put on, the, you know, stands, that the general LAN environment, it's only gotten better every
Yes.
single time. And it's really starting to come into its own. The fact that we have over 80 competitors in this one LAN, which is supposed to be
Huge.
a local, is insane.
I think we're quickly growing out of local territory.
Yeah.
It is really getting huge. And honestly, I'm so happy to see it.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I remember when I saw this was getting put on for the first time, I was all in. I was like, we have to go out and make sure that this happens, that it's supported. And it's just been better and better and better every single time. Dio and everybody else puts in so much work for this. There's
Absolutely.
a ton of people that get here real early in the morning and have been working on this for the past couple months to make sure it goes smoothly. I mean, it's just incredible. And I mean, we're so grateful that we also get to be up here and to be helping out with it.
Absolutely.
So,
So everybody out there, maybe you're not in Texas, whatever, you got a local land near you, go. We encourage you. Check it out, support it, because these events don't grow without your support. If you're nearby, if you're just a part, I mean, like we said, it started off much smaller during H-Town 1. Really, truly was just kind of the South Houston locals, and has just kind of like, you know, people saw, like, oh wow, this is really cool, this is really interesting, I want to join it too. It really snowballs and snowballs from there.
Yeah, you know, it gets, you know, word of mouth works really well, and it also helps when the TOs are doing such a good job of spreading the word about it. But yeah, I mean, if you're in the area or even not, at the very least, you might as well tune in, because I think every single finals we've had has been absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I don't think that we've had one top cut that has gone smoothly or the way we expect.
For
it's
sure.
always been a fight, and for it to be with such high stakes this time,
Oh,
getting
yeah.
into top cut is going to be, you know, like a lot of teams are looking for that chance to be able to make it in there and have a shot at that title. So
I remember when
it's
Splatoon
crazy.
Tourney dropped that video, I was like, oh boy, I was like, H-Town is going to get heated over this one.
Yeah, I think I saw every single team that had been making it to finals just either post or I had heard from them that they're like, I'm locking the heck in. We are winning this tournament.
Yeah.
And only one can go away with it. So it's exciting to see what goes on.
Absolutely. I am super excited to see it. And, you know, it looks like our teams are starting to get ready here.
Yeah, a couple of technical difficulties,
few.
such as LAN.
We
There's
have,
always
I
a
think
little bit of
we're
problems.
having some handheld is actually what's happening.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, I think we got some handheld players.
A couple of changes that have to happen, but we're getting into this soon. Taking a look at our teams for just a second. We've got, on Tim and Maroon, we have Tachi, Combo, Drewski, Toy and Squishy. They got a 5-stat here, probably able to sub in a couple of people. Only see 4 up here at the moment, but they might be waiting off to do that. We've got a couple of interesting fun facts here. Tachi here on the Tri-Strainer and the NTAP and the foil, looking like more of a support player, studying to be a level designer. And Splatoon's a good way to help them kind of study with that as well. Really, really fun. Got Combo here on the Jet Squelcher. Loves InkVat, #1 InkVat user of all time, they say. Drewski here on the Eden Zap, that cooler spot, gonna raise, is able to raise and lower both eyebrows independently.
Oh,
Fun
wow.
party trick. Got Koi on that carbon roller. I think that we had some experiences with them before. They are cracked, absolutely. Username inspired from an anime movie called Summer Wars. If you like it, make sure that you show some love for that in the chat. And then Squishy here on the Tetras and the Dualies. Grandpa of the group will send a silly gift to react to anything.
I love that.
We'll see if we see that energy here today, but hopefully we do.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, on Crab and Go, okay, this is like it's a bunch of letters. LPS versus S, what it looks like. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be pronounced.
You're doing great, Timo.
But they'll eat tomatoes like it's an apple. Like, I guess they're grabbing the tomato straight off the shelf and just biting right into
Just
it.
a big old crunch.
Honestly, I kind of dig it. I love tomatoes,
You're into
so
that?
I kind of see the vision. Ico created the lovely logos for Crab and Go. You can see here up on the screen right now. Really, really nice logo,
Yeah.
honestly. Choco Loco, their slosher player, 110% Mexican American. We love
Fabulous.
that. Especially, I mean, we got so much great teams coming around here, and just so many different backgrounds. I love to see, especially in Splatoon, just how diverse this community is. It's not really something that you get to see a lot in a lot of other locals. I mean, you got racial, ethnic backgrounds. You've got a whole lot of gender diversity too. A lot of times in Splatoon, which I think is especially super duper awesome. Really, really love to see it.
Fruitiest shooter.
Yes. Hiko, on the other hand, allergic to Krusty Sean.
Unfortunate. Not going to go to the Crab and Go, are they?
No,
I hope they're in the right place.
And
And being
then-
on this team might be a health hazard.
Yes. And then Alicat, she will find a way to go order chicken and fries from any restaurant.
Well, they're in luck. There's a nice chicken place like right
I know.
here. It's
I
pretty
mean,
good.
my husband over there just got some
Yeah.
chicken and fries. So Alicat, if you're listening back to this in between your sets, there is some good chicken and fries down in the food court.
Yeah, make sure you go get that. Looking like we're getting started pretty soon here. Got the majority, well, remaking the rooms here. We're going to see still some technical difficulties. We're going to keep stalling for as long as we have to. But
Yes.
it's fine because this is my
Stalling
bestie.
is my expertise.
Yeah.
I remember being on mic with Seth. I think it was a low ink, and there was like we had some technical errors, some sort of issue going on, and there was like a 30 or 40-minute gap in between low ink rounds, and we talked like almost the entire time.
Hopefully that's not going to happen here. We got a whole tournament to put on. We don't want to run that late, hopefully.
No.
Yeah.
We'll start sweating from the pressure. Also
Yeah.
from these wonderful lights that are beaming down on us.
Yeah, they're very, very bright.
Yeah.
But, you know, necessary so that we look pretty.
Yeah.
We got to make sure.
They have to capture all of our great angles.
Uh-huh.
They have to capture, more importantly,
every single wrinkle
slowpokes.
and blemish that we have.
Yeah.
And slowpokes.
Slowpokes.
Of course.
I mean, great from any angle,
Yeah.
to be honest.
I mean, no bad sides.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know, just strutting, honestly.
Honestly, yeah.
So.
Fan favorite. I saw people rooting in the chat for him earlier.
Yeah,
I was
well,
like, don't
rightfully
worry.
so.
Yeah, he'll be back.
They better be. I mean, look how cute and squishable they are. All of them.
I mean, everybody's always got, like, I feel like I come to LANs, and there's something, like, if you've been to a LAN, you know. There's always at least one stuffed animal at a LAN, and it's always going to make its way onto a stream. It's always going to be adored by basically everybody there. We had Yoshi earlier. We have Slowpoke now. Like, I was like, I have to be one of the people that brings the stuffed animal to the LAN.
And if it's not a stuffed animal, it's a brick.
Yeah, or a brick. That's true.
Yeah, who unfortunately is not here at the moment.
No.
Because of some nature interference.
Nature, yep.
Luckily, everyone's okay, but just a quick note, if you want to make it to a LAN on time, don't hit a deer.
Yes.
It does not make it.
I mean, hopefully, even if you don't want to make it to a LAN, just don't hit a deer in general.
Yeah.
That's probably good
I don't
life
recommend
advice.
it. Or a slowpoke.
Or a Slowpoke.
Yeah.
Don't hit many things with your car, actually.
Try to hit 0 things with your car.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Teams are finally readied up, though. So we're starting to think about our next map in this matchup. Again, looking for probably a pretty close matchup considering the history of these two teams. Crab Leg, Rainmaker, very volatile first map, that's for sure. This one can go get very stally after first check. It can really come down to just a couple of points. Whoever can kind of push it past the checkpoint just a little bit further, it's almost guaranteed that both teams will get a checkpoint, but after that, it's real slow. So
it's really interesting to see which way they'll approach that as well, Nate. Like, obviously, you have 2 ways, really, that you can push this. It's pretty projected which way you're going to go. There's not really a whole lot of surprises. You're either going to take it up right hand, you're going to go up those grates, and then, you know, you have to really have a lot of force or a lot of protection to be able to move that. Likewise, on the left-hand side, you've got a pretty big exposed jump that you have to be able to get across, which can be really difficult if you maybe don't have a special, like, ink back or something to protect you, or going in after a wipe. It could definitely be the faster way to earn points, but we're going to be seeing loading out here which way they're going to be going. And of course, I mean, Nate, some great weapon choices here. I want to point out that's the Splashdown Nautilus, I believe, actually coming out.
Correct. Well, not with that suction bomb Splashdown. Going to give them a good amount of sticking power and a way to trade out people and keep them away. The bombs, though, pushing all of Crab and Go over to one side, and Timmy Maroon trying to push in, though, but Tashi going down to those members, but this Tetris here pulling a lot of resources from Crab and Go, keeping them from moving forward, jumps out to their teammate. This triple bomb and suction from Crab and Go, gonna give them a lot of space in the neutral game, especially with strikes coming out. Looking for that headed, but isn't able to find it. It's a bit, like we said, of a standstill. Reslider gonna try to get one and does trade a few. It's just gonna be the bucket, and they're gonna trade that out. It's just the Rainmaker here, Tachi on this T-set, trying to make it to the check and does manage to grab it. They go for the fast one so that they have a chance to pop this and keep it going. They're going to have to break through, though. Those strikes, though, looking really rough for Crab and Go. Manages to find one, but that bomb finds 2 with more trading to go, and it's just this Carbon and the Brush. The Brush winning that critical fight, and that's going to give Crab and Go a chance to go back. That was looking a little hairy there.
Yeah, I think Kate there was absolutely key in holding that space for Crab and Go. Really, really key play there. And now 2 down on the side of Tamu Maroon. This is going to be an excellent opportunity for them to try to look at making that same checkpoint. Unfortunately, the head is going to bring them to a stop there, allowing more players on Tamu Maroon time to spawn in. We can see them dropping there, trying to apply pressure on that left-hand side, maybe seeing if they can split Crab and Go up a little bit. These strikes are going to get a lot of space. I think that was actually 2 sets of strikes coming out?
It was 2 sets of strikes, and they're just going to brute force this checkpoint. Very surprised to see both teams choose to take that left check. It is faster, technically, but there is it is very difficult to continue after that. And you would think that if you have an opening, you want to go for the one that gives you the most sustain. And we see this time Tam and Maroon opting for this other side on the Great Path. They're not going to give them a little bit of trouble, but they have the mobility with the Tetras and the range to be able to navigate these Greats safely. Just having to duck and dive around this. The Whale doesn't find anybody. The Carbon, though, going down, and the Bucket taking out another. All of the specials are here, but they're just going to run it as far as they can. Getting it about halfway through that Greats at 39. That's a decent push, but not safe by any means.
No, I mean, this map can flip on its head in an instant if you allow it to. So we're going to be seeing them. It looks like they're going to be opting to let the Rainmaker reset here. Nate looking to try to gain a little bit more space in mid so that when that Rainmaker sets, they can pop it and proceed, feeling a little bit more confident. There's that reset there for you. They already do have one member of Tamu Maroon. They also have all of their specials online. You already see one of the strikes coming out. Going to be forcing members of Tamu Maroon back, but they're not quite picking up that Rainmaker just yet. Still fighting it out in mid. They do find the pick on the Carbon Roller, and now it looks like they're opting to maybe take it that left-hand side, but they're going to go down to a bomb, Nate.
Yeah, these critical bomb throws by Tim and Maroon killing the momentum immediately. I'm still very surprised to see Travango not sending. They are sending that brush over the other side, but they need the Rainmaker to follow with them. Two going down. The Carbon is not on the board. That's going to give them a little bit of space. We see some big hesitation out here. Kate there on the brush trying to find one, but the Carbon finds two and stops that before they can take the lead. We're seeing the nerves maybe coming into play just a little bit, kind of hesitating at very critical moments and giving Tim and Maroon the chance to dive in there and save this lead.
Yes, excellent opportunity for them. That is the side that will rack up score a little bit faster, but like we saw there, it's pretty easy to just whack you as soon as you make that jump and not able to go any further. But now we see Tamu Maroon making the same attempt, and we see Koi Koi getting a great pick in there. They don't quite make it up the jump, but right now they're in the lead, and just getting that stalled out there, taking some time off this clock is all they really need to do right now.
Yeah, at this point, only a minute left. Travango having to make the push of their own all the way down to 38, and one going down in the strikes is not going to help them. They are going to be able to break back into mid. And Kate here looking for that Whale to give them the bid, but that Reslider coming in does damage them a little bit and finds a pick. The Tetris pinching them with the Carbon as well. Really excellent team fighting. Just going to be the Nautilus stuck on this top side with the Splashdown. The Tetris trying to find them and does. And they can just keep the Rainmaker here if they want and just stall it out. It's only 30 seconds left. They have enough time if they want to stall this. The strikes coming out, and Squishy here on this Great, pushing back that Ink Brush. It's going to make things very difficult. The shot does manage to find a pick on the Rainmaker, but they're running out of time. Koyer still finding more picks, poking under that ledge. Grab and Go has almost nothing to their name. The strikes have to go well, but the Reslider goes in on top, and the Carbon's here waiting to clean everything up. And that's going to be game one to Tam and Maroon in a really solid ending half of that game.
Huge picks from Koi Koi there at the end were really key to holding down that defense. And like you said, Nick, they knew our Nate. I don't know why I said Nick. They are
Close
really
enough.
key and just really holding that space down, making sure that they didn't need to push forward more than they had to. They were just going to wait it out. It's obviously, Crab and Go needed to pick up that Rainmaker. So there is really no point in pushing it straight into them, giving them an opportunity to kill you, and then now you have to face an overtime push, right? That could get potentially pretty scary. Koi Koi really waiting for the right opportunity, knowing exactly what they needed to do in that moment.
Yeah, Carbon is it's one of those weapons that completely defines the playstyle of the game, right? Like Leader is another one, but there are some weapons that have such overwhelming strengths in specific circumstances that they force everybody on the playing field, including your own team, to play the game differently.
Absolutely.
And Koi Koi and Tam and Maroon have been doing that very well. Always having that Carbon there, ready to find those routes in, ready to dive and get a couple of picks, and using that to their advantage to kill any of those pushes from Crab and Go. Crab and Go is going to have an answer for the Carbon if they want to do anything here.
Absolutely. I mean, you see that even if they're not super aggressive in your face at any given moment, they're usually sitting there waiting under a ledge, sharking, waiting for the right moment, biding time to make the play happen. You've really got to be careful and be methodical about how you flush out areas, how you move the team away from you. It's all it takes. I mean, I think we've all been there in any sort of game, right? Is there you leave one speck of ink unpainted, and then all of a sudden a carbon roller pops out of it, and then it's like GG's for your entire team.
Yeah, you know, it's very difficult to react after it happens. Right?
Yes,
so
it
you
is.
always want to make sure that happens. We're seeing the map list getting swapped around a bit, but we're moving into Mako Mart zones, it looks like, for this game 2 between these two teams. I imagine Carbon will remain here. This is one of the strongest maps for Carbon with all of these sharkable areas and ledges to poke out from under. We are seeing double bucket as well, a very strong comp from Grab and Go. We'll see if any of these adjustments pay off for them. Kate opting not to go for that brush on this map, looking for a bit of power though. The Carbon and the shot trading out a little bit early, but Tim and Maroon having the positional advantage, pushing Grab and Go into this corner. It's just going to be the bucket left. King Krobo having to back out here and just hold as best they can. They do have strikes though. Excellent job keeping those online. The rest of their team is back, and we'll see if they're able to make this retake happen.
Yeah, right now they've really got to find it. This is such a hard map sometimes when you get locked in your base trying to figure out the best way. They're waiting for those specials in the right timing. They've got the strikes online. You can see that zone almost flipped in their favor. There are 2 down on Tamu Maroon. They're able to neutralize the zone yet again, but look, that T-Tech really just holding a lot of space down, keeping that paint neutral. They are going to be moved in. They do finally fall, but look at all that time it stalled off, and it stalled off enough time for that reef slider even. And still just taking Grab and Go quite a while to be able to get to this zone. Finally able to just cap it now.
Yeah, LP managing to win a critical fight there and trying to go for another one. Stalling out this head and putting them in an awkward spot. They drop Cooler into the side of the map. That's not going to get picked up by their team, even though this is stalling for so long and it does get cleaned up. Their team is not going to be able to take advantage of that Cooler. The strikes come out, but don't find anybody. It does flip the zone, but they flip it right back and 2 more go down. It's just going to be those. That Splashdown almost trying to find another as it does, and that's going to be Grab and Go still holding on to this push very well. That is that penalty ticking away and a big stagger coming out. They have Cooler online, but Grab and Go here with the foot on the gas pedal. LP is looking for some more.
Yes, they are, and look at this. They're able to finally get in there. They do go down. They're still taking time off that clock. The lead does change over to the side of Grab and Go as they're still just holding down this zone. They have numbers advantage right now on Tamu Maroon. You see the shots forced to kind of back up here, trying to get these strikes online to try to find an answer to get back into this zone. There the strikes go, but look at that reef slider coming in. Gonna pick them right off. The reef slider from the other team comes in as well, but still, through all that, even through Tamu Maroon's reef slider, look at this. Grab and Go holds on to it. They're gonna be able to take that second game. Huge moment for them there.
What a hold. Honestly, I am so surprised they managed to stick through all of that pressure between the strikes and the reef slider and pushing them off their stack. We're here in the pop-offs. They are going a little crazy right now. They are wanting to win this set, and they are feeling good about it.
Yeah, that was huge, 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 huge for them. I mean, I saw the combination of strikes. I saw the reef slider coming out. I thought, yeah, kind of when you see that, you're like, it's time for the zone flip, right? And no, it wasn't. Like, Grab and Go was able to hold on through that perfectly, and what a beautiful display it was.
Yeah, really, really incredible hold skill for them, making just the right choices, managing to just survive a couple more seconds until they were able to find what they needed to hold on to that. So well played by them. That's going to give them that chance to tie that setup. We'll see if game 5 happens. Again, it's unclear.
It could be fun.
It could be very fun. Like, we were expecting that this might be a pretty tight set, and right now it's looking that way. We've seen both of these games kind of decided by 1 or 2 plays. And, you know, for Grab and Go especially, to find that win against the Carbon on Mako is pretty huge for them.
Yes, it
I
is.
bet that the splat lane pick was a big part of that. Were they the ones running the splat lane?
Yes.
I think
so.
Either way, just being able to, you know, get that key pick on the Carbon, and you know that, like, oh, okay, it's free now. I don't have to worry about getting sharked. The Carbon's dead. I can move forward and do something. And it seemed like they were able to do that and leverage that to really good effect there.
Yeah, it's been really, really huge for them. And I mean, honestly, even Barnacle and Dime can be quite a good map for those Carbons. It's going to be really interesting to see how they can play around this with ways, and especially in Clam Blitz, right? Going to be one of those kind of decentralized objectives. You've got clams all over the map, so maybe you're not quite as expecting, you know, as vanilla placements. You might not expect, for example, the Carbon to always be sitting under one ledge while you're trying to approach the zone, right? It's going to be moving around. It's going to be searching for clams. It's going to be searching for people to pick off. This is going to be a much more dynamic back and forth kind of mode.
Yeah, that's right, but not quite as many spots maybe for Carbon to kind of hide out, right? The map's relatively open. There's only a couple of small corners, but I imagine that we'll see them do everything they can for that. I am interested to see if the double strikes are going to stay here.
I
On
am
Barnacle
too.
especially, there's not a whole lot of, there's plenty of places to stand, but all of those places are small. And there's usually only one or two directions you can go if you get strikes thrown at you.
And once you've dropped, right, if you're dropped down into that area where your clam basket is, you've only really got one way back up. You have to paint that block, you have to make a jump, right? That's pretty projected. It can take a while. There's plenty of time for a strike to come out there, for somebody to be able to shoot you out of that jump. So strikes could be potentially really good. It could be forcing them to move. It may force them to drop off into that right-hand pit and free up a lot of area for your team to be able to push in and claim that basket area. I'm really interested to see just exactly what they're going to do with those tools that they have at their disposal.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, you know, especially thinking about, you know, what these two teams run. They both have some pretty good flexibility between them. Obviously, the members are feeling good about swapping weapons based on the map mode pick and stuff like that. So it'll really come down to, on this map, just being able to keep that pressure up. And I feel like it's definitely going to be a bit of a hard hill to climb against Carbon, I feel like. Like, just having that to slow you down is everybody's still having fun here. We're seeing the members of Krabigo taking a little bit of a photo here on stage at the LAN as these two teams get ready going into Game 3 in a tied set. This is basically turning into a best of 3 now. First to 2 more wins is going to take this. As we get into this, crowd's getting hype again. It has just been some pretty electric sets so far today. I'm excited to see what else happens. Back to the rush. And everybody's yelling for it.
Yes,
so we're excited to
they
get
are.
into this game.
Yep, and we are seeing the double strike return on the side of Krabigo. They've got that signature T-Tech and Bucket still fighting it out for them. We, of course, still see the Carbon coming out as well, as you're just having trades go down at mid right now. And, I mean, this is kind of what Clam Blitz turns into right at the beginning. It's going to be a little bit of kind of team deathmatch until you can find that space forward so you can get that clam economy going in your favor. And that's really what you're seeing as these scrappy fights come out. You see strikes coming around from both sides, trades going out. This is just a lot of back and forth action already out the gate, Nate.
Yeah, but that's going to leave just the splat lane here. Riri trying to save this ball and hold down this basket best they can, and using that not to good effect, it seems, to be able to hold those members off. But the Carbon diving in there and managing to find a pit. Kortkoi finding another one as well. Like we said, the Carbon going to be a key part of Team and Maroons here. They have the claims and the specials needed. Even with that whale coming out, that's going to be bad news for that brush. And they are keeping the stagger going. They have the claims they need. They have the pressure. Even with the Carbon going down, there is not a whole lot for Krabigo to be able to move back in here unless they find a pick. That is going to be a good start, though. Able to move in. These bombs stalling things out really well, though. Team and Maroon holding on to their plat still and getting a pick on the splat lane, trading those out. This flank, though, from the T-Tech going to make things a little scary. LP trying to challenge this plat, now taking the long way around with these strikes, going to be able to do something here. But Krabigo still having a hard time holding on, even with 2 down. Gonna need to move up soon, finally managing to find their way through mid. But Tim and Maroon really just using their splat lane and their positioning to excellent work to keep them off of that plat, despite how many fights went away from them.
Yeah, they're trying to fight this out right now, and it really, I mean, we kind of reset back into that scrappy mid-fight going on right now. Koi over there trying to see what they can do, but unfortunately forced to back out. And look, another strike coming out from the side of Grab and Go as well. That splashdown from the Nautilus, but they're immediately met with a strike from Tamu Maroon.
Wow.
And now just that Nautilus, they're going to be forced back. They're actually going to be shot by that Zuka. And now look at all this free map space. Look at all that yellow going forward. Tamu Maroon has all the space in the world as they get that power clam online. Koi Koi finds another pick. They've got clams coming in the back as Drewski there. You see throws in a few more. Squishy's going to throw in one more as well. Unfortunately, rolling off the map there. But look at this, Nate. You know, that is a great score improvement.
That's a really, really good score, and they're going to have to break back in. They still aren't able to get up on their plat. Timmy Maroon able to get back in faster than Crab and Go can take control here. Maybe finally getting a chance to contest this. That not setting up and pushing people off of that. Two going down, though, on Crab and Go, and the strikes come out. It's going to force all of them to back up all the way, and the bucket goes down. It's just going to be the ball with the ink brush there. Holding on to that, trying their best to duck and dive and save themselves. Tamu Maroon looking really solid here.
Yes, they are. And look at this. They still have another ball. Unfortunately, they do lose one to that splat bomb. But they're really just holding that space. That Reed Slider is able to claim one. They're looking at Kate. They've got this ball still, maybe able to get it in. Squishy gonna make it, is able to get it. Tries to find the pick on Kate. Not gonna be able to, but they're able to just keep this basket opening. Drewski looking to add a few more points to their score. Unfortunately, just gonna end up trading out with that Tri-Slosher. But look at that. Still, and still, Squishy's still here. Still here, putting up pressure.
Grab and Go is still 3 down. They're able to get their team back in. Timmy Maroon just going to take some time. They're getting an excellent pick here on that brush and keeping themselves in this really troublesome spot. The Splatling trying their best to get picks on them, and the bucket as well. They're still living for so long and stalling so much time, and that gives them enough time to grab a clam and jump out safely and score a few more points. Even with the strikes coming out, there's only a minute left. Even if they don't score a lot, they are wasting Crab and Go's time, and that's all they have to do at this point, just like in the first game we saw.
And that jump out was beautiful. Now you see that Hedda able to hold down a lot of space in mid, making sure that Crab and Go doesn't have an easy time really being able to break back out, allowing people like Squishy to be up here in this corner. Finding one onto LP there, has this Reed Slider to charge back in. Looking at Kate, unfortunately not going to be able to find it. And still, she, like, the aggressiveness we're seeing out of Tamu Maroon here is crazy, Nate.
Yeah, it's really paying off for them. We're seeing them capitalize on their specials so much better. Capitalizing on Crab and Go's positioning so well that Carbon going in there and trading two, that just stops everything in its tracks. And with Crab and Go still trying to take fights here, they're going to end up losing more as these jumps are getting a little desperate. The fall off on this is going to maybe close things out. The strikes and the clams coming in. There's only a second left. They're just going to throw those in and take that game. Tamu Maroon taking that in commanding fashion.
Yeah, very, very convincing win there from Tamu Maroon. And I think that really they, just like you were talking about positioning, they really utilized key positioning. They had Squishy in really, really great places that were constantly pulling attention, finding good picks. It allowed other members of the team to be able to push up, be able to score while not being as heavily contested. I think we saw multiple times Squishy would maybe take a fight while Combo or Drewski would be free to just kind of sit underneath and just throw clams in and be able to add to that score. And they were able to realize, hey, okay, now we need to back off, right? And they would have Combo on that heavy edit holding like a lot of space, making sure it really wasn't easy for the members of Crab and Go to come back in. It bought time for jumps to just kind of rinse, repeat that cycle over and over again.
Yeah, and more than that, the survivability that we were seeing from Tamu Maroon. Did you see all like 6 of those tri-strikes go out and push them into a corner and they didn't die? All of the team was up and still managed to win that fight and keep going. Like, how are you
built different?
Like,
built
honestly,
different.
like, I don't think that I on Barnacle can live 6 strikes, but the entire team did. So that just shows you what you're going up against.
Literally trying to run away. I've done that a little more times than I care to admit. I'm like, oh, I need to get away from the Zuka. I need to get away from this strike. Let me squid roll. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm off the map. But like,
no, the number of times that I just choose to squid roll off the map, I just panic and I'm just like, oh, well, here I am now.
Happens to the best of us.
And a lot more to those of us who are not the best.
You know, it'll all be okay in the end. But now, so I'm really interested to see this after such a commanding performance from Tamu Maroon there. Are they going to be able to hold that wind in their sails in Hagglefish Market? Or like Grab and Go, I mean, they had a really commanding game in Mako Mart there. Are we going to see that same kind of thing come out here for Hagglefish? I'm really interested to see it, Nate. What do you think that they need to change to be able to get that wind back in their sails?
The main thing that I see is Tamu Maroon seems to just do a very good job of keeping pressure on the map all the time. And in tower, that is key. Because as soon as you get a disadvantage, that tower starts moving, and you got to mount the strongest defense you can to stop it from scoring. And so far, I'm seeing Tamu Maroon do that better than Crab and Go. So they're going to have to figure out if Crab and Go can manage to stop the bleeding fast enough to keep that aggression from Tamu Maroon from running them over too quickly. Right?
Absolutely.
This is a game of momentum, especially tower control. And Tamu so far has been the most in control of that momentum. That's what it's going to come down to.
Yep, agreed 100% with you there. We already see Koi Koi waiting patiently for the Shark, waiting for the right moment to move in. Squishy's trying to draw some attention on that right side. You see LT looking at it and then deciding to back off. Now they're moving in on Kate. Kate finds the pick there, Key actually, and now that's going to allow Crab and Go to mainly start getting this first push here. They do have strikes online, going to be looking at trying to pick off Squishy there. They are going to look at this. Look at those expert dodge rolls from Squishy. Look at that Reef Slider coming out. That was a great pick for them, and now Squishy's going to continue to try to be a thorn in their side back there.
Yeah, and you see how much attention it pulls. That gives Koi enough time to walk in there and take out the tower, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Tamu killing the momentum of that push before it gets out of hand. They are just so in control. Even though they lost that original fight, they suddenly have their foot on the gas, and more to come. We see the members of Crab and Go getting caught out and separated from each other. Even the strikes coming out, all 6 of them, and now nothing left for the defense with 2 more going down. It's just the Splatlands here trying to hold things off. That bomb making things a little bit scary, but this is the momentum we were talking about. The specials are coming out. The picks are still coming. Tamu Maroon with the front of the gas. Squishy here with this Reef Slider causing a bit more trouble. 2 more going down on Crab and Go. The tower continues to ride its way forward, and there is no sign of it stopping just yet.
No, there is not. Look at that. Drewski is just surviving there. Well, commentator's curse before I said that. Drewski was doing a great job surviving there, and Crab and Go finally now finding that pick. Looks like they're starting to try to stabilize out here as they approach back to mid. They've got that tower now back under their control. But still, look at this. This is what I talked about earlier. Combo holds space in mid, allows, like, look, Koi, Squishy, they're already back in. They've allowed so much time for Tamu Maroon to get back in. They've already found a pick onto Crab and Go. They just really need to find a way. They need to kind of deploy Koi there on that side, which it looks like they're about to do. Combo finds 1, there's 2 down. Now this is where it all starts to come back together for them. This is the kind of slow, patient pushes. They wait for just the right moment to just full send it, Nate.
Yeah, and they are sending it, that Reef Slider all the way into their base, and the paint is there. The cooler also out. They are looking to close this out as much as they can. You see the members of Tamu Maroon all the way around them, getting more and more picks, giving more and more jumps. That checkpoint is gone, and there are still picks coming out. There is only the goal left for Tamu Maroon after this checkpoint. The Zuka finding not quite enough. This bomb finally able to stall this tower and pull it off. The carbon is finally down, and that's going to be it, but the damage is done.
Yes, it is. I mean, 15, that is a pretty strong push here on this map, indeed. If you can't get past that second checkpoint, you really start to have a rough time. Once you get past it, it goes into snowball territory, but getting there in the first place can be really difficult, and Crab and Go still has to make that happen with 2 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, and you know, at this point the nerves kick in, desperation kicks in. You know that it's match point, you know that you can't afford to lose this game if you want to win the set, and you just start trying to make as many desperate plays as possible, and those little mistakes really bite you when you have to pull as much, you know, as many resources through and as much advantage through. Losing those little fights is so critical here in this moment with only a minute left, and they're still getting pushed back further and further by having those resources lost, right? lose these trades, they lose their specials, and then just the tower will keep on trucking, powering up Tamu Maroon's aggression with that passive special charge it gives. And even though this checkpoint is waiting for them, they still have the resources they need to cause trouble. Katie are forced to turn away from the tower constantly, not able to focus on the objective. They still have more people coming around them, and that is just, it is so difficult to move through. That tower has to go all the way to the other side of the map if they want a chance to win this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Squishy here, I think doing something really great in the fact that it's not like Squishy really has to do much here, right? Squishy doesn't necessarily have to find the picks here, although it looks like they're in a great position to maybe get some here in just a second. But you saw how Crab and Go had to keep looking right, keep making sure Squishy couldn't come in, and that allowed time to just, for Tamu Maroon to continue to burn stuff off. And see, even there, right, not finding a pick necessarily, but it caused them to turn, caused a little bit of hesitation, and more than anything, it's just burning time off this clock. You know, 2 minutes ago, we were still in the same position, and Crab and Go still had the same amount of points to go. And now we're sitting at the last 3 seconds. They do have control of this tower, Nate, so we are going to see an overtime push happening, but they have to go through so much.
Yeah, the trades on tower, it's just Riri here though. But that said, the bucket is very close to strikes on Crab and Go. That might give them a chance, but so does Tamu Maroon strikes. They're also going to be in position at this checkpoint to be able to hold things up, but 2 go down, 3 go down. It's just going to be the shot. They're going to try their best to stay on as long as possible. Throwing the strikes, they get the pick. Do they have the jumps in? They do, but they can't quite take it. And that's going to be it in a very tense overtime. Almost trying to clutch that out, and that's going to be Tamu Maroon taking that set.
Wow, what a set, Nate.
Oh
like
my
right
goodness.
there. And I mean, Grab and Go, really, they did have a lot of things in their arsenal there, but I mean, when you just have strikes, right? And you're the defending team, it's one of those kind of GG types of specials. And they almost had it, right? You had them living there for just a second. They had the jumps in and everything, but it looked like Maroon, looks like Tamu Maroon, unfortunately, they just spawned in a little bit too fast, and they were able to get back in there, get that defense down. But
yeah, like we
wow,
said, like when it
what a
comes
game.
down to it, yeah, what a game indeed, and what a set. It was very close there, even if the score doesn't quite show it, even if there wasn't a game 5, there was some tense moments there. So congratulations to Tamu Maroon as they move on in this round. There's still a lot more to go. We might see them again later on in this group, as we're going to end up leaving you just for now. We'll probably be back at some point.
Probably.
So hopefully we see you all again, but make sure you stick around because there is plenty more where that came from at H-Town.
later.
Yeah, we'll see ya.
Hi everybody, we're about to jump into a match that's starting in less than 30 seconds here between the Inked Outlaws and Crab and Go. And the match is live.
Yeah, we're just jumping straight into it, folks. No time for introductions or anything. But I'm Ravioli.
And I am Crack. And we are here at Rainmaker Crab Lake Capital.
Oh, we got a decaf and a dynamo. Oh, we got a double bucket too. Ooh, we got some spicy comps going in.
All right, no, this is not Crab Leg, is it?
This is Sturgeon.
Yeah, it's a Sturgeon Tower. Excuse me, the maps look mixed up to me there. So here we are. Got the Inked Outlaws coming up on the left side with the dualies looking for a pick or two. Trades with the knot.
Nice. Yeah, they're 2 down. Looking to get a push
And
started.
Crab and Go goes 2 down.
Ooh, Swords going down on the tower. We got T-Tech trying to contest. The Dynamo's looking for the pick, but the yellow Inked Outlaws is 2 down. Oh, and then someone falls in the pit. That was unfortunate.
Saves the strikes. And here we go. It's 3v4, 2v4 now. And we have Inked Outlaws pushing.
Inked Outlaws is trying to make a push go.
Bring out the Dynamo, see if they can support that decav getting in here into their court. And this is what you really got to do, Rav, on this map, is get up on top of this high ground and take that, and then just keep it as you push.
That's right. Yeah, that Dynamo's doing a good job holding space. They both got coolers up. They're going to
strikes.
spar. They got strikes coming out.
That was a great jump by the Dynamo, and then here they are.
They're pushing in hard. Yellow.
And another one goes down.
That's
Crab
right.
and Go.
Yep.
Dynamo goes down finally, but now they're at the last checkpoint, pushing 24.
Sturgeon's just so fast. You have it can snowball really fast if you.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I really
careful.
don't like this map. It's not one of my favorites.
It is quite contested in the community as whether we should even play this, but right now looks like Crab and Go is able to stop that push, and now they're trying to reset, gain control.
So tower is really snowbally, so I'd be interested to see if Crab and Go get a push going here.
Yeah,
you know,
we're not even
cooler
halfway
out.
through the game yet. We're only like 2 minutes in.
See if they can get some paint. But here we go again with the splashdown. They're
Nice
3 down
splashdown. They're
again.
3 down,
And that's
yeah.
a soft wipe.
It is a soft wipe. Ink got lost and try to knock this out again. They already have the check cleared, so they just got to go to the end.
Yeah, so Inked Outlaws is pushing again, and Crab and Go is having to give up a lot of space here. The bucket goes down. Their knot has splashdown, but there's a bubble
up.
on the tower.
They're really trying to stop it.
We got some action with a jump coming in.
Yeah, they call that jump out. They get a kill. Now they're.
So it's now 8 remaining to 98.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Crab and Go so far, but it is halfway through the game. And with how Sturgeon goes, you know, all it takes is for Crab and Go to collect themselves together. And they get a wipe. They could easily.
Yeah, that as fast as it happened to them, it could happen the other way.
Yep.
But it looks like the Inked Outlaws are not giving them any room to breathe here.
Yeah, the two Sloshers are working together quite nicely and being oppressive.
Yeah, that's a hard combination to fight, the Tri-Slosher and the V-Slosher. I mean, the Tri-Slosher's not going to push out drinks as fast as an Edit or a Pencil, but it's a very useful weapon because you can get a lot of kills off of it too.
Yeah, it likes to go in, and it does a really good job of sharking those plats.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of elevation changes in this map, and that's one of the reasons that the Tri-Slosher's good here. Moving around the sponge, excellent movement right there. So it looks like Crab and Go is able to get a little bit of a push together, but they get rejected now, and there's a fight back in mid. Now it's 3v3.
It is a 3v3. Oh, Inked Outlaws just went 2 down.
Mm-hmm.
They can start to maybe get a push going if they are
It seems
careful.
like every time they get something going, it just seems like they go down 2 or 3 again.
Yeah,
It
it's
was a
a
Splashdown.
very scrappy fight going on between the two teams.
So there's 1 minute remaining in this match.
We have 1 minute remaining. Looks like Crabman goes going
There's a
at
solo
another
push on the tower.
Nobody's
That's interesting.
contesting them. They're
Nobody's
only
paying
now
attention.
turning around for them.
So that's when your teammates need to get up on that with you too, because
Yeah.
I know that you've got to clear out mid, but at some point if you're pushing that far,
Yeah, that tower was way too far ahead. All teammates were behind them. They were not able to
they do
support.
have drinks out on the tower now, and they're getting a little bit of movement. And
They
you
do.
know, Inked Outlaws goes 2 down.
They're trying to
and
make something happen. They if they can take care
they
of
can get this Dynamo down, that they got room. Unfortunately, the Tower Rider does go down for Inked Out, or Crab and Go, that is, excuse me.
We have 30 seconds left on the clock. Looks like Crab and Go is got 2 down. They were, and we'll see if they can make a last-minute attempt. They pop strikes a little early.
I might have held on to those. So here comes the.
Oh, Inglav just went 3 down. This is Crab and Go's last shot to try and make a
And there will be overtime in this match. And see, this is what I like to see, the team getting out in front of the tower and clearing space.
Yes.
This is what you need to be successful in tower control.
This is it. This is it, folks. We could see a last-minute comeback. Oh, the dude is flanking from behind. They splash down.
No one's on the tower.
Oh, they're the fight. They're the fight. They're really. Oh, they got the
Oh,
blaster
wow.
down.
It's just the Dynamo. So if they clear
They
this
gotta-
third
they
check,
gotta
this
kill
can
that
move very
Dynamo.
quickly here. Oh, wow. Can they get the Dynamo? And they do, and they take
They
the
just
lead.
barely.
Crab and Go for the win
Crab
in
and Go.
TC Game 1.
That is insane, folks.
We
Yes.
love to see it.
Sturgeon, you know. can
And
be
the crowd
so-
goes wild out
the
here at
crowd
H-Town
is
Splashdown, too.
absolutely going wild for Crab and Go. It is crazy out here.
Wow,
And
what a game.
yeah. No, we love overtime wins, but yeah, Sturgeon is just so. It can be so polarizing.
And look at the players. Everybody's shaking. I know what that feels like.
No, absolutely. It is. When you get an overtime win, it's like all of your emotions are shaken up, and now you. This is only game 1, so
Yeah.
we got.
This could be a
we got
long
we got
set, you know?
I think.
That was incredible. So one of the things I was going to ask you during that match is it looked like Ink Outlaws was going to take it, right? So I was asking
Right.
if you thought that Crab and Go should make any adjustments with their comp, but it looks like they were able to get it together in the end. And it might have just
They
been some
eventually
play.
were able to pull it. Yeah, they were able to come together team. They got their specials. They got key picks off that they needed to, and ultimately like they were able to stagger out Inked Outlaws enough to get that overtime win.
And TC is a really interesting mode, right? A lot of the other modes rely on paint control, but TC is about controlling that path and getting your team out in front of it. When they did that, they were able to be successful.
Yes.
It looks like next up we have Museum Rainmaker.
Ooh.
There's a lot of feelings about this map.
There is a lot of feeling.
I like it. I like to run Inkbrush here. I play with a team, you know, DSI is my team. I like to play Inkbrush here because there's a lot of movement. A lot of people like to play legend weapons here, like blasters, swords, rollers.
Yeah.
I like to get up on their platform and cause problems for the enemy team.
Yeah, Spinner is a highly contested area on this map. So like once that initial like pop, and really the initial pops doesn't matter in Museum very much. It's whoever can get control of the other team's Spinner first. That's going to be key to getting that check and then like eventually pushing into their.
And
the
this
other
is
team's
one of
goal.
those maps where pop isn't as important as it is in other places because it doesn't inkle out of the ground, and it's not typically going to wipe your team out if you're standing too close to the pop because you're either on the ground or you're on your own plat.
Yeah, the elevation helps in making sure like most people don't normally die to the initial pop.
Yeah, and one of those things, though, is like a lot of times someone's going to try to drop and get up on you on the left and attack your backliner, and the game's live, so
We're
here
going
we go.
into it. Yep. Look at the game.
Rainmaker Museum. H-Town Splashdown.
Yep, H-Town Splashdown 4.
Let's go.
We've done 4 of these.
So it looks like very similar comps here. There is a junior out. We're going to see a lot of bombs. They do bring a gold dynamo.
Yeah.
So it looks like both teams are without a cooler here.
Yeah, both teams did not have cooler this time around. We got a gold dynamo, and yeah, Junior swapped out from Tri. So a lot of bombs, probably to help with that shield.
Oh, wow. And then Crab and Go gets a pick early, but they go down 1-2. And we've got the bucket out here doing some work, trying to paint mid. And that Dynamo is just sharking right there, looking for something
The
to kill.
Dynamo's looking for whoever's trying to approach the center podium. Slash gets it killed, though. And Inked Outlaws 2 down. So
yeah, Crab and Go's
trying
going to push here, and they get another pick.
They got
and then here
strikes.
goes the strikes for the checkpoint.
In
the
the
bubble's
bubble,
great
that's,
here,
that's
too.
a secure first check.
You put that bubble over the checkpoint, it's amazing.
It's very, very easy to get that.
So now they're 2 down again.
It's
and
even.
Crab and Go, yeah. It looks like they're struggling to get pop here, but they do get it. But at this point, like, I wouldn't try to push. I'm just trying to keep mid and get my team back in.
Yeah, at this point, you need to make sure you get the other team off your spinner because you won't be able to move otherwise.
I mean, this game is all about taking and holding space, right? No matter what the mode is,
Right.
and that's one of the things you've got to do. But
Well,
now,
that was
Crab
spicy
goes 3 down.
sword kill.
And you see how fast Inked Outlaws is moving up and trying to take space.
Yes, yeah. They need to send somebody up into the other team.
Having a hard time grabbing the Rainmaker with a lot of bomb spam from the junior there.
Yeah,
The
that
bubble protecting the Rainmaker, but let's see who wants to grab it. In this comp, who's carrying for you, Rav?
if I'm Crab and Go, I'd probably want that either the Junior or the Nautilus to grab.
On the Outlaws, I would have expected the Dynamo to grab it, but the Shot did grab it.
Shot did grab. Yeah, Dynamo carrying Rainmaker can be slow because like Dynamo's a heavy weapon, so you typically don't want them to have it. But in some cases, you just kind of have to go if you're like the one next to
neither
it.
team has drinks here for Rainmaker. That's really interesting to me because that's something I always want to bring for the swim speed and the quick respawn because your Rainmaker carrier is going to die a lot.
Yeah, so now it's even more important for team fights that you work together because nobody's going to be really coming back fast.
This
There's
is
a Zook
another
coming
really
out.
close
They
game.
get one.
And they do get a pick.
They get two. It's a
two
double
with the
for the
Zuka.
Zook.
And here we go. Inked Outlaws pushing, and they do have the jump from the spinner in mid. And
They're
they
trying
do
to get
the
that
check.
dunk. They successfully get the checkpoint, so now they just have to grab it and move it in order to get lead.
So
but
now
all
they are
of
down
Crabbe
1
goes
point.
back.
Inked Outlaws pushing the plat, and we have a lone T-Tag trying to stop him here. See what we can do. Oh, the
They get
Dynamo
a pick
goes
off
down.
Dynamo.
The sword struggling. Oh, he takes
Oh,
down
and
the
a pick
sword
off
too.
sword.
We have one more member of Inked Outlaws over here.
There's a fight going on
Goes
here.
down.
They got it. Oh, then they
The
get
Rainmaker resets, and it's 3v3.
reset. Yeah, nobody was able to contest that. There was so much scrappy fighting going on.
So Chumps out and strikes on the side of Inked Outlaws, and
I
they
feel
look
like
they're trying to
popped those.
move.
Yeah, they tried to pop those for movement, but I feel like that was a little too soon.
But
Oh,
Crab
they're
and Go
making-
grabs
they're
and
making a
runs
run for it.
blindly
They left-
behind them,
they left the
going for
Rainmaker
the goal.
alone.
And here we go.
It's a dunk.
And that's game for Crab and Go. 2-0.
You blink, and now all of a sudden you lose. You
That
have
is
to
my-
keep an eye on that Rainmaker.
That's my favorite move in Rainmaker.
Oh,
when
it's-
they aren't looking, grab it.
It is absolutely satisfying to get that sneaky win, but it also feels so bad when you're the other team.
Yeah, it's like, and the call-outs, oh my God, they're going with it, they're running it.
Wait, we gotta turn around. They gotta turn around because everybody had dropped. Nobody was on the platform to turn around fast enough to stop them. They got it for free. Wow.
Yeah, we
Crab
had a
and Go
match like that not long ago. I did the
Yeah.
same thing on the same map. You know, it's
Rainmaker.
rough to lose that way.
Rainmaker can be very volatile, and yeah.
So now we're looking at what, Zones Hagglefish, right?
Yep. Gold. Yeah.
This is one of my favorite Zones maps.
It is what my team, Black Burger, calls the golden standard. I feel it is on every map list. Like everybody loves to play Haggle Zones.
And you're gonna see how your backline does here, right? That's one of those things where you test your team in tournaments.
Yes,
like, how's my backline gonna do? Can we protect them?
Yes.
And then can we flank on this map? Because this is one of the maps with DSI. I like to play brush. And this was game 9 in a set on Ludi for us, and it went down to the wire. I just love the way this map works in Splat Zones. I do.
It can create a lot of scenarios depending on how you play things out. But yeah, taking control of that tent and
it
making
is
sure you push up
Yes.
with your team once you get them to be 3 down.
Yeah,
or
you got to take
stagger.
that. And once you get up there, it's over with unless they have a really good combination of specials to push you back out of their plat.
Yes, yeah. Special usage is very important for getting a.
I wonder if we're going to see
comeback.
similar comps here. Both teams are going to bring back the cooler.
I am interested to see. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. They are ready.
They're hopping right into it.
They're wasting no time.
No time at all.
So Inked Outlaws needs to get a game or this set is over.
That's right. Yeah.
This
we
is
are
best of 5. Crab and goes up 2-0.
Oh, we got a double dually, and back to double bucket. Oh, that's two reef sliders on Grab and Go.
Uh-oh. The silver arrow spray. Let's go. Love to see it.
That is awesome.
Double dualies, double buckets.
Yeah, I love seeing like more unique
Give me
combos.
some
It
reef
just makes
slider
matches so
action.
much more interesting. Except that was a very fast, jab from
Well,
Crab
they have
and
so
Go.
much paint out. The Crab and Go with the spray and the dread and the knot. Like,
yeah, they're gonna have a
but
pretty
the zone flips.
nice flip.
Inked Outlaws goes 2 down, but they do have control of the zone. Here goes the Dynamo moving up on the
They're
strikes.
getting that. They're trying to get that striker.
And they get him.
They successfully do so. Now they're trying to
now
shark.
Early lead flip here.
Nice shark on that other slosher.
So this is something I don't expect Dynamos to be doing, is moving up into my face.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to fight against for me.
Yeah, Dynamos they can be scary if you let them shark on you.
Yeah, Reef Slider into the zone, and it looks like Crab and Go was trying to take back, but Inked Outlaws manages to hold on to the zone, and they are still counting, but the Splashdown should flip it, and it does.
Yeah, we got 2 Reef Sliders and a Splashdown for very fast retakes. Meanwhile, we got Inked Outlaws. They got a bubble. They do have a Reef Slider, but the dualies are the ones that need to scrap and get these picks. But so far, Crab and Go looks like they're going to be holding control here.
Yes, and they are getting moved up. This is what we were talking about here, you know. You get up under that tent, throw bombs up there. The lead flips again. You know, Inked Outlaws is down 1. Looks like Inked Outlaws is trying to push for the zone here. They got a bubble out. They may be able to cap here with it. Yeah, with the Dread, yes.
Yeah.
They do cap. So now this is a back and forth thing here, too. You're going to have to move up on them now if you want to win this match. And
yeah, it looks like Crab and Go right now has a Splashdown and a Reef ready. They launched the Reef, and it's a fast cap. They must have enough special power up to make it a fast cap.
Probably so. Probably so, Rav. Just the specials here, the painting specials, Reef Slider, strikes,
left and right.
Splashdown. Wow.
Special carnage coming out here.
Absolutely. And so here we go with Inked Outlaws in a lock-in situation, right? And what do you do here? You've got the chumps, right? But you have to move on them.
Yeah.
And they already go 1 down here. So you guys got to look for a pick because Crab and Go is counting.
Yeah, the counter is going down fast. They're at 35 ticks. It's not going to take very long if they can't take back control.
And they're moving up, and it clocks at 20. The slider doesn't go all the way into the zone, and a reverse slider keeps the zone for Crab and Go. Looks like Crab and Go is about to take this set unless something happens here.
Yeah, unless we see something really drastic. They have no specials online. It's looking like a locked in for Crab and Go.
For Crab and Go over
They take the set 3-0. But, I mean, Sturgeon and Museum were very close.
Absolutely.
It was back and forth for a while on the other 2 maps. So Crab and Go made quick work of that zone game. And
it was a very good set. You know, like you said, it was 3-0, but the first 2 games were very close. And I saw that last game being close. It was just when they get on top of you and they have that much paint, it's really hard to get out of that.
Yes. Yeah. Hagglefish has a way of testing a team's synergy and special usage because it's very important that you guys stack your specials in the right way in order to break out of the bad situation.
So it looks like that's all for us as commentators right now. I don't know when they're going to pull us off, but we'll hang out with you until then.
Yeah. So yeah, it was very sudden coming into our block.
Yeah, that was a great set though, and I love to see it at the LAN. The play's a little bit different, the dynamics a little bit different with the latency. You know, it's my first LAN. I really enjoy the community and being out here among my people. So.
Yeah, LAN environments are just so much more different than playing online tournaments. I love seeing the real life energy coming from the crowd because that hypes everybody up, and you know, seeing the players' reactions live, it's always a fun thing to see.
Yeah, and we'll be continuing to stream from here all night, guys. Games are still going all into the afternoon, into the evening, and then we have collegiate brackets later on tonight too.
Yeah, stay tuned because there is plenty of content in store.
So it looks like we're trying to get the players up here for the next set that's going to be streamed.
Yeah. Oh, just kidding.
So we will
just
kill
kidding.
some time
Dio
with you guys. Just kidding.
he's making calls. We love Dio. Dio is best head TO.
Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to the TOs here, man. This has been a great event. Very well organized. Everything's been going off on time. You know, a lot of times you see with LANs there's delays getting in and delays getting out. There's equipment issues. There's been none of that today. It's been a really great organized
Yeah, for the
tournament.
most part, things have been running pretty smoothly. Yeah, we're at H-Town 4. It's our 4th iteration. I feel like every time we get better and better, and the support is awesome because we're getting even more players coming out every time.
Yeah, and if you guys are in Texas and you're not here, come out next time.
Or even nearby. I mean, Arkansas,
yeah, Houston,
Arkansas folks
by.
came out here. So if you can make it to a local, you should do so.
You know what blows my mind, Rav? There's people out here playing handheld.
You know,
and they're good. And they're playing
I know,
very
yeah,
well.
they're clearly like skilled enough to handle it. literally.
My,
But, you know, I couldn't do it.
my brain doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I
My-
can't. I could not. The screen's so small, and I just, it's so hard for me to control it.
So we're about to be done here. I'd like to thank you guys for watching. We'll be back up in a few minutes with some different casters to
Yeah,
commentate
stay
the next
tuned,
matches.
everyone.
Yeah, and then I know I'll be playing in Silver Bracket later. I think Rab will too, right?
Yeah, I'll be in silver
So
as well.
some of our matches might be streamed. But that's all I got for now. Crackhead out.
See y'all.
Hello and welcome back to Houston Splashdown, H-Town Splashdown number 4. We are wrapping up groups here with the final match in Wave B. We have got Brave on commentary here with the one and only Stara. Stara, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good today. Feeling pretty good. It's a good day to be here. Honestly, I'm very hyped to just be commentating this set. We have Daybreak versus Reef
Sliders.
Reef Sliders.
Reef Surfers.
Reef Surfers. Yeah, Daybreak versus Reef Surfers. Very interesting set. I recognize a few of the names here. Manga, very, very strong roller player. Windbreak is a strong ballpoint.
We've also got Fall Hole, typically on dualies, vanilla dualies, as well as Rocket. This is Rocket's first land. We got Rocket showing off the Yoshi's plush now on the cams. Just met Rocket. Rocket was very excited here very early this morning tournament to help test the setup, so that was awesome. And yeah, really excited to see these two teams duke it out to see who makes it into top cut.
Yeah, we are starting on Rainmaker Undertow. Very, very fun stage. Obviously a little bit biased because, I mean Sploosh and Wiper, both hammer weapons. But Brave, what are your takes on the stage?
In general, I'm not a huge fan of Rainmaker. I couldn't really tell you why. I don't have a good reason. But yeah, Undertow is one of the better ones for sure. I think that I enjoy it much more so than, say, like Museum.
Yeah. Rainmaker
yeah.
Museum and Brave have a bit of history, but hopefully he can look past that to just enjoy the gameplay we're gonna see today from these two teams here. I do kind of expect I'm kind of excited to see what weapons we have here, cause if I'm not wrong, there's a Dreadringer player on one of the teams.
I also saw Stringer and Aerospray.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Aerospray is gonna be interesting to watch.
There they are.
Breakdown on Aerospray. Okay. Very, very interesting. Okay.
More conventional from the Reef Surfers. And the Reef Surfers actually just came out of a very close Game 5 set with Tamu White to make it to this qualifying match. And Daybreak's going to get that early pop and have all that paint in mid. They even have both zones kind of painted up. They can move through it, but Manga's going to take this first little skirmish here, and not much going to be. But the first special comes out, and Reef is going to get one. That is going to give Daybreak the man advantage.
All right. Okay, very, very strong Reef Slider. They have another.
The second Reef Slider hits the grass!
Oh my god, that's a wipe, and they will claim the checkpoint immediately. And Reef Surfers scrambling to get back here. Another Reef Slider comes out. They can't find any, but they're able to force everybody to move around, but that will end the push with a wipe and a clean few picks from Manga on the decapitator there.
That's going to be a very clean retake from Reef Surfers. They're really able to now start painting up mid, completely stopped any points from being made after that check is really huge here.
Yeah, and they will pop bubble, pop strike, start to move up. They do slider. What a Zuka! Arced all the way over that. Insane shot.
And the Reef popping the shield is also going to get one.
Finds another. It's just Manga left. But I don't think Manga is going to be able to pick off the Rainmaker here.
Yeah, Manga was behind the Rainmaker, and the Rainmaker just ran all the way away to mid.
They just can't catch a break here with these resliders. This double reslider comp is quite a lot. They do have only one reslider now, since, if I'm not wrong, Breakdown grabbed the Rainmaker on Aerospray. But even with this one reslider, they could deal some serious damage here. They have the reslider ready, but it goes down. They have no tactical cooler. They can't save that. And they start just dropping quickly, one after the other, just because of that.
Yeah, Whale not going to really be able to put that forward pressure enough, especially against that defensive Crab, as the Reef Surfers are able to really hold there.
They do seem to be just steadily taking space here. They've got the strikes ready. They've got the bubble ready. It looks like it's finally their time to push. They pop the strikes, starting to move in. But the Zuka trying to put a stop to that. Can they find one? No, they can't. But with that, the bow will go down. But two Reef-Sliders coming out. Two go down.
And that is going to be a singular kill for each Reef Slider. This Crab is now having to divert attention back towards their spawn.
Yeah, and Daybreak is just having a field day at this point. They're just running around. Like, they're doing the most. They're doing the most, honestly. They're doing the most insane things.
They're doing a lot right now. And the Reef Surfers are kind of having trouble keeping up with their pace.
Yeah, like you see Dread, supportive weapon, it's just going in right now. And they can afford that because they have things like Reef Slider to like make sure they can like get some value out of going forward. And you see it right there, 2 go down with that Reef Slider. Almost a 3rd going down. Luckily, they will escape. And now Daybreak is just back on a normal push. Manga trying to put in some damage here, not able to. Or is able to.
Ballhole escaping death there was huge because that crab was essential to their stop on this push. They only managed to squeak out 2 points, and now Manga is trying to set up already very, very far up into the left check there.
Yeah, and they do get that bubble set up this time. Hopefully Azuka doesn't pick off the Rainmaker this time. They do have the Zuka almost ready. They have the Reslider come out. The Zuka gets popped, but the Zuka goes down. History does not repeat itself. They start pushing, and they will get the checkpoint here.
We do have a Reef Slider and a Whale for defense, and the Reef Slider is going to go for pop. Gets one, not the Rainmaker pop, but of course is going to go ahead and take that reset. Getting the Rainmaker back to mid. Was this the smartest choice? They have now given Reef Surfers the decision to be able to go quick right. The go ahead did not take that though, and now mid is looking like it's very in favor of Daybreak.
Yeah, but with these specials soon, they'll be able to push in. They have the slider, or not slider, they have the cooler, they have the strikes, trying to find picks. Slider comes out, not quite able to find one. Breakdown goes down. This could spell disaster for Daybreak. They're 2 down.
With specials on Reef Surfer.
But the bow hits that shot, pops their whale, and now gets a 2nd.
Yeah, Ballhole is going to be back fast with Crab. Daybreak doesn't have to do anything here. They have that 2-point lead. But the Crab is going to come out here. We'll see what it does. That Stringer is going to be feeling the pressure. And then he gets the 90. He does kill. And the Reef also gets canceled as well. There is only 2 alive right now.
Oh, but the shot is sharking. Do they find it? They do. It's just the Aerospray. They have to get value out of that slider. They don't, but they're stuck in a corner, and that's the game. Daybreak will take it.
Daybreak really just squeaked that victory out.
That was the most insane game plan I've ever seen. Their entire game plan relied on rushing in, and anytime they had slider, popping both at once or popping it the moment they got it. And so Reef Surfers just could not get organized at all. Just struggling so much. They have the little tri-stringer out right here. Very nice.
Yep, we got that tri-stringer on the camera, as you noted. And we have Daybreak. You know, they did get first at the last HTSD Collegiate Bracket. And we have Collegiate Bracket coming after Top Cut as well at 8 p.m. And we'll see how they fare against the new and improved 3 months later teams.
Yeah, but as we saw right there, they're still very powerful themselves. And I wouldn't put it past them to win Collegiate Bracket again today, because that was, honestly, that's a lot to adapt to for any team. Honestly, we got to see how Reef Surfers are able to adapt to this game too. It's splat zones as well, so they're going to clearly struggle with the Reef Sliders getting zone. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, you know, for a team named after Reef Slider, they sure didn't handle those reefs quite well enough.
Absolutely not. They really struggle with Reef Sliders. Hopefully they can change that here if they want to stay in with a chance to get Top Cut.
Looking at these next 2 maps, I think it will actually be difficult. I feel that Reef is quite strong on Scorched Clams, as well as just splat zones. It's just splat zones.
Yeah, even though this isn't the greatest map for Slider Cheese, it's still very much possible. And if you run special power up, which if I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure they're running it, then it's kind of just not fun to fight at all. It's just you can't do anything to stop the zone flipping. And obviously, Slider Cheese is a thing in Clam Blitz. Even though we don't have Kraken Cheese, we do have Slider Cheese in Clam Blitz. So
yep,
you can't put it past them to also make some cheesy plays with some super clam jumps.
Yeah, we'll see if they have been practicing that once we get to the clams. For now, Barnacle Zones will be next up. We did have some issues with hardware, so right now we're trying to get back in the room, trying to get headsets working, all that good LAN stuff. Yeah.
What I will bring up though is we didn't really talk enough about the Tri-Stringer there. Tri-Stringer was an excellent pick. I don't know how much I agree with the idea of picking Tri-Stringer on Rainmaker. While I think picking Wellstring on Rainmaker is evil, it's also smart. So, like, I kind of don't understand the pick, but it paid off extremely well.
Yeah, definitely the rare Tri-Stringer coming out. It really did, because that Rainmaker was in the corner. Aerospray's not going to be able to really pressure that at all. The Reef kind of got it into the Tri-Stringer's perfect range, and then Tri-Stringer was really able to just keep chipping it over and over again. Rainmaker didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, they really didn't. They were just cornered there, and with a weapon so good at trapping you like Tri-Stringer, kind of impossible to escape from that. We do seem to still be struggling with the hardware issues. But in the meantime, I will ask if you would so please explain your history exactly with not like a specific mode, but more so your history with the concept of Rainmaker stalling.
Oh no, we don't need to get into that. We can talk about hype things like Clam Blitz.
All right.
Did you know that on Barnacle and Dime, there's a clam that spawns on the uninkable glass and also one that spawns on Snipe? People are quite often neglecting those spawn clams, and so a singular clam will just be left right next to the basket for a sneaky little 7-clammer to come and make a ball with.
If I'm not wrong, actually, a group of 3 clams spawns on Snipe on that map.
Yeah, I just mean like at the beginning. With the undespawnable ones, the ones that will literally just stay there all game.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Those, I actually didn't know that. That's a very interesting fact. Thank you. Thank you, Brave.
Because no one really goes to Snipe, and no one is really going to start going out uninkable little walkway because it's slow. You want to be able to swim and get to mid fast. So,
yeah, no, that's very interesting. The clam spawn spots in this game always, like, made sense as compared to Splatoon 2, because I'm not going to act like I enjoyed that game. That was probably the worst shooter game I've ever had the displeasure of playing. Like, I've played a solid few shooters outside of the Splatoon series, and I can confidently say Splatoon 2 was the worst one. And this is largely in part due to the fact that they let a weapon that kind of just instantly wins games, Kenzo 52 Gal, into that game and never nerfed it. But also just because so many design choices about that game and its maps will always perplex me. Like, there's so few maps from that game that I'll, like, really understand why they are the way that they are. Like, take, for instance, New Albacore Hotel. That map was, like...
It had a good vision.
It had good vision. I'll give it that much. But, like, probably the weirdest flanks of all time, because you had to go extremely far out, and the flanks were, like, there was no visibility on the flank specifically. Like, whenever...
That's my kind of flank. That sounds like it's prime Brave territory.
That does not sound very fun to fight, actually. Does not sound very fun to fight. And I say this as somebody who loves going on flanks. That does not seem very fun to fight.
We've got the docks replaced now, and so we've got everyone back in the lobby. We'll be starting this Splat Zones Barnacle in about 90 seconds.
Yeah. I forgot what I was saying.
You hate Albacore Hotel.
Yeah, no, I hate Albacore Hotel. I hate a lot of those Splatoon 2 maps. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why Walleye Warehouse was a map that existed. at any point. I'm not gonna even act like Splatoon 1 is my favorite game of all time, regardless of genre. I'm not even gonna act like I liked it in that game. It was terrible there too. It was just awful all around. They brought over Kelp Dome for some reason, which is by far the worst map in the series. Actually, no. Actually, I correct myself. Lemuria Hub is the worst map in the series. Kelp Dome is a very close second.
Shoutouts to TM. Lemuria Hub enjoyer. Resident Lemuria Hub enjoyer.
Not even no weapon could get me to enjoy that map. I don't understand what he could possibly see in it.
Have you tried Junior?
I play Junior. I play it in comp. I play it competitively. I like the weapon. I still don't understand why you could enjoy that map.
Yeah,
it's a good weapon on the map. It's a good weapon on the map, but it's just not a fun map.
Yeah, neither do we.
Yeah, it's just.
Bro, this dude, this guy.
I'd really like an answer from him specifically on why he likes that map. Because
we have to keep playing it in our Sendo Q sets because he won't take it out of his map pool.
Because he won't take it out of his map pool. That's torture. I'm very sorry. But one thing that can hopefully lighten your spirits is the match finally starting. We will see a Tetra dually.
And it's
so they're coming back with their own resliders and Dapples, which is going to be interesting to see. They still have double reslider, but no Dreadranger anymore. They want to have a bit more aggression. And we do see Ballpoint coming out finally, which we do love to see some Ballpoint.
Ball doing some skirmishing here, but not really able to find much. And as the jet comes out, and Reef is going to put a lot of pressure on Reef Surfers, and they go 2 down now. That is Daybreak getting the first control of the game.
Yeah, and we do see the Dapples going in, finding one, trying to find a second, not quite able to, but we'll just retreat with their Reef Slider and hold this space that they have and just try and keep this for points.
Yep, we are going to see some fights here on plat. We have 2-3 approaching the area. Reef is going to 70 many, but not take any out. And that is a great pick from Yama on the dualies. That is going to be a saved cooler, and everyone's going to be able to get that with this bubble and retake.
The Ballpoint does find a pick, though, so this retake may be a little bit easier because now you got the benefit of no specials on the side of Reef Surfers. They'll have to fight this Inkjet without anything to combat it, just their cooler.
They're all left, and that Reef Slider right is going to be very good for keeping them separated, but they do get to recap zone regardless.
Yeah, and we just see the Dapples trying to find a way in with this Reef Slider. They want to be able to capture the zone. They don't end up using the Reef Slider for it. They do keep it.
Zuka, random Zuka
comes out, gets 2 picks. Third one goes down. Now it's real danger for Reef Surfers again because you could just get locked out very easily from here. They start to try and go in with these strikes. Go down 1 to the Reef Slider, pop their own, not quite able to capture the zone, and they're just still in this disadvantage state.
We're seeing the 3rd Reef Slider in the last 15 seconds of gameplay. 1 down on each side, but Daybreak has the zone, and as I say that, is capped by Reef Surfers. They are going to give penalty there.
Yeah, and now we just see Rocket trying to find a way up. Going in slowly, just goes down unfortunately, but they have the Reslider backing them up, and they are able to finally fully take up this fight with that. But they're not quite able to hold the space because the Reslider comes out, finds a pick, and neutralizes the zone here. Manga trying to stall and get behind them, not quite able to find anything themselves. But with that, they are able to keep the zone for just a bit longer, trying to hold for the lead. Just a few ticks left.
Oh, taking everyone's attention and also able to trade one is going to give Reef Surfers the lead.
Yeah, and with that, Daybreak will finally retake the zone, trading out the Zap right there, and we're straight back to what we were at before, but now it's just Rocket alone trying to hold on to the zone here, and Manga coming in supporting, but not able to get the bubble up like in time. They do go down, and with that, they go 2 down now, and Daybreak will be back on the advantage with that nice Inkjet direct.
Yeah, that is going to sever Cooler for that team, and they aren't really going to be back very fast. They won't really have specials either. They're just going to have to bank on this Reef. They don't really see Fall Hole, so that is a very good perk.
but the Reef just neutralizes the zone temporarily. But the strikes are going to come in and are going to able to cap. And another Reef.
Able to shred the bubble and get a pick on Manga very quickly. Very good resider there to counter that. But will they be able to side with Suzuka? Yes, they do. The Jet comes out with it, though. They go one down. They pop the resider. They lose zone. And now it's the advantage for Daybreak yet again. Just constantly flipping back and forth. No lockouts happening here.
Yeah, absolutely not. These zone flips are just coming back and forth. With Cooler being out, though, and Manga going in, that is going to spell a little bit of trouble for Daybreak as Reef Surfers take the zone and are able to take a bunch of space. This bubble is going to be coming huge right here soon. If they live, they do. They have this entire space, no one around to contest it, and Natsuka's not going to be able to really pressure who's in the bubble at all.
They do hold zone, almost to their penalty going out. But the Jet comes out trying to stop them. They've got like very little time left. They have to go in now, pop the reslider, but they aren't able to hold the zone, and that will be the game going to Reef Surfers. We are now 1-1 tied going into game 3.
Yeah, you know, they heard me about the Reef comment, and they said, we have Reefs. We have Reefs of our own. Don't worry.
They came back with the very well-tested phrase, if you can't beat them, join them.
Absolutely.
So,
and now we will be seeing Scorch Clamblitz. Again, Reef Slider can get some value here. I think we will continue to be seeing these Reef Sliders back and forth most of the game. What about you, Stara?
Now, if you want my take on this, I think we're going to see Dreadringer again here because, again, biased because I played Dreadringer, but Dreadringer is annoying on this stage. I kind of hate fighting the weapon, despite maining it. So I do expect to see Dreadringer here. I don't know for sure, but I do expect to. I do remember actually at one point, last H-Town Splashdown on this stage, I think Daybreak did run double Zuka here, so we could see that as well. So that is a real possibility that we see double Zuka on this map.
Okay. It looks like we are having some subbing going on, and it looks like the host wasn't quite ready for that, so we are going to have an intentional DC, an intentional game reset here to get on their 5th member, get them some screen time.
I will say, now I'm kind of curious, like, what weapons will we be seeing then? Like, if we have a substitute, I don't know who subbed out, which is the real question here. I really don't know who subbed out. It was either, I think, Breakdown or Hamsa. I'm not sure, but I think it's gonna be, I think it's their Dapples that's switching out. So I was wrong on the Dreadringer. It won't be a Dreadringer here, I don't think. So this will be interesting to see. Yeah, it is Hamza that is subbed out. So we will not be seeing a Dreadringer here. So I'm kind of curious to see what weapon will replace it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we see that plushie there directly in front of the cameras. I do really like this plushie. I will say, one fun thing about the tournaments is that so many people bring their plushies and show them directly to the cameras.
Yeah, it's very fun. Everyone brings something. I have a little something I'll put in front of the camera as well. Rather excited.
Same here. I have a total of like 4 plushies in my backpack, and I forgot to bring them to the stream. And also,
rough.
I wanted to bring my Superior plush that I have around my neck as a tradition, because I've brought it both of the last times I was here for number 2 and number 3. But I sadly could not get a hold of it today, so we'll have to settle with one of my 4 Oshawott plushies.
That's a lot of Oshawott.
You can never have too much of Oshawott.
I know a few
don't really
who
question
think
it.
the same.
Don't question it. Just, it's Oshawott.
So it's looking like now we are going to be having a shot from the side of the Reef Surfer, or rather Daybreak, as well as Gal. These are both kind of interesting picks here. I'm curious to see how they work against Reef Surfers.
I will say the comms do seem to go back to game 1 for Reef Surfers, but for Daybreak, I will say triple shooter is going to be interesting to watch because of how seemingly uninteresting it looks on paper.
Yeah, a lot of shooters out here, but we got the crowd still ready and going.
And we do see this Gal, the weapon that will be the death of Splatoon 3, and is the most evil weapon you could play going in here. The Reslider gets 1, and with that, they start to push in and start to take a little bit of space here. Manga trying to hold a bit of ground. Manga not quite able to, but now it's just a 2v3, 1v3.
And the bomb was behind the pillow. That's
we
tragic.
leave Heartbreak alone.
Yeah, that is going to be a stopped push for Daybreak by Reef Surfers. Very, very nice defense. Just bombing out that choke and being able to get some picks off of it. Manga going in is going to get shut down by 2 shooters pre-firing that ramp area. And with Zuka pop, now the forward momentum is on the side of Daybreak. The Gal takes left zone. Reef Slider is going to be popped, and 3 are now down. Just Manga from spawn. Maybe jumped in, but no, they're under the basket. And the Gal needs to make a ball here. They do get it. Made, but not scored.
Yeah, and with that now, this push is looking a little bit worse here. They have the bubble up, but it's just constant pressure from the side of Daybreak before they are finally out of resources.
Directed!
Right as I say that, they get an inkjet. They are able to push back in. 3 go down, and now they are finally able to score, start pouring in those clams.
Whale is popped, and that's going to allow Gal to unload all 6 or 7 of their clams. Huge scores being played here. The Aerospray just giving 3 to Windbreak and going in with this Reef Slider, but misses the rails, still gets one anyway.
Yeah, still able to find, trying to go in for more. Not quite able to find it, but just lots of value in that push there. Getting below 50 very fast. That's half the game gone already. And now Daybreak has to like try and hold on to that lead here as Manga is starting to push back in. Forced to retreat a little bit, but hopefully they can survive this inkjet and make a counter push here. And it's really looking like it, unless this inkjet gets it right here. Not quite, but there's a Reslider in your spawn. They don't seem to see it, but they don't jump into the Reslider as well.
There's a lot of skirmishes, scrappiness going on in this mid. We have many members of both just having to fight it out from much different angles. We have Zuka being popped. A trade is going to go out, and that is going to be zapped down without cooler, but it is all right. They will get it on their way back in.
Oh, and the Reslider from Breakdown getting another pick. And I'm not going to lie, if my memory must be serving me wrong, because I'm pretty sure Breakdown hates Aerospray, but I will say they seem to be really strong on the weapon because they're just causing problems. They just can't get a
die
break.
to that bomb somehow, and we have 2 specials being popped, but 1 goes down, and with a bubble, that is kind of spell the end of the push, despite getting that awesome pick.
And now it's just like they're just holding on by like a strand, but that strand was strong enough to keep them in this and keep them from getting scored on, and now Resurfers can try to start counter pushing.
And we have 3 suction bombs on the elbow. Manga is going to go ahead and take up that position, trying to see if they can find anyone. They do end up killing the Gal before going down. They're actually still alive and are able to still pressure with 80 damage, big damage numbers, and with a bubble set up and a missed ball throw, they are going to be fine because Manga is still killing them.
Yeah, and now they're starting to pour in clams. Only 12 points away. That's 4 clams they need to tie it up, and a few more to take the lead. Just 2 clams to take the
And
lead
they spawn
here.
behind!
Just one, there's 2. They're stopped. And now they just need 1. Can they get it? It doesn't seem like it. They're trying to run in with it, but no. Their push is stopped, and they are now at 45 due to tying.
Dio wanting overtime, but they do have this ball. They're going to need to be able to take mid very fast or have a sneaky flank to have a chance, though, at taking this lead. And it's not just the ball they have to score either. They will need to get 4 whole clams in after that to take lead.
We do have a Reslider to try and stop a push, but can that Reslider stay alive is a question. Zuka comes out, not quite able to find a pick.
A little bit of a
Applying
desperate
pressure.
Zuka does not quite find anything, and they're going to have to go in now. But here comes the Reef Slider, as well as Gal, shutting them out.
And that will be the game going to Daybreak. What an interesting game there. That was an exhilarating push from the side of Reef Surfers, and it's very, very unfortunate that they did not get that last 1 clam that they needed to take the lead.
Yeah, no, that was an awesome game. The crowd was pumped. When it was 44-44, you could really, really feel the energy from everyone in this venue.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was just something incredible there. I heard all those screams.
It really looked like Fallhole was going to get those conveniently spawned 3 clams in for lead, but it just so happened that one of the suction bombs had been placed there like 2 seconds ago.
I do remember seeing like the clam spawn right as they walked onto the ramp, but they had barely missed them, so they had to walk backwards to grab them, and that little bit of extra time was all they needed to place a bomb and just put a stop to that and just finally close out the push.
Yeah, super tragic for Fallhole.
Yeah, and unfortunate for the entirety of Reef Surfers. They're still they still need to recover the next 2 games just to make it a top cut. And well, now it's looking less and less likely every single game that they'll be able to win this set. I will say, though, the one thing I've noticed is that outside of the Zones Barnacle game, every single game has ended within 1 to 2 points of, like, the teams. Like, both of them have been 1 to 2 points of each other on both Rainmaker Undertow and on Clam Scorch. And even though it was a KO, if I'm not wrong, on Zones Barnacle, was it?
Yes.
Yes. Even though it was a KO, it was still a very close match where neither team could lock out, like, truly until, like, the very end there. So
yeah, it's been very back and forth and very even. This set could still go either way, but we will need to see a resurgence from the Reef Surfers. They will need to figure out how to deal with these Heartbreak Jets are being a thorn in their side, just causing so much confusion, commotion, and allowing Daybreak to get the picks that they need to every single time that Jet is popped.
yeah, and I will say they do have the answers within their comp to that Inkjet. If they just, like, try and get I feel like this might sound like a crazy idea, but I do feel like if Manga ran special charge up, they could really have an answer to that Inkjet. Just having the bubble faster than they have the Inkjet would mean so much, but it's really, like, it's harder to get out-painted a ballpoint, considering how fast the ballpoint can move and how fast the ballpoint can paint up for special. It's going to be hard to outspeed them. It's going to be hard to get that little bubble just to keep yourself safe from that Inkjet.
For sure, and the bubbles also have to be placed, like, at the right spots where your team is, where they're pushing. Earlier on that Scorched Clams, there was a bit of a disconnect between the bubble and the Inkjet, where Manga was very aggressive on the enemy's ramp and was having a bubble set up, but the Inkjet was pressuring the right side of the ramp, the other ramp entirely, and so the bubble didn't really counter Inkjet in that situation, but it kind of just helped team fights over there in a much more aggressive bubble rather than defensive against the Inkjet. We've definitely seen Manga doing a lot of aggressive positionings, a lot of flanks, and just W key gonna go kill him. And it's been working out pretty good for them, but they are going to need a little bit more support from their teammates as well if they are hoping to take this set.
Indeed, yeah, they're gonna have to like go into it from a different angle, which usually that's not my philosophy. Usually what I do is I bash my head into a wall until the wall breaks. But really, it's gonna be like we need to they need to like go at it from a completely different angle. Need to walk around the wall instead of bashing their head into it if they want to beat this Inkjet. And on CC Mechamart, where Bubble is so strong, it's really gonna be a mystery on whether they'll find that new strategy, find that new way to play decav to counter this Inkjet, or whether they won't.
Yeah, but we will see very shortly as all the players have readied up. It is battle time. We are going into Game 4 on Tower Control Mechamart. Daybreak up 2-1.
And we do see Manga's Roller, well known, coming out here, and Icebreaker's Dread coming back.
Yeah, Manga switching off decap to Roller is going to lead to some more interesting gameplay in terms of we haven't really seen plays like this where it's just completely decap wants to be seen, but this Roller is sharking. And unfortunately, though, there's really no one going to that stack at all for Manga to be able to capitalize. And unfortunately, as the zap goes down at 97 cooler, that is going to be 0 coolers for Reef Surfers.
Yeah, and with this, now it seems like Daybreak is primed and ready to start pushing here. They've popped all their strikes, they popped their cooler, but they aren't able to take that much space. And unless this flank gets some value, I don't think they're going to be able to do much. But it does seem to find people. The two go down, though. It's just Manga's Roller here, hit for 90 damage, but not quite killed yet. And now they got to start pushing again. But now with much less resources, much less manpower, all they have is that Inkjet, and that's not quite enough with the Restarter coming out here.
Gonna really paint that tower, not really let them reversal. Pretty safe, pretty good Reef Slider. We do get the cooler now soon coming out from this zap right near the bubble.
Roller does find some picks though. They're trying to just get under their skin here and just find as much as they can. And they do find 2. And now we can see the Tetris going on a flank, and they're starting to deal some real damage.
We have both the Roller and Doolies just fighting so far back behind in spawn. They are getting some value, but they actually are able to take 3 down and take the tower themselves, allowing their teammates to jump back in. They, of course, have lost their more aggressive positioning, but it's going to help them get checked much easier now. We're having people drop on this Roller. The shooter gets away with it. The Dread does not.
And Rock is trying to get on the tower here to get the lead. They're slowly pushing and trying to get points here. They do gain the lead, and they go all the way to 55.
As well as a checkpoint break is very, very important, because as you are going past the plat, you want to get away from that plat as soon as you possibly can for pushes. It just, unfortunate Reef there.
Unfortunate Restarter getting caught on the ledge. Real thing that happens with a special, by the way, that probably won't ever get patched in this game. But they are 3 points away from lead regardless, and they're trying to find it. They do find the lead, and now they just got to push it further. The slider comes out, yet again getting stuck, but more go down. Roller has forced to jump out, but 2 go down to the suction bomb. And now Daybreak's push is very much shut down.
Roller has bubble. Manga is ready to take the Reef Surfers to the next lead. They do need to put some paint down, though, and get ad break away from that far left. They almost have their Zuka, just a few more suction bombs, and they do. They have 2 pushing, and they do take it out right before they get the Zuka, as well as stopping a Reef. That is no Reef, and the bubble has been popped. Huge.
and the slider comes out to find a pick, and the lead will swap here. Even though this Inkjet's coming out to try and stop them, there's nothing you can really do.
Strides
and they're
are-
trying to start claiming second checkpoint.
That is going to be a fairly solid lead. Of course, if they are able to make it to check, it only takes a few picks. As you saw right there with that push, they were just able to get the critical picks needed to be able to get all the way to that second checkpoint. Daybreak now is going to need to do the same thing if they want to close out this set 3-1.
We do end up seeing the Zuka come out here. Sorry, forgot what I was saying. And they do find one on the Zap, and this is their cue to push. They start moving up, trying to find picks. The roller goes down, and now it's just reliant on how well the Tetris can stall, but they do jump out here.
I actually give the favor to Daybreak here because these picks matter. I saw 3 sodas on that cooler stand. As soon as people die, they are not coming back fast.
Oh, 1 point off though. They need to get something here. It doesn't seem like they're able to. They find a pick
They have
though.
the GG strikes
They
as
need to
well.
touch the tower. They pop strikes. Oh my god. They have to touch the tower for lead.
They get
They
lead!
get it.
Overtime!
But it's overtime. But that's the set. And it does go to Daybreak. Oh my god. What did I just watch?
Insane. Insane getting on in between those strikes.
We need
Dread.
some sort of like replay on that. That was crazy. That was, if I'm not wrong, the Dreadringer stood on tower for the lead there, but the strike came out and the T-Tech jumped on the tower right as the Dread got lead, and so the Dread died. They got tower control, and then they ended up losing it because they died to the shot, and the shot jumped on tower before dying on the end screen. Was an insane sequence of events.
Yeah, it was a lot going way too fast for my brain to process, but Daybreak clutched it out, taking that 3-1 victory. They had the GG strikes. They had, the Reef Surfers had the GG strikes, but just not any teammate being alive to take
Touch the tower.
advantage of it.
No,
Yeah.
nobody was there to touch the tower because they were also like, what I will say is that Daybreak did a good job of making sure they were very separated there. Because if I'm not wrong, the only players that could capitalize off of it were behind, way behind the tower. Couldn't really get close.
Yep. But now it looks like we are going to be setting up for further bracket, whether we stream Silver Bracket or Top Cut next will be Dio's choice. But we will be right back with some more action, so stay tuned.
Peace.
Hi, welcome back to H-Town Splashdown for the winners semis. I am Crack, and I am here with...
I'm Ravioli, or Rav for short. Yep, we are in Top Cut. We are just getting started here. Looks like they're getting ready to set up. Should be some exciting matches. We're getting to the top talent here.
Absolutely. There's a lot of sweaty people out here. I was surprised. So we're looking at Arc Silly against...
Siku got kicked out, who was our winner of H-Town #3. So they are the team to look at this time around and see if they can pull off another win and get an invite to the big invitational that's going on through our locals.
So it looks like the teams are getting readied up. What are you expecting to see here? It looks like we're going for Umami Clams first.
Umami Clams. So if I remember from last tournament from Siku, they were running some really fun stuff. They got a Squiffer going on. They've got, I mean, Sword's pretty normal. They had a, I'm trying to remember, there was something, but we'll see here in just a few seconds, like what they're running. But I know they had some really fun weapons they were running.
So this is a map where I typically don't run Ink Brush anymore because it's not really needed. The basket's so close to mid that with any kind of like bubbles, strikes, or any kind of space-taking special, you can get to that basket as long as someone on the dome gets taken care of, because that's the big part about this map is controlling that dome. And here we go. We're live. Clam Blitz Umami Ruins.
We are getting the ball rolling here. Paintbrush, that was what I was trying to think of. They also have a sploosh.
So we have Siku in yellow? Is that right?
Yeah, I believe, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Arc Silly is running more standard stuff. They got a shot, splash, carbon deco, and an edit. So Arc Silly's got the cooler, Siku does not. Siku's already going down 2 in the first 15 seconds
and
here.
They're 3 down, and it's 2v1.
It is going real fast right now.
They are wasting no time in getting into the battle here. The crab comes out. Crab's out. Huge battle for top mid here.
Yeah, for the Umami Ruins, the top mid area is really important to keep hold of.
Siku's down 3. If the Squiffer goes down, that's a soft wipe, and it looks like
they've got the ball in, and they're scoring.
So Arc Silly scores first, draws first blood, and they're already down to 56. Strikes come out at the basket. Looks like they're trying to pick up some more clams from mid. 53.
Yeah, you
47.
need someone to keep the other team back, and well, someone's got to fetch those clams that are.
And they are kind of doing that. You know, it looks like Siku's coming to leak back out towards the basket, but the damage has already been done here. That first push was really heavy.
Ooh, nice Squiffer pick.
So this is a rough place to be in a clams match. It's barely a minute into the game. You're down 53 points, and you're trying to get back into mid to get some control. And it's now 3v1. Okay, there's a wipeout.
Yeah, but now the pace is going so fast for these teams. We've already got another wipeout. Siku's got to capitalize on this. They've got the ball.
They will score. They're down to 70, 68, 65. Here's a ball jumping in. Can they get it into the basket? And they do take the lead.
That is a narrow lead.
Incredible work. And so they go 3 down. That push is probably over. So as we say in DSI, the party's over.
Oh, they see a jump in mid, but they immediately punish. Yeah,
and now immediate counter push here.
Yeah, the Arc Silly's working on, they've got a lot of clam economy going on. 3 of them have a lot in hand.
17 clams on the side of Arc Silly. And here they go pushing again. They get the penalty down to 6.
Can they build a new ball, or are they going to keep scoring? They got a
wipeout! And so here we go with another ball jumping in.
Yeah, the ball's jumping in now.
This could be game right here.
They just need one more. They just need one small clam.
One clam. And you have about 10 seconds to do it, guys. But you got to get back to that.
There
we go.
There they go.
Game 1 for Arc Silly.
Those first 2 minutes where literally one team had control for the first minute, the other team had control for the second minute, Clam Blitz, especially for Umami, it's so volatile coming back in.
Yeah.
Both teams were moving very fast.
That's what I was saying about the basket being so close to mid. It's very quick. So in a lot of clams maps, if you wipe them on their push, you don't have time to make it to their basket. You have to push again on top of that wipe. In this map, you can get that wipe and push on it immediately as they're respawning. And you can already be in their basket by the time they get down there.
Umami Ruins is, it's a map where you have to hike your defense really fast. Otherwise, you're going to lose control and things will snowball back down.
Absolutely.
Looks like we're going to tower control ship shape next.
One of my least favorite map modes.
Oh, really?
I have a lot of those, but this one's got a special place in my heart. you know, it's really hard for me with my weapon set to make a difference here with my team, so I kind of have to rely on my team here.
Yeah.
But, you know, I try to run Octo here. I think Zip's good, but, you know, sometimes I do run Ink Rush on tower too. It just really depends, but, you know, I'm looking for a lot of mid-range weapons here from both these teams and a lot of, like, ledging weapons like buckets, blasters.
For sure. Yeah, ship shape, I mean, with tower control, really that first check is like so highly contested at the very beginning. It's a longer check, and it's also got that bridge directly in front of it for the other team to like literally just look at you and be like, hell, I'm a longer range weapon. I'm watching you. You can't do anything. So your team really has to focus on trying to displace that that longer range weapon.
And then you get past that first check and you're suddenly in mid in their space, and it's really hard to stop it at that point.
Yeah.
And one of the things I like there is a wall from a gal or a bubble on that check. It's really helpful. Like a wall at that check will hold you long enough to clear it if you get two people on the tower. Here we go. I see a carbon roller. Carbon Deco.
Yeah, Arc Silly, it looks like their comp has stayed the same, but Siku switched out for a wiper instead of the sploosh. Everyone else looks the same.
And one of the things that surprised me about the wiper is how much you can paint with it, you know?
It is surprisingly effective in painting.
A lot of horizontal slashes from the wiper.
Very scrappy in the middle. Surprisingly, nobody went down.
Already a bubble out, and very short push there. They did try to grab the tower quickly, which I can make an argument for or against grabbing the tower immediately in tower control.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are kind of at a standstill. They pick up that wiper, they call him out. They get the Swiffer as well,
that's
so that's
a double.
down.
That's
three down. 3 down for Siku. That makes Arc Silly get a numbers advantage, and they can start to
So here they are at that first check.
Oh, except they just went 3 down.
Oh, they didn't get the first check. Excuse me.
Oh,
Sorry.
There was a fight we did not see. It was crazy over there, apparently.
So here we go, Siku pushing. And so they're approaching the first check here. Looks like they're saving some specials. And it looks like that junior might be getting ready to...
Yeah, the
bubble on the tower?
bubble is set up now.
Oh, bubble in front of the bridge. That's an even better spot for it because it doesn't die on the tower.
Yeah.
So they get past that first checkpoint. They're already at 55.
Things are getting rolling now for
this is where it
Siku.
snowballs. Ooh, the direct
nice
Swiffer.
shot with the Swiffer. They bubble up on tower, protect them from the crab that's over there.
I really like that.
They're going to pick it off. Oh, the crab's down now.
I really like a double bubble comp here. And Manaya's going to give me crap for saying that on stream, but the double bubble comp with the Swiffer and the junior, like, it's really powerful.
It can be very dangerous, especially for tower control, because you cannot, unless you're up in the towers, you can't do anything.
Absolutely, and then, you know, I think that addresses what we were just talking about, putting the bubble on the end of the bridge. It's like a huge wall, and it does die faster because it's not on the tower. So they got a wave breaker out in Arc space, basically.
Brush is sharking on Plat, gets a nice pick. Going after the brush, or the carbon, sorry, and they get it.
I love to see brush gaming, especially competitive brush gaming.
Pain brush is very, very powerful. In the right space, it can do so much damage. Looks like it goes down. There's a fight in the upper corner.
So now they're pushing the last check, and they get it. So now Siku just needs 17 to win.
Yeah, all the checkpoints are clear for Siku.
But they're 3 down.
They are 3 down. We're only halfway through the game.
The wiper makes the jump into the bubble. That was intense for me. Like, trying to get some picks here. Now the blue team's got cooler, so Siku is pushing. Arc Silly's pushing with cooler here. Trying to get some picks.
Trying to get some mileage, but it goes down to the brush. Looks like Arc Silly's got strikes and crab on deck right now, so they can try to utilize those to make something happen.
Strikes. So now they're at that first check, and this is another way to get by there is a crab, right?
Yeah,
but
they get a wipe, but no one's on tower. The
tower
tower is not ticking down. Nobody's on it.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of a costly, a little bit of time you're going to lose there.
Yeah, the 3 teammates
but they are moving up and taking space and keeping. I want to see that Carbon try to get in there and make a difference here, but
Carbon, Carbon able to get that Pain Brush out. That's one of their aggro weapons out of the way.
So here we go with that push, and here's the strikes. These are really dangerous places to be when they're trying to strike you.
They
Another
get a crab on
out.
tower.
Ooh, a direct
nice
with the
pick
Swiffer.
on the from Swiffer.
The
they bubble up.
Here we go. See if we can stop this push. And they lose the lead. There's a lead change here. But remember, there are no checkpoints remaining for either team. So this could really go either way at this point.
Yeah, we got a minute and a half left.
So let's see if Siku gets up and knows how to handle this.
It's truly going to come down to the fights and how each team utilizes their specials.
And you can see from that overhead view, Siku keeping Arc Silly away from the tower as best as possible. you have your Tower Rider back there alone, and they're just up there putting pressure on Arc-Silly, and it's continuing. Arc-Silly's down 2 now.
They got a bubble ready from Squiffer that's riding right now. Looks
So,
like
and then
Wiper's
Wiper's
trying
up
to get
here
into bat. Oh, they
causing
go down.
havoc, but goes down. So I'm not sure if they don't even have a cooler on Siku, right?
Siku, yeah, they do not have a cooler. They just have double bubble and a
So
hammer.
they get the
But
lead
they got
back.
the lead.
46 seconds remaining. 4
And it's another wipeout.
to go, and they get wiped. And let's see if it goes the other
We
way
got
again.
less than a minute. It is a intense back and forth, folks.
And so with no cooler, that wipe is a little bit more costly for Siku than it would be for Arc, you know?
yeah,
and-
they are coming in slower, but you have to remember that.
And you got the
That-
carbon goes down, the edit's down, so
Right, yep.
this push is really stalling out here, but they still have 20 seconds.
They
So
have
this
20
could be an overtime situation. We have to see what happens here.
Crab is on the tower, but they're striking it now. There's 10 seconds left. Siku's 2 down. They got to try to start moving this tower
But they have
forward.
a long way to go.
Yeah, they got the entire path, basically all the way up until their spawn. It looks like we are going to get the overtime.
Right, and now, what do you have on Siku to stop the tower?
I mean, Siku's got a...
You don't have the strikes. You've got 2 bubbles, and
That Viper's going to get in.
oh no, they go 3. That's the game.
And that's it.
1-1.
That higher area is perfect for the 2 slaying weapons to
What a
get in
finish,
there.
though. That lead change back and forth, that was a really good match. These teams
That
are very
was-
closely matched.
Yes, absolutely. Both teams showing that they have what it takes to do the team fights and get it back in. It is so intense right now.
It was a great match.
This
Looking
is what
forward to
Top
seeing how
Cut's
this
all about.
goes,
We
you
have
know?
yeah,
One of these teams going to end up winning this whole event today.
absolutely. Yeah.
Really excellent play from them. And there's a bunch of other games going on in the top cut brackets right now. So right
Yeah,
now
all
we're
the top cut matches are going on right now.
So now we're
looks
going
like-
to Scorch Rainmaker.
Yeah, Scorch Rainmaker is up next.
I'm curious if Siku's going to bring another coolerless comp here. You know, we've seen
I
that happen
believe,
several times today
If
with
I
Rainmaker.
remember last tournament, they did not have cooler the entire time, and they were able to take it all. They're doing a really good job with those bubbles and holding spaces where they need to, and then like their Slayers come in and just absolutely dominate the other team when it all comes together.
Do you think we'll see another double bubble situation? Or do you think they're going to switch their
For
comp up?
Rainmaker, I don't know. I mean, bubble's really good to
Yeah, for
protect the
checks.
checkpoint, but I'm not sure if they'll do the double one.
So recently I've been learning Mint decab, right?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get used to where the bubble placements are best in Rainmaker games, you know, and one of those things is for check, but sometimes I'm trying to use it to stop them from popping, allowing our team to pop, you know, or just trying to hold space ahead of where we're pushing. So that's one of
Yeah.
those things about bubbles. The placement is really everything.
Absolutely, and yeah, wherever you place it, whether that's in front of a checkpoint or if that's in front of like maybe a platform to protect you from the enemy trying to hit you from a higher elevation.
And here we go. We are live.
Placement's very key.
Rainmaker, Scorch. We will have the answers to our questions very shortly here.
We'll see what these 2 teams are bringing to the table here.
So it looks like the same comp
Same comp.
from Siku.
And
looks
same
like the
comp from
same
Art.
thing from Art. Okay.
They know what they do best, and they're confident they can pull it together and make something happen.
Okay. Looks like
First top
Siku
goes
gets
to
popped.
Siku.
And here we go, surrounding Arc Silly and just
Yeah,
running down their throat. And
they-
is this going to be a wipe here?
That was a very nice pincer at the very beginning.
It
from
is a
Siku.
wipe. They get the check, and they have a heavy-duty push going
Dominating.
on. And then this is what happens when you get check, and they're down, and you're up with all 4
Yeah,
of
and
your players.
now the bubble is up in their
Yes.
spawn, and they can't. They have
wow,
to approach.
the Rainmaker direct. I
They-
love people that can main
Yeah,
the
that Rainmaker's getting good mileage right now.
Yes, I love
And
it.
it takes it down from ramp. And it's 45 seconds.
Yes.
Rainmaker, very fast mode. We're
So-
going to have to see how Arc Silly transitions.
And
because they grabbed it again.
The crazy
They grabbed it
push.
again for extra points.
If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid.
Absolutely. Rainmaker, you just got to go sometimes. You never know when one point
Right,
will
like
make
we
a
saw
difference.
earlier in the other match we were commentating. You know, just grab it and see what happens.
Yes. They got a crab on bridge. The crab goes down. 2 down inside of Siku.
But that was an amazing opening push. You know, 45 seconds
Yeah.
in, you've got a lead like that. It's really hard to Now, it's still a long game.
It is still leaving about plenty of game to go. They do get the check for Arc.
But now Arc has to get this down very close to the pedestal now. They got to get up that hallway of death. And,
yes, they've got to either do a slow stagger or pull off a maneuver to get Siku.
And Siku does have a lot of aggro. You know, they have the bombs. They got a wiper with a hammer.
Yeah,
you know, like that. You don't want to be trying to run up that hallway against a paintbrush.
Definitely not. Wave comes out.
Yeah, wave breaker's out.
Brush is gonna go down.
So, and then one of the team, Arc is down there in the pit on the left side, had to jump out. That's a really bad place to be when they're pushing your flat.
Yeah, they looked like they were out of position. They get the crab. They're trying to stop the other team. They get him.
And crab gets the Rainmaker. Crab goes down. I didn't see what it was took the crab down though.
No, it looks like somebody else from the other team got it.
Carbon wrecking shop. Here we go.
Carbon trying to clean up shop here. They see a jump. They
trade the jump. We'll take that. You just took out 3 people, and you know that's not a bad deal.
It's not a bad deal at all.
We'll
nice pick off from using Squiffer. They're so good at close-up shots.
Mm-hmm. That drives me nuts about Squiffers, man. You see him more and more often now, and sometimes run alongside a Zap, you know, and I always think it's a pencil, and it's not.
Oh,
Squiffer will kill you dead.
Absolutely. Looks like they've got a crab to try and stabilize mid here. They get the cooler out. They're throwing everything at that crab to try to stop it. Siku's, Arc's going 2 down. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock here.
This is just a knockdown, drag-out match here. The score does not reflect how close this game has been.
It's been very, very close.
Just everybody dying all the time, everywhere.
It's an absolute bloodbath. Carbon and Wiper battle. Wiper wins out.
Comes on top. You know, someone who really knows how to play the Wiper, it's really hard to go up against him, no matter what you're playing.
Yeah, if the Wiper
they can play range, they can play melee.
Yeah. It can be
and see, that's that clearing space with the Rainmaker shots right there, shooting behind the check, behind the snipe. You're making that. You're making the entire Arc team move around constantly and keep their head over their shoulders, trying to figure out if they're about to get hit with the Rainmaker.
Precisely. Yeah, Siku's doing a good job of holding onto this Rainmaker.
Yeah, kill that
They
clock.
just need to stall for time, really.
Right.
Like they don't have to.
And
do
then
anything.
when you die down here. That's the whole point.
Yep.
That's what this pit's for.
This pit is very good for making
now,
the other team.
Arc's got to pop down there, get the Rainmaker out of that pit, and try to push it, which means you have to go up to mid for the bridge or go up the ramp.
That's right. Yep.
You're coming against that Paintbrush, the Wiper, Squiffer.
Paintbrush
a little bit of early
up
strikes
here
there,
front.
trying to make some space.
They lived through that bomb? Was
wow.
That, oh my goodness.
Brush gaming.
That was some nice movement over there from the Paintbrush. And they're going to continue to stall here in this corner. They
that's
really
the place
don't
to be
have
here.
to do anything else. They got 30 seconds left on the clock.
There's no pressure on Siku right now. It's all on Arc, and they did. Okay, so there's did they time out?
It either timed out or they fell off. Either way,
I can't see why they would intentionally reset there.
No, yeah, I mean, it's a Rainmaker-free zone, so...
Yeah, if they timed out, it would reset.
Did not
so here we go. Looks like Arc's going to have a shot at a push here with 12 seconds left.
They do, yeah. Siku just
someone's got
to
grab it, though, because Siku will take that Rainmaker right now.
Absolutely. Carbon goes down to this Wiper. Is someone grabbing?
Oh,
they just did. That brush almost picked it.
So you got to get the Squiffer out of the way here, right? And the Wiper's on respawn?
Yeah, that bubble is actually up right now.
Okay, so you're 2 down, pushing against 3.
It's going to be very difficult. That's
okay,
That's
there we go. Game 3 goes to Siku, is that right?
Yes.
So now it's 2-1
We're
Siku.
2-1.
Love to see it. Brush gaming.
Yeah, I mean, really, even within the first 45 seconds, that pincer was beautiful. They got the pop, they surrounded, they tagged the teammates on the other side of that block, and that initial pincer just took 2 of them out, and then the other 2 had to retreat.
Right.
It was too late.
And
the
then
other 2 already
turned into a
moved
wipe.
up to ramp.
So that top mid in Scorch, right? Like if you get pop, that paints the area around it. And so you can have somebody going to the right, and then you take your sharking weapon to the left like they did.
Yeah.
Or in this case, I think it was the Wiper went around left. And you can just wreck them if you pinch them right, especially if someone goes down to pop or an early bomb or something.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and from
Very good
there, they
Rainmaker
had
map.
really high pressure, and they did a really good job of stalling towards the end of that game to try and take the timer down, make sure Arc didn't have any chance to secure a comeback.
And that's
We're on to game 4, Barnacle and Dime splat zones.
It looks like they're all readied up already.
Yeah, both teams, I don't think we're going to see any comp changes. I think both teams are pretty confident in the weapons that they're using.
And that's the awareness piece, right? It's like knowing that you've got to stall, knowing you don't have to push there, that you're just trying to kill that clock because they're in a position where they have to push on you. You know, so that's a good place to be in a Rainmaker match, especially on that map.
Absolutely.
So yeah, Barnacle zones. What's your thoughts on this one?
Barnacle, it's tough because it's kind of a similar situation to Umami, where like if you wipe the team, it's very fast to just push up into their area and make sure they get locked out. I mean, like one of the updates added that drop area onto the left of your spawn, but really, like I don't really see many plays coming from there.
It's kind of useless to me. It's a
you're
trap.
kind of a sitting duck because you have lower elevation, and so the other team can just like look down.
So I try to use it to flank if I'm in that situation, but it never really works for me. So like I said, it's like a trap to me. It looks like they're ready to go.
Yeah, we're getting the ball rolling.
Probably
game
same
4.
comps here.
I'm expecting same comps. Yeah,
So
Siku's
same
the
thing
same.
for Siku. And same
So
thing
is
for
Arc.
Arc. Yes.
So
we
we're
got
just
the
gonna see
V-Splash.
what kind of strategies they're going to implement and how they execute getting into the zone here. Looks like they're going for a fast bubble from Junior. It's some fights going on. Brush is already down on Siku.
No one's capped zone yet. It's 3v3. Here's a bubble out. Looks like from the Squiffer.
Yeah, Squiffer's just trying to watch the mid area. There's a crab coming out from Arc, trying to push back the members of Siku.
And this is a must-win game for Arc, right? Is this best of 5 still?
This is best of 5. If they do not win this, then Siku will move on.
So Arc does take the lead. Siku's down 3. Wiped.
It's a wipeout for a
wrecked.
That.
So this is where you got to
really
move
important.
up, right? And the Carb is doing the right thing, holding the Zuka. You know, here comes
they're
the
under
wiper.
ledge. They do. Yeah, they got to pull that Zuka to try and approach them
So
further.
the Carbon's been low jacked, it appears. And that's an uncomfortable feeling as a sharking weapon is when you're marked.
Ooh, they do get a pick on the brush.
Good
that
pick
Zuka,
with the
very
Zuka.
good.
The Zooks, though.
Oh, and
then
they catch
he gets the
wiper.
So this one's going very quickly, right? And this is what we were talking about.
Yeah,
you
Arc
move
is
up,
doing a fantastic
and this map
job.
is so hard to get back out.
Yeah.
So they're still countering. They're about at 20 now. There's a bubble up from Siku in the zone, but
yeah, they're trying to brute force their way
okay,
in.
so
They do get
take it. 64
double
point penalty.
bubble that make sure they were all
The
protected.
double bubble. That's for you, Manaya. I'll have to
Rush
explain
coming
that
up,
to you later.
trying to
So
get,
here we go with the
they get a wipe.
And then this is that block, right? You get up on this block and you can get in their base.
Yeah, you
And,
gotta get up here, be annoying.
And so that brush is gonna draw some attention.
Yeah, they gotta
drop
draw
a
the
wave
attention away
breaker
from
up in their
teammates to
base
move up and
in
help
their
them
spawn.
out.
You know, and then
Nice pick off
oh wow
from Brush.
See, this is gonna get ugly really quick if there's nothing you can do here.
Yeah,
so
they are all the way. All of them are all the way up in their spain.
We have
just
a
making
call
sure they
out for
can't
this, but I
escape.
can't say it on
Oh,
this
here on
Twitch
stream.
channel.
Yeah.
But I'm in their stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure. That hammer is
So
a
they're
really
gonna
good
take
kill.
lead here, and this is probably gonna be a knockout
This
win.
is going to be, I think, unless something happens right now, I think we're going to see a knockout.
So can they take this
they
zone
went 3
back?
down. They got it fast.
Oh wow!
Nice. They
Incredible
did a really nice
work.
job clearing him out.
And they're still, wow.
And there's still a jump out. Oh, they got caught.
Siku got caught off guard with that. They moved so quickly into the zone and capped it, but they still have quite a bit of a penalty to work through. But, you know, like the same thing. This is splat zones. This could happen the other way just the same.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So the Zuka, I can't tell the Zuka got a pick, but it's 2 down on both teams.
Yeah, it's even right now. Oh, but the
Nice pick with the
from
Swift.
Swift.
So their penalty's down to 11, and then Siku takes the zone back.
Yeah, so that'll give Arc another hefty penalty to try to work
Squiffer's
through.
moving up here with a bubble, and they're going to do the same thing.
Yeah,
that brush is
if
going
they
to try
put
to
that
get up there
bubble
and
over-
cause
yep,
problems.
There it goes. Nice placement from them.
So this is the thing, you know, Arc's got to do it again.
Yeah, they've
And,
got to utilize their specials to break him out once again.
But you know, it's just the Squiffer now. There's jumps coming into
There
mid.
is jumps coming in. They're boldly jumping in.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
they do have time.
So they take down the shot. Looks like all 4 members of Arc Silly are up.
Oh, they get the
they
Zook.
have to take.
That Zook's got to get a pick. That's a really good pick from Zook.
Oh, what?
That is.
Jeez, the drama here.
It is so back
Okay,
and
so
forth.
now you have them 3 down. What do you do?
They got to get the last.
You got to get that.
He's running away.
You got to kill that guy.
Nice pick.
So now you've got a 25-point penalty.
Yep.
And they're down 1. You're up with all 4 of your players, and it's 2v3 now.
Arc's down 2.
And then the Squipper's got this bubble again.
Yeah, that's going to protect them from this edit.
So this is going to be ugly.
Nice back,
for Arc.
nice flank. Oh, they traded with the wiper because they got too close.
So at least you're not locked in your spawn here, but you have 45 seconds to cap the zone and hold out in overtime for a 40-point penalty.
Right.
Can be done.
It can be done. I mean, these teams have clearly shown they are able to get back in with their team, working together and using their specials. It's
So
just a matter of time.
Arc's got to get in there, and then I don't think it's going to happen.
It is the bloodbath going on here.
And that's the
Siku,
knockout victory for Siku.
Siku
What
gets
a
the
great
victory.
set here.
Absolutely fun to watch. I mean, this is only the, yeah. Oh no,
This must be one of the crowd favorite teams here because everyone's going crazy in the venue.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, I think everybody wants Siku to win. They did win last time.
And that's, you know, when you win like that, you get fired up. It's hard not to.
Absolutely. Yeah, those games were so back and forth all the way through. There wasn't one moment where like one team was like kind of struggling against the other. They were able to make use of their specials and work together very well to just take it back every time.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is a team game, you know, and a lot of people, we tend to congratulate players on individual accomplishments. You know, like we load a new battle, we see their badges on their splash tag, you know, and like the reality of it is it's a team game, and a lot of times I think that gets forgotten until you start playing competitive Splatoon, that you're looking for the combining of specials. You know, hold your specials till your teammates are ready to push. And I think Siku did that very well in these games, like combining their specials, moving together, waiting for pushes till everyone was ready.
Absolutely. Yep. Both teams showed really excellent game awareness, and they were able to capitalize on their weapons respectively.
So I think that's all for the 2 of us right now for the winners semis. We may be back with you later, we may not. But
yeah, the commentators are kind of swapping in and out.
Some of us are playing right now, so I think that's why we've got to go.
Right.
So to everybody watching on Twitch, thank you, and we'll see you on the,
thank
on
you
the Splattle right?
Keep staying tuned.
Crackhead out.
Welcome back to H-Town Splashdown. We are in the winners finals round. I'm Nate the Great, joined by my beloved co-commentator, Rocket. It is so exciting to be here in person with you, Rocket.
We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting
Yeah,
for
we've
this.
been talking this whole time. We're like, we better get on the mic together.
Oh my god, this is amazing. And what a set we have in store for us. It could not have been more perfect here. There's so many storylines in this one.
Yeah, this one is going to be Siku got kicked out versus Mickey Mart. Now, if you haven't been keeping up with the H-Town lore, Mickey Mart won the first two locals, the first and the second H-Town Splashdown, came into the third one. Everyone expected a repeat. And then in, I believe, semis or winners finals, last time, Siku got kicked out in an upset, won in a game 5 against Mickey Mart, and went on to win the whole thing. So now we are back with the grudge match of the century, really. And I know that all of these players want this win so bad, and especially Mickey Mart. They were feeling the sting of defeat last time. I talked to a couple of them. They were not happy about it. And I'm sure that right now they are getting into it.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, so many things on the line here. Winners finals, an opportunity to really punch your ticket there. You're right there. You just need to get in front of the team. These teams know each other well. They've played so much against each other, and there's just so much on the line, like you mentioned there. An opportunity to be the first team to have 3 H-Town championships for Mickey Mart. On the other side, trying to tie Mickey Mart's current 2 there. There's so much on the line here.
Yeah, and more than that, I know that Stormy wants that Scuttle trophy real bad, and I think that if he doesn't get it, there might be hell to pay, honestly. We all know Stormy's an intense person. Hopefully chairs don't get flipped. We want to come back to this venue. This venue's been so good. It's only gotten bigger for us here. We opened up a whole nother room in the back, and like everything just gets to run so much faster and smoother, even though we have so many people here. So yeah, hopefully no table flips today.
Yeah, there's just it's just all growing. Like the amount of players, this is the most players that we've had. The competition is only getting more fierce. I'm sure for anybody who's been watching the stream, all of these matches have been so close. So many. I feel like every single match, it's a heart attack.
It's like even we're in like groups rounds and we're going to game 5s and like some of the most intense matches that we've had. Just now we saw Siku, come back in like 3 very close games to be able to take that set. But for a second there, it looked like they might even go to game 5 or even lose the set with the way things were going. They managed to pull it out though to give us this grudge match, which I know that everybody here is very excited for. I think that I see the crowd's been kind of filtering in slowly. There's more people coming in now. I see Brave and Parachute kind of making their way over. A lot of big names here. Everyone wants to see this happen again.
Yes, this is the match. If you don't like this, you don't like competitive Splatoon. We're about to jump right into it, starting with game 1. Mako Mart zones here. The start of, I'm sure, going to be a very close set here. Let's just hop straight into it.
Yeah, same comp from Siku got kicked out that we've come to know and love. We got Tormy on that paintbrush. Meanwhile, on the side of Mickey Mart, we see Len going for that S-Blast, probably to give them a little bit of displacement power, poking up on that stag. Stormy here running the headed as well. 3 down already on Secret got kicked out. That is a strong beginning to this. Guwapa trying their best to live, manages to jump out with the bubble. That's going to be key for them. But we know that Secret got kicked out on zones. The main thing that they're going to struggle with is these retakes. They only have bubble and a couple of specials to make it in. That push is going to help, though. Those picks making things a little bit easier for them. Strikes coming out to try to hold zone best they can. Jumps are coming in, but not fast enough. But that's a good retake for them.
That's a good retake indeed. You have 2 specials online. You have the Squiffer's bubble, and there is the stamp right there. Actually shut down by Mickey Mart there. Only 2 players alive. Len here just being that front line on that S-Blast, just trying to hold their stack here. Almost has Booyah Bomb here. Actually gets canceled out by a great shot by Woomph there. And that is the lead by Siku. Another great pick onto Joe.
Actually insane pick from Woomph there to be able to take out a special. Might be going for another one. Manages to somehow live that for just a moment, installs that out. That's going to be 2 down. Mickey Mart going to try to run their way in. It's just Guwapa again on the right stat, just like before, somehow finding themselves in the exact same spot. jumps out there, and it's going to be another retake for Siku. This is definitely in Mickey Mart's court right now. Tormy going down already. It's going to give them one, but Lullaby's here in the backfield already very close to a stamp as well, turning a lot of attention, getting jumps in as well. The strikes get used up, and that hammer takes out the bomb. They almost make it in, but they're just going to barely manage to get that flip there. Len here and the rest jumping in and getting this fight going. This is already going insane.
It is absolutely going bonkers here. Both teams just trading blows. Mickey Mart does lose 2 of their players, so force the reset now back on their back foot here as Siku try to take these defensive positions. Woomph is almost up to bubble. There is the bubble, but 2 of their members fall. Healy, that paintbrush, and the Wiper, the main front line of Siku, is currently down, so an opportunity for Mickey Mart to try to paint in here. They need to go soon, though, because Siku does not have any penalty to worry about. The strikes are going out. It is not quite enough to get the zone there, as actually the T-Tech goes down as well. Joe just trying to desperately fight on this side here. 2 members down for Siku there. They need to go in now. Mickey Mart, if they want to try to contest this, they just barely are able to get it here, but what a hold by Siku.
Yeah, I mean, Siku, that's where they want to be. They want to be on the hold because they have 2 bubbles to their name and a host of weapons that can live for a very long time. As these picks are going to get Mickey Mart some control in the zone, but they keep going down, and these bubbles are giving Siku a lot of sticking power. It's very difficult for Mickey Mart to gain any momentum, and Tormy is here in the backfield getting a couple more picks and flanking, and that's going to be the wipe out again, a very delayed wipeout for Siku, as they're still just scrapping in zone. It's like it never stops.
The Viper managing to actually find a trade before being taken out. Now, this is where Mickey Mart needs to shine. You need to get a good retake. That's a good start. 2 players do fall for Siku here. You see Uwapa on this junior with the bubble, managing to dance around Len, gets that pick. That is huge for them to get into the zone here. The paint is just so even, but finally Siku manages to force the penalty yet again. They have been able to retake surprisingly not without even having that many retake specials on them.
Yeah, they just are not wiping out. They are staying behind them, getting a bubble and getting jumps back in as soon as possible. And Mickey Mart is having a lot of trouble finding these picks. They're finding themselves separated, getting flanked on both sides. Is Len here with that Booyah. They're not going to have that for the zone, even though they have Zuka coming online very soon. Ooh. Stormy's going to get picked, and that's going to be no cooler. They're backed up on their stat, and it's looking real dire for them in this first game. The strikes come out on zone, but it's not enough to cap, and there's still more time on the zone. Another pick happens, and Secret just trying to hold on to the zone. They only have 1 left, and that's going to be it, as they're going to take game 1 in this set.
Wow, wow, wow. You don't, like you mentioned, you don't typically think that Siku's comp would really work into zones, especially if you have to retake it, but I mean, they just did that wonderfully. I mean, Mickey Mart didn't have a lot of time to really set up their defense at all. They just were constantly left uncomfortable by the paintbrush, by their wiper, just constantly in the backline, keeping them disrupted most of the time, and really surprised me on how fast they were able to retake just by winning these fights.
Yeah, those flanks on Mako really coming in key for them, right? They've just never quite able to clear them out, right? They always used that to their advantage, and they had the bubbles to be able to support it, right? Because one of the things about bubble on that retake is that it just kind of lets you drop in wherever you want in unexpected routes. You know, the main problem that most people have on retake is there's 1 or 2 different ways that you can do it. Bubble opens that up, gives you flexibility. And so with them constantly having a bubble online with that double bubble comp, it was like it didn't matter if you got 3 down. You had to get the full wipe and make sure there were no jumps and no bubbles ready, and that just never quite happened.
Yeah, and you saw that a lot, really. With 1 player still standing, they were able to provide, like, multiple jumps. I saw at one point, like, everyone just immediately jumping to Woomph there despite being the Squiffer, still maintaining to stay in zone, stay alive, and at least providing those jumps allowed them to really just keep that pace here. But now as we wait, we're waiting for counter picks here soon, as since we are in winners finals, counter picks are online, so Mickey Mart do have the opportunity here to maybe get a map mode that might suit them or they think might hinder Siku.
Yeah, and we just heard that they're going to go with zones on Barnacle, I believe, is what I heard from our lovely producers. And this is an interesting pick. We saw Siku have a pretty close game in the last set that we just saw, but this is completely different opponents here. Mickey Mart being no slouch here. Now, the main thing they have to think about is if you're Mickey Mart, you don't want a repeat of last time. As we get into the second game, last time I remember the thing that they said bit them was that they had no counter picks. And so this is key for them. They need to win this counter pick because this is their best opportunity to make things right for themselves. If they lose this, that just means that Siku gets extra counter picks later on in the set. So it's going to be really key for them to try to take this win.
Absolutely, you hit it on the nail right there. You don't want to dig yourself into a hole, but already off rip, both sides losing 2 members here. Stormy just floating out Tommy there on the back line, just trying to see if they can get that paintbrush out. Managing to escape with their life impressively, but still, Siku with the immediate pressure manages to take control of the zone. And we're seeing a little bit of deja vu from what we saw from Siku in the previous set, always just being on the forefront and being so aggressive.
Yeah, but that said, Len is also here to put a lot of pressure on them, getting that one pick on the Wiper. Stormy here just rushing in and getting one. There is one behind them, and Stormy again behind them on the left, causing a little bit of trouble. All 3 members turning for that and getting the cooler option as well. Tormy still alive and taking another one with them and the special. Tormy is just going insane the last 2 sets.
Absolute problem that Mickey Mart needs to deal with here. Joe manages to find one, unfortunately does fall to that splat bomb, and actually 2 players from Mickey Mart now fall. In total, a great shot on to Len there from Woof, just been hitting clutch shot after clutch shot, will allow Siku to have the numbers advantage, and I believe that is a delayed wipe. Joe manages to cancel out the stamp on the flank though, is taken out, but still, Siku will have the advantage here. They have control of the zone, they have control of the plat, they just have to wait for Mickey Mart to make their move.
Yeah, that said, Mickey Mart's retakes have been looking real good so far. These strikes coming out and the Booyah gonna cause a lot of things, but Tormy's here in the backfield again, gets taken out by Stormy. That Splatling pick proving to be very useful for them in order to counter this paintbrush. Len getting a nice direct on this, looking for another one, but the Wolf here again hitting their shots almost every single time, it seems.
Yeah, playing it so aggressively and still managing to hit these shots. The confidence that Woof has is incredible. There is a bubble pop by Siku. Keely Tormy is taking out actually 3 members. That is a wipeout now in Mickey Mart, finally finding some success. And with that, they have a good shot here of taking the lead. They need to hold firm though. You need to buy yourself some time to get those points up as they come at a premium here. Mickey Mart are trying to hold it to see the stamp going, and a key cancel out prevents the double, and that is the lead.
That is huge for them, and at this point it's just more staggers happening. Siku doesn't have very many specials. They have this bubble in the zone though, as one is going, but that's going to be more and more picks. The bubble is here. They have to get rid of the junior if they want to hold this off. They do get it, and the jumps. That looks like it might be it. They just need to cap the zone, get rid of this wiper, and that's it. That is probably the game for them. There's only a couple of ticks left. Tormy is going to try to book it for the zone, but that weapon is not going to be able to get over that ledge easily, and Mickey Mart manages to take that in really dominating fashion.
A close set, to be expected, and they listened to your advice, Nate. They were able to bounce back with their counter picks, not making sure they didn't dig themselves into a hole, and now it is all tied up 1-1 with Siku's counter pick coming up here. And what a game it is.
This is what we want to see, right? Like, I mean, come on. Even if you root for one side or the other, even if you have your favorites, we all want to see Game 5. Come on. We all want the stakes. We all want the tension, okay? So, yeah, I'm you know, it's, man, that Splatling pick is really paying off for them. Like, I know for a fact what was going through Stormy's head last time, and Stormy was saying that paintbrush is our main problem, and Stormy is sure making it look like it from the plays that we've been seeing. And I'll bet you anything they picked that specifically to get Tormy punished. They want something that if Tormy pops their head open, they're just going to pop their head open and make sure that they can't get any more picks. That's Splatling able to just kind of delete that paintbrush before they get any shots out.
And looking at the other weapons as well, Len on that S-Blast, you have Joe on that Neo Sloshing Machine. These weapons, if put in the right position, can just overwhelm the paintbrush in just specific situations, or considering just Len just outright deleting them here in terms of what we have here next. We seemingly have similar comps coming up from both sides here, kicking things off with Museum Rainmaker Game 3.
Now, if you don't know, this was actually the last counter pick in Grand Finals with Siku versus Arclatex, that being the Pika pickup. And Siku won this map to win the last H-Town, so this is definitely a comfort pick for them. This has been something they're probably very, very happy with. That said, even though they got the check, Mickey Mart very quickly clearing them out here and going to be on a push of their own. Everybody rushing down this wiper in the pit. Len getting the trade off them, and the strikes helping clear the way just a little bit more. Having to wait just a bit on this choke point to clear this out. That bomb going to take one of them out, and it's a little bit of a standstill right now.
Yeah, indeed. Stormy left in a difficult situation here. Does find one with the Rainmaker, but in such a weird situation here. Only 10 seconds left on the timer. Just has to surge forward. Is taken out, is punished for it, but not really much you could do there because Siku played that perfectly. Now just cleaning up the rest of the members of Mickey Mart. Pitcher goes down as well. And now that is a delayed wipeout for Mickey Mart. Siku now surging forward. Have a lot of space to work with here, and these points are going to be so valuable.
Yeah, Stormy picking up the Rainmaker, maybe a fatal flaw here, as that means they're not going to have Cooler, and goes down again. That's also going to be another time where Mickey Mart's not going to have Cooler for this push. Guwap is just going to grab it and run towards the strikes, but a push to 35 is very respectable on this map, but not immune to by any means. We've seen far crazier things happen on this map today. That said, Len already up there gets a pick, and 2 on C2 got kicked out. That Zuka also getting a third. That's going to give them the checkpoint for sure. That Junior also going down. It's just going to be Lullaby in the front for now. They're going to throw the strikes and run the Rainmaker, but they don't see the wiper, and that's going to stop it just for the time being.
Yeah, indeed, and Tormy is on the back again, managing to find one before it is traded out. That is problem solved, but Woomph is going forward with the Rainmaker, taking it so far away from the rest of Mickey Mart. Stormy, though, quick with the catch, a great pick there, because that could have proved dangerous, as Siku actually does go 3 players down here. Stormy quick on the cooler. Mickey Mart are setting themselves up for success here. They need to get rid of Tormy, though. Tormy is lurking. That is the key pick right there, and now Mickey Mart can surge forward a little bit.
Yeah, and they've got so much paint control of the map right now. It's going to be difficult for Siku to move around too much, even though they have a bunch of mobile weapons. Mickey Mart has so much AoE and shredding potential to be able to just get rid of a bunch of these. That said, Tormy already still, it seems, constantly in the backfield causing trouble. Joey are going to mark those 2, and in the Booyah, it's going to get them a little bit stuck. Lullaby trying with the hammer, manages to get 1, throws the hammer over and doesn't connect with anything. Tormy's going to rush in and get punished by this machine, though. And that's, again, we're sitting kind of in a neutral situation. Mickey Mart needing to get something going here soon.
Yeah, 2 minutes, but this lead is not safe for either team, really. But in 7 here, Lullaby manages to take that one against Len, and actually, so does the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker also falling from Mickey Mart here. Tormy setting themselves up in this high elevation here just to rain down pain. Already in the behind, actually is taken out by Joe here. It seems like every member of Mickey Mart just keeping an eye onto Tormy there. And as we see right now, they're just trying to continue to move it forward, but Mickey Mart are not budging at all.
Yeah, Mickey Mart doing a great job despite everything, still managing to hold on to this plat and even inch their way forward just a little bit, taking their time against a comp that requires them to, right? They have too much stalling power to be able to force Siku into too many things. Siku going to pick this up. This is not going to be great for Mickey Mart because they are the ones that need the lead. They need to be grabbing the Rainmaker, but they're getting pushed back little by little. The strikes come out, but there may not be enough follow-up. The Booyah also forcing them onto this side of the spinner, but they're alive, and the hammer is out as well. They're going to run it forward just a little bit more, staying in the bubble for a bit longer, and there is some overwhelming pressure here. Rainmaker stopped, but this is looking really dicey here.
Yeah, but you could have gotten off a lot worse if you're Mickey Mart. A great wipeout there. Siku only managed to get, I believe, 1 point out of that push there, so it is still in striking distance if you are Mickey Mart here. Unfortunately, Len does go down early there, but both sides losing 1 player still means even numbers here. Woomph is almost a bubble, unfortunately, for Mickey Mart. The Rainmaker is taken out in the back line. Actually, 2 members in total fall there, as Tomy is still in the back line, will go down there, and it's just the Junior left. Junior versus Pincher. Pincher does lose that fight here, so space is lost. 30 seconds left.
That is a key hit from Guwapa to stop that those jumps, right? Len here still managing to trade one, but trades are not going to work here. They need some clean picks. Only 20 seconds left, and the Rainmaker is getting pulled all the way into this right side here. They can go for a couple more points if they want. They are running the Rainmaker. It's just Len and Joe in front. Stormy and Pincher in the backfield. This bubble coming out, they're going to be able to stall it for a little bit more. Len trying to get a pick on it, but can't find it, as Woomph is going to be able to tap shot them. Lullaby's just going to run it all the way back, and that's going to be it for that push, and that's going to be game 2 for Siku. These counter picks going their way.
Indeed, you can feel the energy too, the scream of Siku there, just of absolute just dominance there. I mean, it was so close. I mean, all these have gone down to the wire. Both teams had an opportunity there, and it was just constantly both of them running into iron walls, but eventually at the end of it all, Siku managed to still hold firm. Now, like you mentioned, both teams have one on their counter pick here, so yet again, it is up to Mikumar to find what can work for them. But even if they win this one, Siku will have the final counter pick.
Yeah, that's right. You know, even if going to a game 5, because Siku won the first game, it gives them a little bit of an advantage going into the next one. We have heard that we're going into tower control on ship shape, which does make a little bit of sense for them, although tower control historically having been one of Siku's more solid modes, especially having that double bubble, making things pretty difficult for them. But I imagine that Mickey Moore is not going to pick that without good reason.
Indeed, they must have a plan in store for them here. Looking from here, it seems like Mickey Mart will be running the same comp, so they might be cooking up something. They might have an idea to try to break this double bubble, but like we've seen time and time again, if you let even one of these players live on the side of Siku, if you leave your eyes off of Tormi once, it can prove disastrous. And even in that one, when you saw they were all focusing Tormi, yes, they were able to limit Tormi there, but everyone else on Siku stepped up.
Yeah, the amount of synergy that we've seen in their playstyle, like they play to their comp strengths so well, and that's, you know, one thing that really separates these top players is not just understanding what makes a weapon good and how a weapon plays, but even more than that, crowd getting hype here for just a little bit. We're going to let them take it away for just a second as we get into this game 4. Here we go. As we're saying, Siku got kicked out, doing a really good job of playing to their comp. You know, enabling all of these weapons to go in. Early pick on Tormi might open the door, but that blaster going down as well going to make things difficult. You see Pincher trying to kind of poke and prod at this stack here. Lullaby getting poked out just a little bit and bombed. We see this neutral game going, but this machine on tower getting stuck, but they don't see Joe somehow managing to live and juke out this hammer for just a second and get rid of it too. Incredible picks here. Guaba in the backfield trying to fight, but that's a good flick, and Joe's going to take that fight.
There is no world where Joe lives that, but somehow they managed to do that, dancing masterfully around that stamp, and managing to stay alive was huge. Now, Mickey Mart needs to live up to that, and they need to take full advantage. Now, they have their full force here. Keely, Tormi is down. They will take that trade, however, and actually 2 players will fall in total. Just left to Len and Stormy, and now, just like that, just Stormy left alive. Joe jumping in, managing to get that pick somehow, and the specials are gum online for Mickey Mart. You have Len's Booyah Bomb. The cooler was popped as well, so they can potentially sustain this push if they want to, but now backing up as Siku's pressure is just a little too much at the moment.
Yeah, their pressure is good. They have control of the front, but the tower isn't there yet, and with 2 down, they're going to have to get this up, and you can see Wump backing off here. Len chasing them, trying to get one. They squid roll that and almost managed to parry it. Len poking and prodding a few more, is going to try to get this direct, but can't quite land it, but does get the pick. Mickey Mart still on the gas here, points ticking down now.
Indeed, and you have 2 of the specials that you want in this situation. You have Trip Strikes right there, right on cue. You have Booyah Bomb as well, but that Zuka got canceled out before it was used. The Booyah Bomb now goes out here, but is immediately shredded, and that is a wipeout in favor of Siku. Really nice done there, Mickey Mart. Looks like they could have snowballed that out of control, but managing to cancel all 3 of the specials was huge. Now it is their turn to answer, as they have not yet gotten that checkpoint.
Yeah, and this is where Siku wants to be. They want to be in your base with bubbles ready and so much map control already blocking you away from Chet. There's no way Mickey Mart has a way to contest. They do have the strikes to stall things, but look, they have to deal with Lullaby in the back here, and Pinter's going to get taken out. It's just going to be Stormy left, and they're also gone. That's a delayed wipe for Mickey Mart, and the points are going very quickly. They're going to make it their way through mid here and get the lead. There are still members going down. Len having to dive. Great Zuka gets a pick, but Guwap has got the bubble here. It's a 1v1 between Pincher, and then they get the pick, and there's still jumps coming in. Tormi managing to get the picks and hold the tower. Then Siku is still rolling.
That was absolutely huge. You saw all the jumps come in from Siku there, and with that, the lead is taken. This is a dangerous situation for Mickey Mart now. You need to clear out this bubble. The T-Tech does go down, and with that, no strikes are available here. Now, Mickey Mart just there trying to scramble here. Only 2 players left. Just Len left. Just Len left. Just try to stop it. They won't be able to hop on it, and just like that, before a Game 5 can be decided, knocking over chairs, Siku manages to take that set in a 3-1 fashion.
The pop-offs are happening today. We knew it would. That's, oh my gosh.
I am at a loss for words there. I mean, like I mentioned, chairs are falling over from the side of Siku there. The absolute hype is incredible. The energy from them is incredible. That fight was incredible.
Well deserved. Winning Mickey Mart's counter pit, right? Proving that it was not a fluke last time. They're definitely going to take the bragging rights for that as they punch their ticket over into Grands. So, wow.
Lost for words.
Okay.
Lost for words.
Let's take a deep breath.
I know, we got to both take a deep breath after that one. It's not over, though, for Mickey Mart. They still have one more opportunity here.
True.
We could see
we could see them
rematch.
again.
The rematch, another rematch here to continue the saga here. And I know, and I'm sure you know as well, Mickey Mart are not going to go down without a fight.
Oh, no, definitely not. And I would be very surprised to see anything different from them. I imagine that we'll see them very, very soon. Probably up against, I'm not sure exactly who's up next. But, yeah, rest assured, there is still more intensity coming. That one was big, but there's more to come. We're still not even in the final round yet.
Yeah, we are.
So, do not leave. Do not go away. There's a lot more coming.
This guy's going everywhere. I can't find him. How you guys doing? It's me, Pumpkin Teen. You can find me on my Blue Sky, and we got here General Storm.
What's going on? Welcome back.
Our
to
very
H-Town.
kind, gentle, and sweet camera guy here.
Thank you for the accolades. I appreciate
just
that.
a consistent amount of glazing, just enough.
Yeah, yeah.
Here we got Arc Silly and Brave Little Toaster going into semi-losers or semi-final. Losers semi-finals. That's how it goes.
Yep.
Man, it's crazy how this evolution between the two have happened with Brave Little Toaster, right?
Exactly. So Brave Little Toaster, if you don't know, is essentially Arclitex from the previous couple lands, except for they've subbed me out for Toast, and they decided to go ahead and change from ALT and go ahead and upgrade to BLT. So as you see here in a minute, that's going to be their team tag, and so it's going to look a little different. If you haven't seen them pump, they're playing a different comp than before. We're still sticking with the decaf. It's
so
still that
this
same.
shouldn't be too awkward to commentate your own team, right? No bias here.
There is a slight bias, if I'm being honest.
For or against?
For?
Oh,
Why,
okay.
Why would I?
I don't know. We're going to Surgeon Shipyard. It doesn't say it on the thing here for some reason. It just sucks. That's what we've been told by the,
I don't
computer guys.
I don't like Sturgeon, so I intentionally made sure that it would not show up.
All right, then. We got here Arc Silly with LX Lost, Anda Awesome, Sam, and Silly. They are consisting of a Carbon, a 52 credit V-Splash, a Shot Splash Zap, and a Heavy Edit Splatling. So this is going to be a very interesting comp. Don't really see these things together too often.
Yeah, and again, since it is loser semis, only one of these teams is going to be continuing on in the tournament. So
oh yeah,
whoever wins this, they get to move on, but they move on to fight Mickey Mart.
All right, and here we go. The beginning of the end. I love the BLT thing. That's very creative of them.
It really is cool.
Yeah, you got the little toast making your nice bread for your sandwich. Here we go.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be starting out with a pen on the side of Arc Silly. And the Brave Little Toaster's going to be running with that decaf. Again, like I said, we're going to be seeing a lot of the decaf taking most of the fights here at the beginning.
I haven't
we're going to
seen the
see
decaf
that blaster follow, or that sausage machine follow up.
Crazy numbers as of recently. Oh, here comes already the coolers. You can't have a match without a cooler at the very start. Speaking of which, they've already popped theirs. Look, it's evenly distributed. Seems as though we're going to have a bit of kind of on the side of, oh shoot.
Yeah, and I mean, Arc Silly really coming up clutch there at the beginning. They got a couple picks down. Unfortunately, it was while they were cooler, so there wasn't really much that was gained from it. Now is when the picks that they're getting is important, because now it's a long respawn, a bunch of specials were used, and BLT really has to be careful with the way that they position themselves.
Silly's team taking some very nice high ground up here, but if they can probably break them down with that edit. Unfortunately, though, Pencil takes a lot of these fights up. Okay, never mind. I guess the decaf is just going to go in and just kill everyone.
Yeah, like I said, Pika is just going to walk in and say, hey, can I kill you? Thank you. And we're seeing them set up
Well, at least
really
he was
good.
polite about it.
Yeah. If you ask, it's okay. Now,
Right. Murder's okay if you ask.
Exactly. Now,
Oh my gosh, all of this special just right in front of them is going to be a lot of damage. If we can get this crab out here, we can make sure that they can get out of there.
yeah, and I mean, they've taken a lot of space, and so this is really good. Even though they've gone 2 down, it will take Arc Silly a little bit of time to get in, and that's just enough time for players to jump in. We're seeing Paratrooper back up.
Oh yeah, there's that
Brioche
crab
getting
adding that pressure.
pick. That is huge, because now they can at least neutralize and stay stable. Unfortunately, Toast actually getting a couple picks as well. Going up clutch with that. Brave's
Toast is
going to
not
get
going to
on
let
tower.
them have the momentum, or a recrab, just to make sure that they can just nail in, hey, we're going to be here and we're going to stay here.
Yeah, and that really glued in this push. Even though Brioche is going to get
Carbon
2.
just taking it. It's mine. It's my perch. What are you talking about?
3 kills. That's holding.
Maybe we
that.
can get that 4th here? Maybe? Uh-oh. A little bit of spaghetti there, but making sure that Carbon's just holding its ground and making sure that it's the one and only up-close killer.
Exactly. And Brave over here on a flank. going to try and make some work out of it. Not finding anyone,
Braves
finally gets the pencil. That's good because now
Very
the
scary.
cooler is staggered.
Very scary going up against that cooler, even on pencil. As long as any team is looking on that tower, it's going to be just crumbling apart.
Exactly, and we're seeing Pika taking some position here that might be able to solidify a push. Toast following up with that Fizzy Bomb.
Pika just putting a lot of pressure just standing there. Oh, this crab is evil. Evil, evil crab. Do not approach. Be gone. But if someone can sneak behind and make sure that Mr. and Awesome is going to die, a lot of flip-flop going on.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, a lot of trading around the board, and this is when having that cooler comes up, because if you have cooler and you traded, well, you don't really lose anything. You just won't have the effect whenever you come back for the continuation of the fight.
Yeah, saving those specials after death is such a huge portion of this game. If you're down, it's down. Not a lot of games do this method, but it becomes such a huge resource to have, because things like more cooler or more crab is really going to be important here, especially on these kinds of maps.
Exactly, and we're seeing Arc Silly finally get their first real push.
Where did you come from?
Brave was sitting there for quite a few seconds and actually able to stop it somewhat at that checkpoint. Pika stalling a little bit longer. This is looking really good, Pump.
Pika's huge surprise. Usually you play very aggressively with the decap, but just simply standing there and making your presence known is enough for them to use their resources just to look over there to deal with Pika.
Yeah, and I mean, they used every single one of their specials, and they just broke that second checkpoint. So it's looking really good for Brave Little Toaster on the defense. They did find a pick, and they're going to be looking to find more. One goes down on the side of Brave Little Toaster, and they're trading it out finally. Pump, this is actually going to be a good defense on the side of Brave Little Toaster.
Oh, wonderful jump back, and that's crap for you. Any object being with a bomb getting thrown out towards it, instant pop. It's always it's very satisfying when that happens, when you're able to outsmart the opponent in some way like that.
Yeah, and we're seeing 3 people stacked on the tower, all 3 of them going down like that. They really had fire from all sides, an ambush on the side of Brave Little Toaster, and this is going to basically wrap up this match unless if Arc Silly can come back with some sort of special or some sort of pick.
They're corralling. They're making sure that their presence is known. Oh, but it is not enough, and Brave Little Toaster makes sure that it is game.
Yeah, they played that really well at the end. They didn't have to make any crazy plays or anything like that. They just needed to make sure that Arc Silly had no way to get to the tower to begin that overtime.
Well, Arc Silly is trying to regroup and reconnect. Here's how they kind of met and pulled themselves together here. They met through the College Get Splatoon, which, hey, surprise, I was actually commentating that last time.
Really?
Yeah, it was nice meeting some of these folks. They're all real sweet. Everyone here, I'd imagine, is always some kind of nice. I've never had a bad experience here at one of these lands.
Exactly.
And maybe that's why you should come, too.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion. They've been playing together for about 5 months, about a semester, and you can really see it in their practice here, how much effort that they've really, and this bond that they've built together through these practices.
Right, and even with the players on this team, Lost and Silly being really notable players, this is a good team. I mean, we saw they were able to hold their own in fights against Brave Little Toaster, and they were able to even get picks, and almost they were really close to taking the lead at that last push that they had. If they were able to come up with it, that would have been huge.
If they just had that special, maybe something could have happened. There's that glint in their eye. They want revenge, and we're gonna see it here in Rainmaker Museum here. Second game. Let's hope that anything happens.
Yeah, we're gonna get right into it. Again, these are all players of high caliber, and so it's not like just some random bloodbath going on. They are actually intentionally making the fights that they choose and that they
we're seeing the other decaf here.
Yeah, we're going with the inkjet decaf because it is a museum, and so
like it's charcoal.
Yes.
Yes. Oh wow. Already seeing a whole lot of pressure. Pika just standing their ground, making sure that that carbon roller is not going to go in.
Brio's kind of in a pickle with that positioning, unfortunately getting taken down, and that leaves Arc Silly with only 1 player alive. Thankfully, it is the natural anchor, so we might be able to see them hold for a special They did just use their
It's going to be first checkpoint
cooler.
right here, and a lot of special going to be coming in soon. Those early deaths are going to really cut it hard for them as they need something to just push back this crab and just enough damage, just the power of friendship, if you will, to bring that back together. Now, let's see if they can start making some progress here. Not a lot of specials on the field just yet after this little scuffle.
Yeah, not a lot right now. They do have cooler. That's not really much of a special. It's more of like a fighting assistant. But they don't really need it. I mean, a lot of what Splatoon is using that main weapon to get and secure kills. They just use the special, like the Video Bomb, to zone out a player, and this is going to be back on the side of Brave Little Toaster for the offense.
You got to think of it as a resource, something that you don't come across it too often, but when you use it, you got to make sure that you get the most out of its ability.
Exactly, and that's also why using the main weapon is important, because you have it at all times, but you don't always have your special. And we're seeing Brave Little Toaster make really good use of that knowledge. They're able to keep control of mid just by trading out fights and not even going for special usage.
Kind of in an interesting spot there. I'm not even sure how you got onto that little wall over there. Oh, was it probably the spinner? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but
wow.
Veritrue getting a really nice pick.
Insta-shot with the Rainmaker can deal a lot of heavy damage. I was kind of hoping to see a double edit on one of their sides of Arc Silly, seeing how they have a credit and a normal edit on their team.
Yeah, that's a very angry comp. We're seeing Brave Little Toaster not even really being able to get in. They're more so holding mid, and they're just not finding the answer to how they can get past Arc Silly's defense, which is phenomenal. They're finally going to be on the offense now. So Pump, I think two of them go down to all the specials being used. I think they're going to have to reset here.
A little pick over here? No, we just needed that one more pick. This Carbon flanking and Shark. Just a little bit of Sharking is what's going to get you that kill.
Yeah.
Always that search and siege.
Yeah, and they're finally going to go down. Toast utilizing the use of the machine's arc damage to get the kill on there. And they're finally going to allow
where did this
Arc Silly get in. Pika coming in, at least trading out that Rainmaker, stalling them just a little bit longer. We're seeing all the specials on the side of Arc Silly come out, and they're finally going to be able to take the pedestal from there. And checkpoint 1 is gone. They just need to run it a little bit further for the lead.
Brave adding a lot of pressure over there with that crab. Even though it's on a little bit of a low ground there, it's just going to be enough to get them to start looking at it. And we can see it right here as Toast goes down to the crab. This could be the preventative push that wins them this game right here.
Yeah, it's a very weird position for Brave Little Toaster because they're all behind the Rainmaker. Pika making a smart and safe play to grab it, take it off into bottom mid, and that's going to leave Arc Silly with yet another push up onto the plat there and even past the spinner.
Now, what people don't know is that it looked like he was just going to go down and kill himself, but really, having that Rainmaker down there adds so much pressure towards the enemy team so that they can't keep it going and move it up further. It's just keeping it there is going to prevent them from going any more progress.
Right.
But if they just keep taking it, they could make a little bit more of a lead, but not quite, as they just get barely caught out. No C9 for you.
Yeah, now there are two players on the side of Brave Little Toaster with that play, so that means they're going to just stay on the defense here. Nice use of that Inkjet, able to at least get one. Yep, okay. I was going to say, there's someone going down with that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it was traded out, though, because the splash did die early on.
A lot of chip happening with that decab and edit combo. Very nice to see the two weapons working very synergistically.
Yeah, and we're in the last 30 seconds here, so Brave Little Toaster just has to hold right here. If they can get picks, cool, but it's not important as long as the Rainmaker isn't getting close to that 47 mark.
Oh, goodness, Toast just trying their best to make sure that they can stuff out that push, but it seems as though this little jet here is going to stop it just once and for all. Here they go, up in the air, here in the sky. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Pika with the vents. Here they go.
Yeah, and they're actually going to be able to get the Rainmaker
not quite,
there.
just the chip taking them down. You got to be careful with that.
Yeah, they were able to, again, space out the players of Arc Silly really well with that Inkjet. You saw Pika basically bump one of them off into bottom mid where they can't help out the person that was carrying Rainmaker, and that just allowed for Brave Little Toaster to push in, get the Rainmaker without really any fight back.
man, I was sweating that match. I really thought it was going to go any other way. That's why we got some water bottles here, provided by yours truly and some other folks, I believe. The water. You know who else got them?
I don't know.
No? All right. Well, I'm taking it anyways.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, that was a very, very close set, or match, I should say, for it being Museum, just because that push that Brave Little Toaster had was not too far. 47 points is basically you got the checkpoint out of the way, and then you got to about the pillow area. That's not far at all, especially for teams of this caliber. So they were going back and forth a lot whenever one of them was trying to push up.
Now, I'm not feeling super confident for Silly, to be honest. Hagglefish Market is a very sniper-prominent map. That Sniper Raider just on that little tent right there is going to do so much damage to them if they can't take it out with any kind of special or sub.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's so open, and so there's just so many sight lines that you can abuse. And with players like Pika, who they have to get in real close, it's going to be really good to try and pick them off just because of how open the map is.
If they can make good use of those flanks, I can imagine they can get a lot of damage done. There is a lot of potential that I can see happening on their side. Although that decap is going to make sure that they are not going to do that. It's going to shut down anything that they push.
Yeah, that's so true. And I mean, the question really is, do we play with the Inkjet or we're playing with the bubble? I think that's the right
Wait a
choice.
second.
Given
No,
its
no
splat
pencil.
zones.
No pencil, surprisingly. They want to make it a fight.
Yeah, and I mean, I was talking with Para earlier this week, and Para really thinks that Edit is going to be outclassing Pencil here in a little bit. But right now we're seeing a lot of just fight over zone, and we're seeing Pika on this right side trying to at least draw some attention away from zone, draw some attention to himself. One player finally going down the side of the Brave Little Toaster. That's the Toast. And unfortunately, the Bravery was a little too miscalculated. That's going to bring Arc Silly into a really good spot with this Crab to be able to hold zone for at least a little bit.
Oh, man. This early paint was going to be really good for Arc Silly, but making sure nothing is going on, our little Brave Little Toaster army is going to make sure just climb their way back up. Decaf is just clawing its way like a rabid animal, just tearing it up.
Ooh. That was a really good pick on the side of Brave. 2 down because of that, and now the third one finally gets taken out. They have the opportunity and the resources with this Crab to go ahead and set up a lockout. The first thing they have to do is just take control of that little ramp area like how Toast and Pika are about to do.
The combination of Crab and Bubble is going to make it very scary with high offense, high defense. Decap just getting up in their face. He doesn't care that they're a Crab. He's going to shred them. Shred him!
That was a really
wild
good play.
Animal.
Yeah, going around the shield of that Crab. He getting a little too hungry. Sam finally taking them down, and this is going to allow Arc Silly to at least have an entrance into the zone for the next 20 ticks.
If we can get those strikes out here, but just barely taken out. Brave is making their presence known, keeping that ramp and making sure that no one's going down. No Crab either.
Yeah, that was a really
they can just
good
barely
cancel
take it
there.
back. Wow, they got back with the strikes. Cool, they're coming in clutch there to keep it, but just not enough to take that zone.
Brave Little Toaster, I think they started this set angry. If you don't know, they were the ones that lost to Mickey Mart. Mickey Mart are the people that brought them into loser's bracket. And so they want another shot at fighting the team that sent them down here. And by golly, they're going to get that second shot.
Oh, yeah, they are. I believe in loser's bracket, correct?
Yes, I mean, that's the next set that we're going to see here in a minute.
Taken to hell and just fighting them there before they can make it their way back.
It's going to be interesting because I was watching the set earlier that Mickey Mart and Brave Little Toaster had, and for the first couple matches, it was definitely in the favor of Mickey Mart. But as time went on, Brave Little Toaster was able to adapt and use a little bit different of a strategy to come up and at least take a game off, and then they were really, really close to taking a second game off.
They're really good at adapting. I was expecting a full defense comp with that pencil or anything, but no, they just kept going in. They made sure that they wouldn't make any kind of ground, not even into their own tent. You saw how that decap played with Pika, right? He was on them.
Yeah.
He did not let them breathe.
Yeah, one of Pika's gospels is you just got to keep being down their throat. You got to just be aggressive
just
and
choke
make
them
plays
out.
happen. Exactly.
That wild animal that's decaf.
Exactly. I mean, especially with decaf, like you said, it is just you you benefit so much off of putting the opponents in that kind of weird position. And so because of the chaos that you just cause and the quick kill time it has, it's just so beneficial to play it that way.
Well, if you really like that aggression with Brave Little Toaster, they are going to be coming back onto the stage, it seems, making their presence ever known again.
That is very true. Yeah, I mean, they'll be playing Mickey Mart here in a minute. I don't quite know how long that will be, but we're going to go ahead and head over to a break. In the meantime, because, you know, Mickey Mart's got to get set up. So, Pump, it's been real fun commentating with you this set. I can't wait to see what happens in the next one.
Oh, dude, I cannot wait. Thank y'all for having me.
Am I on stream? Hey. So first of all, massive thank you to everyone shoot up. This has been our biggest H-Town Splashdown so far with the insane number 18 teams. Yes, 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 yes. Good. Awesome. So I really want to apologize for how long the event's been going on. Normally we'd probably be done with bracket about now, but with 18 teams, it's a lot of teams to play some Splatoon 4. So we have loser finals coming up right now. As a reminder, the winner of main bracket is facing other teams across the United States. Yeah, so like the LAN championship, that is real. That is real. That's already happened in Buia Bay. It's already happened in Gatorland. What's the other one I'm missing? Chai Shoals, yes. I think those are the three, right? We're the fourth one. So there's already teams who are signed up for that. Whoever wins our main bracket is facing them. Now, we have to talk about the big elephant in the room. This stinky little town in Arizona. Yuck. Arizona, like, what the heck is in there? Like cacti and deserts? Nothing is there. Everything that's fun and exciting is in H-Town Splashdown in Houston, Texas. Can I get a what up? Awesome. So yeah, anyways, in short, Sunset Surge sucks. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy losers finals and then grand finals and then collegiate. Thank you guys for coming. Have a good one.
Welcome back to H-Town Splashdown number 4, the biggest one that we've had yet. We've got a very special match coming up for you. I'm Nate the Great, joined by my best friend, Rav.
Aw,
How you doing?
I love you, bestie.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. I mean, if y'all were here like 10 minutes ago, I mean, you see the sign. The sign doesn't lie.
I didn't make it. I mean, it's there.
No, yeah,
And
I mean,
like, if
it
it's
just
a
kind of
sign,
appeared, and like
I mean, it's a sign, literally.
it's a
it's a
it
sign
is
of-
a sign from Splatoon. That's
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry, Arizona. But
I mean, it just, that's just what it is.
it is what it is.
So we're going to get into, you know, something that doesn't suck, which is going to be loser semis, and we have a very special match happening, and that's going to be Mickey Mart versus Brave Little Toaster, formerly Arclatex, who has placed second twice in the last one and in H-Town Splashdown 2, which was against Mickey Mart. And they didn't get the run back last time, but now we're getting it. This is a chance for Brave Little Toaster to maybe try to take that coveted win. I know that they really want to win this. I mean, everybody here wants to win this.
Absolutely. Like all the teams here in Top Cut have been fighting really hard to win this spot in the qualifier for the LAN championship that's going on, and I'm excited. This run back has been a long time in the making, and we're getting into the match with Umami Zones.
Yeah, that's right. We're getting right into it. We're already getting started. Here we go. As we get into Umami Zones, thinking about some of the strategies here, we know that Mickey Mart has historically been very, very strong on zones. Crowd's getting real hype here as we are ready for this. There we go. We've got a double Zuka comp on the side of Brave Little Toaster, along with that, or no, that's actually going to be Mickey Mart running that double. Yeah, that's going to be Mickey Mart running the double Zuka against Brave Little Toaster, who's already gone down. It's just Parchu, who's also going down. That's suddenly a delayed wipe on the side of Brave Little Toaster. They're going to try their best to try to hold this off. That's going to be a good start with Toast getting a nice pick here. Toast being the namesake of Brave Little Toaster here.
Yep, yeah, they named their team after this little toast man. Arclatech, or no, sorry, old name, Brave Little Toaster is not able to break through yet. Mickey Mart having a good hold on them. We're halfway through the ticks here now. And Toast nearly falls off, but then they just died anyways.
Yeah, they're doing their best here, but there is just stagger after stagger here from Brave Little Toaster. The members of Mickey Mart diving in and taking some names. 2 down, but they have a very good chance of getting some jumps back in. The zone still has not flipped. Finally, three going down, and that's going to be the retake finally for Brave Little Toaster. They're going to try to run in. Stormy going to get taken down, and not happy about that, as we could hear off screen.
Oh
for
yeah,
us.
there's some loud noises coming from the players over there.
Yeah, it's some loud ones that we can't really show on stream.
Not at all. Not at all. But here we go. Brave Little Toaster busting out their specials, trying to make sure that Mickey Mart can't get back in. Mickey Mart does have a Booyah and a Duke. They launched their Booyah, but it's not going to be enough to get back in just quite yet.
Yeah, this positioning from Brave Little Toaster doing a good job of funneling them into these tough positions. Len going down, and a few more prior to Man City did one. Brave also taking out a few, and one having to jump out. That's going to be a hold from them. Len is in the backfield, but they're going to get taken out, and this is going to be a lead swap for Brave Little Toaster, who at the beginning looks completely shut out.
Yeah, this is going to be really key. They only get really one more chance here to try to make a comeback. We're at 20 ticks now, and unless Mickey Mart pulls something, they got one neutralized. They got a Zook. They get a pick. And they are able to flip the zone.
Yeah, that's going to flip the zone, and there's a nice penalty on Brave Little Toaster, but that's a good lead. And Brave here on this flank with the crab at the ready as well. It's going to pop behind them, just going to cap the zone for themselves, and then pop this crab and make things really difficult for Mickey Mart here, getting assistance from Toast as well, taking out the edit, and another one, and that's going to be a big flip for them.
That crab was very good placement, and they got a lot of good mileage out of that. Getting the kill on a jump.
Yeah, what a play by Brave there. Heads up flank. We've seen Brave do that a ton. Members of Brave Little Toaster collapsing on Mickey Mart here and just holding so strong now.
It looks like Mickey Mart is starting to kind of slow stagger as the zones are still in neutral. Brave Little Toaster is taking control back, but it's a bloodbath going on. We got 2 minutes left.
Yeah, 2 more on Mickey Mart going down. They do have a good amount of special to help with this and a lot of pain. This Crab maybe going to try their best. Gets a crossfire on that and is going to lock down this left side. The rest of the members going to sweep through the right. Pinscher forced to back up into this pit without a whole lot other than the Zuka to help them. Going to try double Zuka on Pika, who is going to live through all of it
every
in the
single Zuka shot.
And is going to hold this down, maybe even try to get a pick. Can't quite pull that one off. And that's going to be 2 more. That's going to be the zone probably going their way. And now Mickey Mart, this is the moment for Mickey Mart to be able to hold on to this.
Yes, yeah, they just got Cooler up there. Oh, wait, they don't even have Cooler. It's the other team. But, oh, they got a Booyah trying to get back into the game here.
Yeah, but Toast going down a little bit early here. That's going to be unfortunate, but there's a flight behind as Pika is here in the backfield finding 2. Gets traded out, but gets the bubble in. They might be able to get some jumps in here, and that is going to pull enough resources for them to take the zone. Toast is in there and trades out 1, and the Crab gets in there as well. The Booyah gets used on this Crab.
That Crab
which is
not
holding
up for dear life.
There's so many resources getting spent by Mickey Mart to take these members out, but they are stalling their time. There's only 40 seconds left, but the time is ticking away very quickly. Brave Little Toaster having to make a desperate play if they want to try to hold on to this lead.
An
Brave falling off the
unfortunate
map,
fall.
and that's going to be the lead swap. There's a few more ticks there. Pika desperately popping bubble to live, gets a pick.
They get it
trying
neutralized.
to go for the neutralization.
This is their
on the
chance.
zone.
They can take it back.
Just barely, but it's
they
just
get the
Pika
penalty.
who gets a pick and the cap and manages to hold that off. It's overtime.
Yeah, we have 15 seconds left. We are going to go into overtime here, unless that Zook does something nice.
Yeah, they're able to get a couple of picks, but the rest of Brave Little Toaster ready to walk in, but Toast going down is not going to spell things. They need to cap zone 2 going down. That's a good chance, but they don't
not enough time
manage to cap it in time and don't get their overtime push, and that's going to be game 1 to Mickey Mart.
What a game 1. That was as close as you can get, I feel. Both teams were getting real dicey up in there with their
losers semifinals, by the way.
Yeah, we're not even we're still in losers. Like, if the games are this good now, just wait for grands, y'all.
This LAN has been crazy.
I feel like this is, the stakes are pretty high. So, people showed up.
Top Cut has teams that are all Div 4 and above.
Yes.
And Silver Bracket has Div 4 and Div 5 teams in it. Last time, that was unheard of. You'd maybe have, around, kind of that pickup casual level or up to maybe Div 8 or Div 7 winning.
Right.
But this particular run of H-Town is so stacked.
So greatly
There's
stacked.
So many strong teams here.
Yeah, that was insane. And we are in the counter picking stage, so we are waiting for the other team to make their counter pick. And
yeah, that's right. We're going to wait for them. This will be Brave Little Toaster's counter pick. If you're not familiar with the counter pick rules, that's going to involve picking from a set of map modes that the tournament has deemed legal. And they are able to pick anything they have not won on, including the map and the mode. So we are getting word about our counter pick. I believe I heard that it was clams.
It's clams on
drumroll
Inkblot
which
clams.
makes a bit of sense, right? As we've seen, decav is a big part of Brave Little Toaster, as well as that machine or blaster from Toasty.
Yes.
That AoE going to help them with those stacks, as well as the decav controlling those small lanes and choke points.
Yeah, the platform is not very big. Once you get a bubble perched up there, it's all about the rest of the team following up and making sure that you'll hold the space, you get the picks off, and then getting that push started.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. Zuka also not quite as strong on this map. Still very strong, don't get me wrong.
No,
but
yeah.
a little bit more in the way, a bit more ways to avoid it if possible. I'm not sure if they'll stick with it, but from what I've seen, I believe Mickey Mart will be sticking with this as we get into game 2 here.
Yes.
Big critical moment here for Brave Little Toaster. If they want a shot at the rest of this match, they want to win their counter picks.
All right, looking at the teams, it looks like no one changed. So we got the same comps running into this game 2.
A lot of Splatling picks today in the entire tournament, really. A lot of blasters too. Big trade here coming out. That's going to get rid of the cooler, though, for Brave Little Toaster. It might slow things down just a little bit. We're seeing A couple of other picks here as well. The machine getting a collat, going for another one. Can't
they
quite
ran out of
find
ink.
it.
I think that should have been a kill. Oh, man.
So sad, but Stormy here already running up there and getting that clam in. Len here getting taken
dunk,
out by
but
Power Chew though.
Mickey Mart's 2 down. They're not really able to follow up with much else. They're going to have to regroup here and try to make something else happen.
Yeah, and Pika's here ready to make it happen, right? They're already up that ramp with this bubble ready in hand. This is a great position. Pika can control this entire area with that flat plane. That Booyah join deep and going to push them away from that ledge and give them a bit of space, but they don't have the power climb just yet. They're shuffling them around. Finally managed to get the score, but that's enough time for 2 to go down, and that's going to be the end of that push very quickly.
Another dunk and near wipe from the other team. It's nice Zuka pick. It is going to be interesting who breaks through first.
Yeah, back and
both teams
forth
are
from these
holding
teams.
really good defense. Mickey Mars sneaks a power clam in there though.
Yeah, back and forth from these teams, but still not really a clear way in just yet. Joe here able to sneak in a couple while they're occupied and gets a flank and gets one. Almost tries to get two. Two going down on Mickey Mart though, and again we're seeing just the near wipe and then backing up after only a few. Neither team having pushed past 60 yet.
Yeah, not a lot of scoring going on, but that's okay. It's only 2 minutes into the game, and these teams are holding good defenses when the other team is trying to oppose them.
Now we see Brave here threatening this flank, trying to pull the members of Mickey Mart away from mid, managing to pull some attention. Stormy having to jump out as well. Pika here ready with Bubble and Cooler to go in and feed, I imagine. There they go, trying to pop one. They managed to push one away, and Brave there to clean up the kill as well. Getting a lot of space here, but Joe is here ready to try to hold things off. Manages to get a pick on Toast and maybe trying to get another, but that's going to be one, and that's going to be it. As Pika is going in there, and that is a wipeout. And Mickey Mart is going to take advantage of that very quickly, I imagine.
Yeah, they've got to move themselves up. They don't have quite a lot of clams right now, but they're working on it. But they go 2 down.
Yeah, they go 2 down. A good pick by Toasty there, but Joe just turns around and directs Pika. Gets rid of that, trying to look for Pikachu as well, but can't quite get it. Pikachu been stellar so far on just punishing the aggression of Mickey Mart, holding them back. That's been their key defense here for Brave Little Toaster. They're going to back up here and hold this. The Cooler going down early is going to make things a little bit difficult as the rest of the members of Mickey Mart try to scramble for this left stack here, getting the pick on Pika and more than that, but there's a jump into the basket.
They have jumps to pads.
One of them goes down. They have to pick up that clam if they want it to work. They managed to pick it up and stall. There's 2 down, and this is a big push opportunity.
Yes, they really need to capitalize on the unexpected dunk they just got.
Brave always finding a way to find these flanks. I don't know how they do it. It seems like every time I turn around, I just see that, oh, Brave has found their way behind the enemy again somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they took full advantage of bats not being washed, and the 3 of them.
They're still ticking this down and
they're still trying.
They're trying to get a couple of picks down to 20 now.
3
as
down.
well.
Looks
Finally
like
going to be the end. They're going to die for those points, but that is a devastating push. Mickey Mart, though, foot on the gas, has a big chance here with Zuka online and Cooler very soon. Finding maybe an overextended Toast here, trying to find this pick. Toast is going to go down, and that's going to be a big problem as the Zuka's going to come out and try to find power, but getting blocked by their own Cooler. And that's going to be unfortunate. And another flank by Brave is going to pull some attention again.
They do manage to score the power clam, but they're only 1 up now. Now it looks like this dead is another pushes another dead one. And we got less than a minute.
Yeah,
They've
there's jumps into the basket
tower.
with Joe here and jumping to Stormy. They aren't able to keep the basket open, but this is still a dangerous position for Mickey Mart to find themselves in. Pika able to camp the jump and gets traded out.
Nice pick from the machine. They're launching specials. They're in their spawn, but nobody has a power clam.
Nobody has a clam. There's 2 down, and there's only 30 seconds left. They need to build a clam if they want to shot at overtime. That's going to be a huge clear.
They're
finally
3 down.
Moving them all out of the basket. Brave Little Toaster now with control of mid and their own basket, able to put the foot on the brakes here for Mickey Mart's push and try to hold this back. They're shuffling the clams around and can't seem to find who's going to hold it. They only have 4. They need at least 8 for a ball. They're diving for them, trying to make one. Not quite, only 3 seconds left to make a clam. They're not able to find it, and that's going to be game 2 to Brave Little Toaster.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, they had them. They had Brave Little Toaster blocked in for a good chunk, but nobody had the clams. Their clam economy wasn't quite there, so they couldn't quite capitalize on the push that they did in that last minute.
Yeah, you know, Clan Blitz was the mode that actually determined the second and first place between these two teams in H-Town 2. That was the grand final round, and the last game was Clan Blitz on Crab Leg. And in that game, it was very close as well. But this time, with Brave Little Toaster happening to really take a very commanding push there and barely managed to kick the members of Mickey Mart out of their spawn in a really critical fight. So now on to Mickey Mart to counterpick. Again, with the rules here, they can't pick anything they've won on. So no zones and no umami. They will have to pick any of the other 3 modes and maps here.
It's going to be really interesting to see what they go for this time.
Yeah, and we hear that they are going for ship-shaped tower control, the same counterpick that they pulled against Siku got kicked out, which earlier actually got them put into losers as they lost that counterpick. I imagine, though, against this team, they probably have a plan for Brave Little Toaster for sure, now not having to deal with a double bubble comp.
Yeah,
right?
Siku had that double bubble going on, and they were able to hold space really well with them. But this time they only have 1 bubble to deal with in Pika. But it'll be interesting to see how fast this game goes, because it can very well snowball.
Oh yeah, this is a very snowballing map, because when you come out of spawn, after first checkpoint, everything else is basically a no squid zone.
Right.
There is just open ground and no defensive ground to talk about until they get to the next check. So once you lose first check, it's very difficult to defend the next. And by then, they've already gotten like 3 specials ready. And it gets real tough if you're not careful. So this map, very critical to make sure that you anticipate and have the resources you need to push back on.
Yep. All right, it looks like the game is getting started now. We're loading into Game 3.
Game 3 with these. This is, again, very critical. Mickey Mart, you always want to win your counter picks, because that's going to give you a chance to counter pick again. Crowd's getting hyped for this.
We're going. We are going.
I hope you can hear that as we get into this mode.
I'd be surprised if y'all couldn't hear that.
Yeah, I hope so. We got Joe here on the bottom of the map along with Len kind of poking at this right side, maybe finding Toast, but Toast finds the pick on Len first and is going to push up into this. That's going to be Brave Little Toaster on getting another pick as well. Joe also going down. It's just going to be the V-Shot. It's going to jump out to hold on to that Zuka.
Yeah.
This is a good opening push for Brave Little Toaster. They have Bubble and Booyah ready to confirm this checkpoint. They're going to use them to make sure they get it broken and they can have a little bit more in. 2 more going down on Mickey Mart. This Zuka coming out but not able to find a whole lot of value, and there's more in behind them. This crowd going to make things very, very dicey for them as the tower continues to move in, and they are really trying to put their foot on the gas here.
That was beautiful crab placement on Brave's part. That really helped them get through that midsection. And now they're approaching the second checkpoint. Looks like 2 down on the side of Mickey Mart.
And this Booyah going to give Pika a way in, looking at Stormy and trying to win the fight. This is going to be really critical. They have help, and that's going to be a big pick, setting them up on the top and getting another pick. There's Pinter. They have this bubble up here to hold this back. That Zuka's not going to find anything as they're going to take that checkpoint. Though somebody hopped off the tower and they lost it, they're going to have to break it all over again. But that is looking clean for them, and this is looking dire for Mickey Mart on their own counter pick.
Mickey Mart is continuing to stagger here. They get the last check, so all they got to do is push it the rest of the way, but it looks like they are stabilizing. Brave Little Toaster is staggering back in, and now, 3.5 minutes to clear both checks.
Yeah, but if you're Mickey Mart, you're just thinking about that semifinals match. And Brave is here on the flank once again, looking to stall the tower here, still living this
Brave
whole
is
time.
not allowing that tower to come back.
Still going to stay back here. They will not let them forget about this.
Are they not throwing attention to him? He's getting away with it.
Throwing the booty on the crab right behind the rest of the team. Gets shredded and finally takes it, but that uses up a Booyah and a lot of time getting the picks there. It's 2v2 now, and Pika's in the backfield. Pirates are here on the front, getting jumps in for their team. And man, is Brave Little Toaster looking pretty stellar here. Even though 2 going down, they will have a couple of resources, but Len and Joe here trying to push up into that left side and make this first check go. Mickey Mart finally kind of getting a chance to score here.
Yeah, Mickey Mart finally looking like they can try to get some points on the board. They do clear first check. They use a Booyah to try and clear that area, but There's someone behind. Is that Brave?
Brave again in the backfield, pulling some attention. That time they clear it, and Pika is down as well. Now the snowball is on the side of Mickey Mart. Paratrue trying to live, and they get another pick. Paratrue does get Cooler out, but goes down,
is a delayed
and that's
wipe.
probably going to be a lead switch, and maybe more if they're not careful. Brave here can't win the fight. There's going to be another one.
Down.
Lead is going down. It's a scrum for the tower. Len's trying to jump onto it.
They're
booyah.
They're trying to booyah and finish this.
They're doing their best to try and stay on the tower. There's
Nice
another
pick
pick,
from Len.
but the tower is resetting, but that's going to be 3 more going down. And
It's
the
a
wipe
wipe.
out.
That
And
is going to be the end of game 3 right there.
Mickey Mart taking that, coming all the way back from getting locked in their spawn, almost losing that, clutching out that defense and putting it all the way across the map to take that game.
Oh my goodness, that was incredible to watch. The special usage and just like really oppressing them and making sure they couldn't get back into their spawn area. It was just so oppressive.
I'm gonna stream my voice out at this rate. This
Don't
is
do
loser
that.
semis. I still got 2 more to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say you.
What am I gonna do? I can't do this.
Keep chugging that water.
Oh man,
you're gonna need it.
I need it, man. This is crazy.
Oh my goodness. Oh, game 4.
I need a sip.
Yeah, go. Yeah,
Help me.
take that swig of water. So now we're back to Brave Little Toaster counter picking. They cannot pick Clan Blitz or Inkblot.
Yeah,
It'd be
gonna
interesting to see if they
s-
repeat a mode, either zones or tower.
Yeah, I imagine one of the things you think about when trying to pick your counter picks is not just where you're strongest, but also where your enemies might be their weakest. I imagine that we're probably, considering they're running double Zuka, running, things that are maybe going to struggle into Crab a little bit and struggle into decav. They're going to try to pick stuff that amplify their strengths as well as kind of make things difficult for like a double Zuka comp like that.
Ooh,
And we're
looks
seeing
like we got
Haggle zones. That
zones.
makes a whole lot of sense to me, especially with Pika on the decav. This is a very strong decavitator map. Again, a lot of open area, a lot of places for Bubble to sit, and as well as Crab being extremely strong on this map.
extremely strong if it's perched on that tent and not contested. That Crab can just control everything.
Yeah,
up
there's
until
something
their
there's
10.
something for every member of Brave Little Toaster here for this map mode, so it makes a whole lot of sense why they would go here. We'll see if it pays off for them going back to zones. When Mickey Mart had such a dominant original kind of game here, we're seeing pitchers switching off to the T-Tech to throw those strikes onto the zone. Brave sticking to that. Crab, as the crowd is going to lead us in once more. Again, so no more double Zuka comp here, but we do have the strikes to deal with Bubble and deal with zone as well. Len here trying to push in and get something going. Pika looking for that flank already, going to rotate back out and poke somewhere else. But Joe is here on the flank and gets
Joe gets the
Pika
pick off of
immediately,
Pika.
and it's going to cause a lot of trouble. Having sit here, even though they're out of vein, going to sit for a little bit longer. The strikes go out. Brave is stuck here in Crab, and it's going to go down, and that's going to be Mickey Mart kind of trying to push their way in here. Joe is still getting a couple more. Pika manages to trade them out, and that's going to be huge as they've only lost the zone and not more than that.
This is quite the start. Oh, they get the bubble off, but unfortunately die because of it. Oh, it is so explosive right now. And
Everybody is streaming right now.
Everybody in the
both
crowd.
teams, the crowd, everything. They managed to get that jump with the Zuka, which is going to be huge for them. Joe is absolutely going off here with this slosher, marking Pika and making this flank very difficult. Pika forced to back off here, even though they have bubble. They're going to get chased down by Len, as that's going to take out one of their best holding specials, and that's going to be Mickey Mart now with their foot on the gas. The cooler has to come out, but they are on their back foot here. Len pushing in. The cooler comes out, but they're getting pushed back here. There is a flank, though, with Brave, but they have 2 members looking at it. They do get the cap
Brave
and Brave
is
is
trying
in
to
here,
get something.
and that's
They-
going to be a masterful pinch
Great
there
flank.
from Brave Little Toaster.
that flank was the start of them grabbing that zone back and trying to make a comeback here. They're trying to launch a Booyah back to zone to try to distract, but no dice. Pika's in their spawn, and the Crab is up. They're trying to hold them back. They do take lead.
Yeah, and Joe not able to find anything with that Zuka. That's going to be one more special that couldn't find anything. And going down along with another one. PJ's in the backfield trying to get one. Doesn't quite manage to trade out another. But as long as there's Toast here to try to hold themselves, a trade is going to be very good for them. Only 30 ticks left. Strikes are going to come out with as many people as they have on board. But PJ's already in their flank. The Booyah goes on zone as well. They're not going to have any specials to answer this. They have to win the fight if they want to hold on to it. And PJ has gone down. That's going to be the flip again, but that's still a very strong push from Brave Little Toaster.
That was a really good flip on their part.
Wow.
A double from Joe with the Zuka. Takes two of them out. Helps them move back up into their spawn and try to lock them out once again.
Yeah,
They've got the tip there through their penalty and now taking back down to try and catch his lead up.
Yeah, there's a Toaster trading off lane there. Brave with this craft pushing the members of Mickey Mart back just a bit. They have to deal with this flank if they want to, but PJ's here to put a lot of pressure on the zone. Even though Joe is over there, they can't move forward into this comp, and that's going to not let them contest the zone. They still have cap. It's going to be a race to whoever can get special first, really. Joe here on this flank, they have to get rid of it. They do, but not without trading someone, and strikes are coming out as well to hold. This might be a lead sweep if we're not careful. The Booyah's going to come out to try to force Cap.
It does
not quite
does
able to get it, but finally
they
able
get
to
the
do
flip.
it and hold off that lead switch. Now diving in, big scrum here as all the members are just trying to see who can win the fight and get everything going. Brave here trying to live but can't. It's going to be just Power Shoe here trying to hold this down. Manages to get a pick though. The strikes come out and the Booyah though. Mickey Mart not going to have a whole lot for this hold.
Oh, they do grab the pick off the machine with those strikes.
Yeah, that is going to be really huge for them if they're able to do that. That's going to slow down this retake quite a bit, and they have a chance to build up those specials again. Karchu will have Cooler here, and there's a bubble as well. I think that we might see a flank on the left side of the map. Brave trying to go in and jumps out, pulls a bit.
Pika trying to
Pika not able to get there, not enough follow-up to help. And there is a cheeky little pick here with the Fizzy, though. Trying to find another. The Booyah's going to go on zone, but that will not be enough to stop this lead. They're just trying not to lose here. 10 ticks left, only a little bit longer. They've got everybody running at the zone. The strike's going to close this out, though, and Mickey Mart is going to take game 3 and win the set to move on.
They did it. They held through, got that knockout, and no run back. Well, no,
that was the run back.
That was the run back.
And Mickey Mart proving that it's no fluke why they've been in the top cut every time in the top 3. They're moving on to do that once more. But thank you for that set, Mickey Martin and BLT. That was a lot of fun to watch.
That was very intense matches. And this, losers, that was only losers semis. So now we're going to losers finals. And
or that was losers finals. I'm not entirely sure yet. Either way, very, very intense here. And like we said, it only goes up from here.
Yep.
H-Town rocks. And, you know, anything. So
like the sign says.
Don't go away, because we've got a lot more for you. It's going to be fun.
Stay tuned.
It is time. Welcome back to Grand Finals for H-Town Splashdown 4. This is the one that will decide who gets that championship title and gets a shot at the big championship series that's going on nationwide. I'm Nate the Great, joined by the GOAT, Rocket.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm amazing, Nate. I am so excited to be here with you for this grand finals, and it's with two teams who have been considered the favorites from the start here. We're going to jump straight into it. Mickey Mart versus, I can't even think at this point. It's just like absolutely crazy. Mickey Mart versus Siku. Listen to the crowd here. We are ready for grands.
We are all so ready for this. Here we go.
Here we go.
We're off. We've got Siku got trips out, sticking to old reliable comp. We got Mickey Mart. Not many adjustments there, except for double strikes, probably looking to kill those bubbles. I was listening to Mickey Mart talking after their set against Siku, and the one thing they were saying is we got to run in. We got to keep them from running at us, and we got to just get in there and run forward. But Woomph has a lot to say about that, trying to get that pick. But Joe here running and trying to get a couple more picks. It is a big scramble here. 2v2 still in mid. Very neutral game so far. Even with that flank, gonna get another one down. And boy, oh boy, are we off to a big start.
Big start indeed. 40 seconds in, and already a lot has happened here. The zone is changing hands so many times here. Guwapa in there with the junior, painting so much with that bubble, but you see the response with the trip strikes, and just like that, two members of Siku fall there. Now an opportunity for Mickey Mart to take that lead here. A very slim one, yes, but it is one nonetheless. There it is right there. A great opportunity now to hold and try to extend it. Tormy lurking is taken down by Len. That is an important pick. Not only is that pain bar shaken out, it is now staggered.
Yeah, big stagger, and that was what they needed to do right there, making sure that they don't get those jumps in that bubble, and that's going to be a big pick. That's one bubble down already, and the other one going to get shredded by the strikes. That's 3 down. Mickey Mart answering that loss that they had earlier with a huge play.
Indeed here, now down to 30 seconds left. Siku running out of time, running out of options here to answer. You see Tormy flanking on that left side. Finds one there, and actually two members of Mickey Mart end up falling. There come all the specials, but the response trip strikes will shut that down real quickly. Paint still heavy blue. A great shot from Woof shuts down Joe there, and what looks like a solid defense from Mickey Mart suddenly turned all Siku there as 3 fall, forcing the jump out.
Yeah, now this is the moment where Mickey Mart's endurance is really going to be tested here, right? The mental game is huge here. You've lost to this team once already, and now you're in a stagger, and there's 3 down. You have to keep your cool. You have to know that this is winnable. Joe here getting a great pick to try to help out with that. Getting a flank as well, diving into the bubble, but can't make it, but that's going to be a good trade. Lullaby here trying to hold themselves in the bubble and take one of them with them, but Pitcher's going to take it and get the trade. There's the timer ticking down. Len's going to throw a booyah, I think, into the zone to try to neutralize it, but it isn't enough. The timer is still ticking away. There's still one on the right side, but that is probably going to be a lead sweep. Siku got kicked out, answering back and taking the lead in back as soon as we thought Mickey Mart had a leg up here.
A very slim lead, but it is still a lead. Now both teams have massive penalties on them. Siku, though, losing 2 members there. However, you have this bubble up on their side of the map here. A great pick onto that bucket will shut down Joe and give them a slight numbers advantage at the moment. Here's Torme trying desperately to pay. Torme managing to find 2 for 1 trade there. And now still fierce fighting in mids. Both sides still going at it. Lenz even finds 1. Trying to find more. The jumps are coming in like crazy here, Nate. And it is so close. But finally, Mickey Mart has a stronger control onto zone.
Yeah, managing to punish one of those drops. Tormy taking 1 with them, but that's still going to give Mickey Mart a good shot at holding this. They have strikes online already. They have the resources they need to hold this. The goal here is to get Siku's resources taken down before they can get a lot of value out of them. Cooler's going to help. The Guwapa is going to run in here and bubble immediately. The strikes are there to answer for it, and that's going to get 2 down. This is a big opportunity. Just Lullaby the Hammer does manage to find one. Trying to find another. Lens dipping and diving out of the way. Then there's a jump in there. They do manage to take it, and that's another, and 3. That's going to be the penalty down and the lead swap. That's going to be a near wipe, and Mickey Mart is looking like they are taking this game 3-2-1, and that is game 1.
What a first start off from Mickey. Oh my goodness, a great lead to begin with. Had some little bumps in there from Siku being able to come back there. Had a 1 point lead, Siku did, but eventually was able to bounce back. And this is not the same Mickey Mart we saw earlier lose in winners finals.
Yeah,
this is a different Mickey Mart here. They have a chip on their shoulder and they have something to prove.
Yeah, and we know for a fact that these players getting angry is what fires them up, and they will lock in when they get mad. Like, we have seen it before. The rage is real, and it helps them. For some people, it's going to throw them off, not these folks. And we saw them pat each other on the back. They're feeling really good after that win. That's going to set them off really nicely going into the set. Big win in game one means that they will have more chances to counterpick and a much better chance at getting the maps they want. That said, Siku proved that the counterpicks aren't always enough. And we've seen them go to ShipShape TC multiple times. We'll see if that happens later. But we know that Siku has it in them to be able to make these counterpicks very difficult to win. And they're not going to be able to go back to zones here either.
Indeed. I mean, it all relies on this counterpick here. I mean, Mickey Mart weren't able to get a win on one of Siku's counterpicks. And speaking of counterpicks, we have it right here for us. Museum will be our second map, Museum Rainmaker here.
Yeah, we have seen Siku do this map a lot recently. And again, this is the map that won them the last one. This was game 4 or 5, I think, in the last H-Town Splashdown that they were able to win against Arclatex in finals. And this has historically been a very strong map for them.
Yeah, a lot working with them. At this point, there have not been any changes within multiple of these sets that these teams have played, so they just know what they got here. It all comes down to the little minute details. Every little mistake is amplified now. There cannot be any mistakes now on the biggest stage here. Game number 2 awaits us here. Let's see if they can bounce back here. Will Mickey Mart take a 2-0 lead here? Siku need to win on their counterpick.
The crowd is really electric right now. There is never a quiet moment in that intermission there. Everybody is buzzing, trying to think about what's going to happen next. We see these drops too on the left side. There's all three. One of them getting traded. Another one going down though. Tormy is here. Another trade. It's a 1v1 in mid in the first 15 seconds of the game. Joe's going to get the jumps in and carry the Rainmaker. Going to try to get him with a great shot. By Wolf shuts that down.
A very clutch pick there, stalls that push in its tracks. Now giving Siku a big opportunity to push here. Unfortunately falls off of there, but still, presence is made. Siku does have the majority of mid here. Cooler is almost had by Stormy. However, Siku is starting to lose some players. The jump is camped, but that means no Cooler will be had because of that trade here. Mickey Mart do lose a little bit of momentum, and yet again, it's just Joe again left to be the last player standing for Mickey Mart. What can you do here? Trying to keep space here. 1 minute has passed, but it has been deadlocked so far.
Yeah, Duwapa and Joe trading bombs there and getting Tormy a little bit pissed out. Wump here going to try to dive for the check-in. Doesn't quite make it as Mickey Mart manages to close that out. And a great direct by Len is going to also get that. But you see these bubbles causing so much problems every time they think that they have a way to sweep in and clear them out. It's like they have a bubble ready, and that wipeout is going to be a big problem for Mickey Mart if they don't get on this spinner quickly.
Yeah, indeed. This checkpoint looks like it could be taken here. Joe isn't able to find the pick in time, but is at least to get the pick eventually. Finds 2, actually, but doesn't have the trip strikes yet because of that pick. Again, it's just left to the Squiffer on this bubble. Gets a beautiful pick onto Pincher there. Again, another pick onto Stormy. This is huge for Siku there, managing to even out the odds and keeping them alive in mid.
Oh my goodness. Wolf has been so clutch in just the past 2 minutes. They started out with it, and they are continuing to pull out the clutchest shots. Every time they have to make the pit they can. This Hammer going to run in and try to get one. Manages to get canceled, but there's a bubble behind them, and the Rainmaker is running all the way down to 24. This is Siku got kicked out's map.
Indeed. I mean, we're seeing right before our eyes why they've counterpicked it. They're so strong on it, but you're barely even close to half the match left to be played. There's still plenty of time for Mickey Mart to bounce back here. You need to start with getting that first checkpoint. You need to get onto the spinner. Joe with a flank here could potentially find something. Unfortunately, is quickly found and taken out. Now a numbers advantage. Another great pick by Wolf onto Stormy. Another shot. Wolf is out of control in this game so far, hitting clutch shot after clutch shot.
It seems like they are just always in the position with their reticle locked on. Tormy here going to try to get Stormy out of there, and this Hammer causing trouble finding another one. It's looking real rough here. It's just Joe here Joe against the entire world of Siku, and the bubble is there on the checkpoint, and that is not quite the KO. We faked out the commentators and the producers there for just a sec. That's going to be 3 down as Mickey Mart does manage to hold up the KO, but there's somebody in the backfield.
Oh, be careful of Lullaby there. All the members of Siku behind the enemy lines. This could be the knockout. No, quickly stopped there by Mickey Mart. But now you have dug yourself in a giant hole here. If you're Mickey Mart, you need to first get these players out of there. That is accomplished. Now you have to go for knockout territory. There is the wipeout right there. A great cleanup by Mickey Mart. Now the entirety of the map to traverse, however. This is going to be a difficult fight. Already taking these advantage situations, but Pitcher goes down with strikes.
Yeah, and with another pick from Woof, Stormy is the one who picks up the rain, and that means they won't have Cooler for their pushes. These picks are going to punish them hard, and against a snowbally comp like this, Woof with another amazing pick, trying to get for another one if they can. Can't quite find that one, but they are stalling things out so well here. But if you're Mickey Mart, you need every resource you can get to confirm these advantages and to keep your momentum going. You cannot let Siku get their foot in the door.
Yeah, here are the strikes now. Joe is unfortunately taken out there. Both sides losing 2 players. The Rainmaker is being taken all the way to Mickey's side. You see Whoop just taking it so far away from Mickey Mart's possession. Now in a very peculiar situation here for Mickey Mart. Does manage to take care of the Rainmaker. 3 players are down for Siku. A great opportunity here. 30 seconds left. What do you have left in you, Mickey Mart?
And Tormy is somehow still alive, dancing around that spinner. Finally gets taken down. Joe here sees the flank from Lullaby. That's a big pick here, especially with strikes. 3 going down. There's no checkpoint in the way. This might be a chance for them. Kuwapa has the bubble, though, and is going to dive the ring. They do get the pick, though. There is still a chance here. Strikes are ready and online, pushing people out of the way. Joe is going to run in here and try to get a pick. They're getting pushed up by Whoop. They're diving, getting one, looking for it. Stormy is still waiting patiently, but Tormy is there in the backfield. They don't see them, and Tormy gets that pick, and that's going to be Siku taking that. Man, that was close.
That was close indeed. A great opportunity, a great setup for Mickey Mart. Just Siku, when the time mattered most, they were able to calm down, solidify themselves, and finally stall out that push. Really well done there. And I mean that, like we mentioned, that is their counter pick for a reason here. They have mastered it, managing to get it all the way down to a knockout situation there. Just beautiful all around, what we expect from Siku, but this is different from Winners Finals. Mickey Mart, like you mentioned, has the advantage in terms of counter picks. Game 3 is their counter pick.
I gotta calm down, man. It's game 2.
It's game 2, yes,
it's
and
one,
tied.
It's 1-1, and I'm already like getting head rushed right now.
It is amazing. It is all hype here. Nothing has calmed down during this entire game. It has been clutch play after clutch play after clutch play. There's not a moment to rest.
I mean, Wolf really iced those pushes. Like, every time. There was such a good thought to do that breakaway down on the right side of the map. We saw Mickey Mart picked it up, and they knew it was just Woof there, but it didn't matter. Woof was just there with the charge and with the aim to shut everything down. Such incredible individual plays from them. We are seeing Mickey Mart going back to this counter pick that we've seen 3 times now. And last time against Siku, this did not pay off for them. I'm very interested to see what their idea is and what their plan is to make this work for them this time.
Indeed. I wouldn't say I'm worried per se, but I guess the right word would be anxious. You are playing a dangerous game here if you're Mickey Mart. You know that they have beat you on this one before. Can you trust yourself to come back from it? I mean, that game was close, yes, but still. They had your number there. Will they have it again this time? Will this pay off for them as whoever wins this one will take a 2-1 lead here, put themselves in a great spot?
Yeah, that's going to be close to what they want. You know, Siku, historically, very strong on tower. Crowd leading us in here as we get going for game 3. Big pivotal turning point here because whoever gets this puts the pressure on the other team. You see Tormy moving up here. Lullaby already pushing up for this flank. The members of Mickey Mart getting pushed back very early here, and Tormy finding a double here. Pitcher forced to wait, but that bomb is in a great place as Guwap ices that push. It's just going to be Stormy trying to get Cooler out for the team that is going to come out, but that is the first Chet down almost for certain. as they're going to ride this in. Pitcher in a good spot to try to contest this side of the map, make sure the Lullaby doesn't have a chance to get it, but there are trades happening everywhere.
Ooh.
Lullaby getting another pick. This is Mickey Mart's pick, but Siku is here, getting more and more picks. Pitcher trying their best, going to get strikes to try to clear the tower, and that is going to be that cleared. It's just going to be Guwap left, but they might get jumps with this bubble. They've done it before. Lullaby is back in, and they're still looking to push the tower. Getting more trades, and Guwap is still going to stall tower here. Siku is not kicked out yet.
This is the greatest first push you've had in any of these games so far. This is what you want if you're Siku. To do this on your opponent's counter pick is amazing. Tormi is there, managing to find one. Len is also taken out. Now 3 players in total have fallen for Mickey Mart. Joe the 4th as well, and that is a delayed wipe. Now at the 2nd checkpoint, the stamp is there as well. Len just trying to throw themselves onto the point, trying to stall it out. It does work out, but 6 points is just remaining for Siku. There is so much that Mickey Mart have to do now. So many specials that they have to do. So many pushes they're going to have to create with this. It's not going to be an easy path.
It's not going to be easy, but we've seen it done, and we've seen Mickey Mart do it. This may not be the best start to it. Tormi here finding another one, but not quite that one. Whoop here with the big pick. Going to get you with that. Pincher having to back up here, and the bubble coming out to hold down mid. 2-3 down on Mickey Mart. It's just going to be this shot here that has to jump out, holding onto those strikes to clear tower. Man, is Siku looking good here.
They are looking great here. You see the hammer now coming out as well, just trying to find anything, creating so much space. Takes out Stormy there. Won't be able to shred it in time, but on the other hand, Siku do lose 3 members. Just Woof here. You've seen them play some wonderful plays there. Unfortunately, Liz taken down this time. No luck there. Now Mickey Mart yet again on this offensive side. They have not yet been able to get a checkpoint here. Pincher with the key pick onto Tormi. That is huge. 3 players down now until the trip strike online, and there's the wipeout.
That is the wipeout. Mickey Mart now set up. They have the specials they need. Siku gonna have to take a lot of time to get theirs back. That said, this is Mickey Mart's first time on the board. Siku has a lot of time to build these resources. Mickey Mart needs to keep their foot on the gas. They will not win the war of attrition against a double bubble comp like this. Forcing one bubble is Len with the strikes coming out to answer. The members of Siku getting caught in some awkward positions, and they are holding this advantage very well. Joe in the backfield, Guwap kisses the tower just for a moment, but is forced back, but gets a pick on Stormy and is going to stall the tower a little bit more. Mickey Mart still has a chance to keep this pushing, but they need to win a fight here if they want a chance to keep it going.
This choke point between the 1st and 2nd is so hard to get through. The path is so long, and Mickey Mart unfortunately fall finally to Siku's might. Their numbers too overwhelming there at that point. However, it is not over yet. You see at the top of your screen though, every member of Siku has their special up. They are all ready to unleash that force. There is the wave breaker from Tormi. You see them going out. They will go down. Joe on the other side is taken out as well. Len with a beautiful direct there. Will take numbers advantage, but trades are going left, right, and center. Both teams still not having numbers advantage. A good shot by Wolf. Keep the tower. Another shot by Wolf, keeping it going. Siku just trying to go for the killing blow here as it's just one player standing for Mickey Mart.
It's just Stormy up here desperately trying to hold this top side. Members of Mickey Mart diving at the tower, managed to hold it off. Only 1 point made there. It's just going to be the wipeout now, but there is a long way to go. The tower will not speed up just because they're riding it. They have to ride this for the rest of the game, basically. If they want a chance to get all the way down to 4 points, there's a good start with the strikes, but 2 down already. This is already going sour for Mickey Mart. They have to stabilize here if they want something to happen, but there's Tormi in the back getting a wipeout, and it's 30 seconds left with Mickey Mart getting pushed back into their spawn yet again.
All the pressure on you, Mickey Mart. What do you have left? An opening pick onto Tormi is nice, but you need to get the tower back in your control. There is the double bubble right there. Their signature. So difficult to deal with here. Len will find the pick onto the jumping Tormi, however, is left in no man's land. Crunched down by the members of Siku. 10 seconds left. The cooler is going out. Members of Mickey Mart are going to have to throw themselves at this tower. The trip strikes go out as well. Everything in the kitchen sink is being thrown at the tower, and Mickey Mart will take it, but now overtime looms. You see a lurking player just in the background trying to find an opening there. You need to stay on the tower if you're Mickey Mart, managing to win that scrum and now continuously going. You need to keep going here.
And this is where this could get dicey. Siku not opting for a, quote, GG special, something that can clear the tower for free. Meanwhile, Mickey Mart with a lot of answers to them, and Siku not having a whole lot to their name. That's going to be 2 down. Guwap is the last one left up in a position to do this, but Tormy here on the back. It's just going to be this fight between them, and that's going to be Guwap winning that, and that's going to be them winning that counter pick. And that is a big, big win for them.
Winning on your counter pick, now nullifying that advantage that Mickey Mart got by winning game 1. That is as huge of a game 3 as we're going to see yet. And now, yet again, it is Mickey Mart's counter pick. What do? You are now down 2-1. You need to make sure this counter pick counts to give yourself a shot against give yourself a living shot against the counter pick in game 5. You need to focus on this game 4 one step at a time. The lights are never brighter than they are now.
You are never out until you lose 3 games. That's how this works. So there's no need to give up now, and I know they don't want to. They are fired up, ready for this to happen. I am interested to see what their counter pick will be. I think this will be the first time that we've seen them do 2 of them. Believe that last time they only got the 1 before they ended up losing that counter pick. Or no, did we see Barnacle Clams last time? I'm not sure. So we'll see what this counter pick will be. It still cannot be Hagglefish or Zones. I did hear Clams, which I'm not terribly surprised by. There's no way they go to Rainmaker against this team. And we're seeing Clams on Umami this time. Very interesting pick. I don't disagree with it. Seems like a great option for them. Bubble is very strong here, though. And Tormy is very strong here as well.
Indeed, you really are playing with fire if you're Mickey Mart here. Again, I don't dislike the pick, but you have to be aware of your opponent's strengths when counter picking like this, and you need to focus on it. You need to counter pick with this in mind, and if Mickey Mart believes they can do it, then I'm sure we'll be seeing why they counter picked on Umami Ruins Clams. It is such a very back and forth. Now, Clam Blitz in general is so back and forth, but Umami Ruins I feel like has a lot of opportunity to be so chaotic.
Yeah, you know, and maybe a little bit less opportunity for Tormy to get around them on such a narrow map. That might be part of the idea here. Even though Paintbrush is extremely powerful under these ledges and on top of them, it might give them a bit of a chance to manage the members of Siku and keep them from getting around them and breaking their formation.
Yeah.
That said, this is do or die for Mickey Mart. They have to win this game if they want a shot at the title. Siku, though, wanting to close it out. Tormy's going to dive in. That's going to be 2 down and 3 for Siku. It's just going to be Guwump with their bubble ready, going to hold this. And it's directed by Len. Len's going to move up onto the dome. They got to get some clams going, and they're going to make this push happen. But Tormy jumped in and found one, and there's more jumps. This is exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, these bubbles providing these jumps for the players. All the members of Siku are jumping to them and dividing and conquering. The jumps are coming in, though. Will get camped out by Len, who has been on a roll so far this game, getting so many directs, getting these opening picks from Mickey Mart. However, Siku are still back in here. They have the defensive positions, but Len is taking all the picks, taking all the names, taking out everybody, managing to get the wipe out. And now Mickey Mart a golden opportunity to get the first score on the board.
Yeah, Len is just going insane. Last game getting over 20 splats and assists, and we're seeing them want to probably push for 30 if they can. Len in this thing, getting a pick on the wiper, that's going to be big, and even though Stormy is down, they're going to opt to jump out here and make sure that they keep as many resources as they can. Tormy going down, and another one. That's paying off for them real big here. Another one going down. It's just the wiper probably jumping in, and they're there in the bubble. They do manage to get a pick, though. Lullaby in the backfield with Hammer and gets another one, looking to maybe try to hold on to this and keeping them in. Tormy's going to clean that up, and this is suddenly looking like Siku's game.
Indeed, now Tormy continuing their onslaught. These players are alive and awake. They know what's at stake. They know the adrenaline rushing through them now. They are making all these heroic plays. Mickey Mart does lose 2 players initially, so this will open the door for Siku to get in. This bubble is going to be so hard to get through if you're on Mickey Mart. Siku now with the lead. Mickey Mart need to jump in and get these picks. They need to go in now. The clams are still finding their way in. Stamp is available for Siku if they wish to hold it. Managing to find 1, managing to find 2. Trying to look for the 3rd, does get stuck though, but still, look at that lead that Siku has built.
Lullaby managing to find 3 there, but Len is there to stop it, and that is indeed a devastating lead for Siku. Mickey Mart here definitely going to be feeling the pressure, needing to get a strong push. Look at their penalty, 30 points before they can even start to score here on Siku got kicked out. Mickey Mart not with quite as much. They're going to have to try to score a little bit, but they are doing a great job of at least containing Siku, not letting them get around them. Even when the picks are coming, they are maintaining a good amount of control here. That said, 2 going down. Lullaby here just in the backfield causing a lot of trouble. Pincher here, maybe getting picked, and is going to go down. It's just going to be Stormy left again with Cooler, but they're going to get collapsed on very quickly if they're not careful, but that's going to be a wipeout. Really nice plays there. They're going to pick up all of these clams and the Cooler and run their way into the basket and get a big score coming.
Yeah, now the basket is open for Mickey Mart. You need to make the smart moves. Pity is in there. You need more clams now. This lead is able to be taken back by Mickey Mart here. However, the players are falling here. Joe, the last one, really in a good position. Len might make something happen. A huge double causes the wipeout here. However, the basket does close, so now that gives Siku an opportunity to come back into here. Booyah Bomb is available from Len now. Will decide to use it here. This is a huge team fight. 2 balls in total in the hands of Mickey Mart. One will be found. The second one as well. And now the players of Siku are all falling.
Wolf manages to find a Colette, though, taking out 2 with 1 shot. And that's going to end that push before it even got started, but still taking the lead is Mickey Mart. This is so big for them with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. This is going to be huge. Siku has a big penalty to break through, but with 3 down, it's just Lullaby here running in with this, but Len gets the pick and gets traded out, but they broke the barrier and they're going to look for more clams, scrambling to find more. The bubble and the jump is going to take the lead. This could be it if we're not careful. 2 going down on Siku, though. Lullaby putting in 1 more clam. There's still the Wiper and Tormy in the back behind them. Finally goes down, and it's again another swap. Mickey Mart again in a do or die situation.
This is for everything. This is for your tournament on the line. One final push. It's not about who punches first. It's about who's the last standing here. 2 players fall. The barrier is broken here. You see the ball is on the floor. You see the pity claim available. You need to just stay alive. Pitcher does fall. You see the bubble. You see the Booyah Bomb being popped. The jump is there. The jump is coming in. 1 more clam. 1 more clam will do it. However, the players are all falling down. 20 seconds left. Len will find 1 pick. The ball is picked up. It won't make its way to the basket, though. 15 seconds left. You need to build a clam now.
Len is still alive, though, finding 2 and stalling things. They have a chance here. They need a clam. If they want a chance, they do make the clam. They have a chance at overtime here. We're going into overtime. Mickey Mart must win this push if they want a chance to go. There's 1 down. On Siku got kicked out. The strikes are coming out. They are pushing in. 1 goes down. 2 go down. 3 go down on Mickey Mart. It's just Joe left here alone. That's the wipeout. And that is your winners. Siku got kicked out, taking the set and the win. They are your H-Town champions.
Congratulations to them, not once but twice, facing a very tough team in Mickey Mart there. Your back-to-back H-Town champions, now tying the team they just beat, Mickey Mart.
A rivalry that has been brewing and is only heating up.
It's only gotten warmer, and now it's reached its boiling point for sure. Now on equal footing here. Both these teams now know what they have to do here. But if you are on the side of Siku, celebration awaits. Congratulations to them. You are the H-Town Splashdown number 4 champions.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Congratulations to Mickey Mart for making it this far. And I know that they're not going to feel good about it, but we are very grateful that they gave us the show that they did. Look at this crowd. We are all out here for this game, for this community, for this fun that we're having. And we are so grateful to be a part of it and so excited to keep bringing more. Thank you all so much for being here. I know that we've got more. We've got an award ceremony. We've got a lot more coming your way. But until then, I think that might be it for us.
Yeah, I have screamed my lungs out, and I am A-okay with that. I mean, at that point, I was losing my voice. You can probably tell it right now is being strained, but 100% worth it, worth all that hype, and it's only going to get better and better. And this this land is going to get even more competitive.
Come to H-Town.
Come to H-Town.
Come to H-Town Splashdown. I don't care if you're not from Texas. Get over here. It's crazy. And you're going to have a lot of fun, like we have.
Indeed.
Thank you to all our TOs. Thank you to the people who have organized this event and put this on. Thank you to Game Guys for giving us this venue and this chance to do this. And thank you, viewers, for watching and for being here with us. It's been a lot of fun. I've been Nate the Great. You can find me on Blue Sky and Twitch. Just make sure you put 8s where the A's would be. And Rocket, where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me right down there at Rocket1 on Blue Sky as well. And I could not have had a better person to be my co-commentator for this Grand Finals. This has been the best experience in Splatoon competitive so far for me. This is awesome. And I hope you will join us next time here. But for now, we are signing off from H-Town Splashdown number 4. Take care, everyone.
How you doing, fellas? We're back in silver finals. We got here today Pumpkin Team, which is me, and Fall Hole over here.
Exactly. Hey, good to be back
Both
here.
to be found on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
He, hims, you know. We're just the manliest men, clearly, as you can tell by my hat. Right now, we got H-Town Rebels representing the University of Houston.
Woo.
And over here, we got
our other team called Raisin Covered Yogurt. You know, it's a nice little team icon logo right there. Just a tiny little bug on a tiny little leaf.
Just a little guy. You know, that is not a little guy. It's a little guy that's a raisin covered in yogurt.
Exactly.
That's an incredible icon that I got to say. Very, very unique to what I have here.
Right.
H-Town Rebels competing, no, what's the word for it? Okay, thank you for the names.
Exactly.
We got Mr. Complete, Cole Sand, Elevated Bike, and I Love Toast. Toast being a pretty good Smash player. Fought against them.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy on Young Link, not going to lie. My DK had nothing to do against them.
Yeah, good name overall. Love Toast as well.
And who we got over here?
And, well, on the other side of Raisin Covered Yogurt, we have, well, WPC Daisy, A Ryan, Tipo, ODBs. Well, their notable sets are second at Shark Tank, number 9, ninth in FTIU, number 69 gold bracket, Tipos and Bs, first at FTIU number 71, and multiple third placements in Shark Tank. And they made gold bracket in All for One, number 30.
All right. We got a whole loving family right here. For Complete, former member of Howdy Hat Pirates. I remember that team. We got Toast here. One of my thumbs is longer than the other. Okay. Interesting genetics you got there. Cole Sand can put his foot behind his head. Yoga Master and NO as the Sniper Rider E-Leader ZF Charger and completed an FRC Worlds competition. I'm sorry, my alarm is going off. That's reminding me that it's 9 p.m. because we've been doing this whole college and
all day,
bracket all day, basically.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's why you should come over. It's a nice, long tournament. We got plenty of people to meet, plenty of stuff to buy. Give us your money. It's a great time.
Exactly,
over here.
and you can just stay up all night until 10 p.m. But, you know, enough about all the fun facts about these teams yet. Let's have a go look ahead.
Wait, one more fun fact.
Oh.
Colson Art actually has a little art channel that they make stuff on, I believe on Twitter and Blue Sky. So go check them out. Just send out their little @ and you should be able to find them.
But obviously, with that all the way about the fun facts about these teams, let's go ahead and look about this set right here, which is our first match is going to be Hacklefish Market in Splat Zones. You know, obviously, you know, your typical map mode to start
Really
the
good
bat.
for long range. I'm very happy to see the any kind of squiffer is always going to be really nice here. We got stamper wipers on the field that the potentials for range here are very extreme.
But, you know, obviously, we're going to have to wait and see for these teams to just ready up and obviously present themselves what they'd have to bring in and see who can come out on top and take the set.
Hacklefish Market's just, it's a map. It's the most map of all time. I think it is like the base example. It is like right down in the middle of the road for me where, yeah, it is very backline dependent, but I enjoy the routes that it adds to the table.
Right.
Here we go. H-Town Rebels versus Raisin Yogurt. Oh, yes, a Stamper. It's going to be nice comboing with that
Ooh, and a Squiffer on the side of Raisin Covered Yogurts right there. So let's
there
see
it goes.
what these teams have to present
Classic
themselves.
as always, edit running 3 mains of run speed. Just got to keep on running there. Oh, man, let's see what they kind of flanks. Who's going to be the first to flank? It's always the big one who takes that stride. Complete is making progress with that. Gluga's going to get just a kill right here. Oh, all right. We love those picks. Wait. Oh, okay. No strengths on the table just yet.
And we're 2 down with Raisin Covered Yogurts right there.
Oh, yeah. No, they're going to take that plot easily. Man, perfect jump back from, I believe, Complete. Oh, wow. This is a nice hold. Oh, wait. Look at that Zipcaster go. Putting so much pressure on the team. Taking 2 out from it. You love to see a great Stamper out there. No bias here, by the way.
No, yeah. It's just really great play style by
Ignore the fact that I play Stamper. Oh my gosh. Dude, taking that spot on 10 is such a scary spot. Even if you have a crab out, it is very hard to take them out with just that little dent to prevent them from taking any kind of damage.
right there. And with that Zipcaster, oh my goodness, coming on the side of Racing Coverage Jokers right there.
Just not
It looks like
enough.
H-Down Rebel. It's not enough though, but 3 are down from the side of H-Down Rebels right here. So this is a great opportunity for Racing Coverage Jokers to just flame back zones on their side right here. But
Ansel keep
looks
it
like
good job of staying alive. Never mind. All right, I was hoping for a cooler or something to pop out. Wow, what a great shot from that Jet. Man, you don't always see Rapid Deco. Is that what its name is? I always get confused. It's not the
Rapid
range
Deco.
Rapid.
But that Booyah coming down from H-Down
But
Rebels
it's
right here.
always great to see a good Jet player coming out. Oh, what happened to that guy?
Good mistake right here. But, oh,
I actually don't. He's just kind of exploded. That poor wall just couldn't take it. Having a bit of trouble with the Zipcaster here. Really trying to go for the trick shots. And that's the whole team camping your spot. Sorry, bud.
Right,
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Very unfortunate that's happening right there. But, you know, H-Down Rebels are
Well, at least they
holding
got
out strong.
the inflammatory points. It's just something to stall out the game just a little bit longer. If they can get this zone using the strikes, it can really turn the tides of battle here. If we're moving up. Oh my gosh, and it's down. No more crab for you. Oh, more Jet. We'd love to see it. Oh, great
man.
last pick before getting out of there.
The disrespect right there. That's just unreal right there. Oof. But, you know, the Racing Company Yogurts with the zone on their side right here. And it looks like they're just knocking down the felony points. And it's nearby into limiting them. But,
Let's see how long they can hold it here with this comp, because it doesn't seem super defensive. That bucket's going to be a huge issue once they try and move back in from their little ramps and stuff. Edit with that crab is going to just tear through the defenses. Ooh, a little bit of chip from the... Oh, wait, no, they're going to get out of there. Very smart play, but still need to get past those penalty points. Man, I was having so much trouble trying to find those words.
Right, yeah. Quite amazing right here. But the strikes are coming down on from the side of Racing Cover Yogurts, but it's not going to be enough to paint these zones right there on their favor right there, as H-Down Rebels is putting up a good fight and strong hold on just completely keeping zones neutral and eventually going to paint these zones.
You can see the teamwork being placed down here. Two right down the middle. Stamper just trying to take that flank, but just eating out of the air with that Jet.
Stack up super jumps.
They're all back. They're ready. They're raring to go.
I'm not sure right here, but look at this. Gluga's
Oh
with the
my
jump scare right
gosh,
there, being able
Gluga
to get
just
a
doesn't
pickoff right here,
care,
getting
though.
2 doubles right there, and a wipeout completely on the side of H-Town Rebels right here. It looks like it might be a game for them, so if they hold it off pretty well, it is going to be
Oh
a
my gosh,
knockout
and
for
that is
H-Town
going
Rebels.
to take it. Man, I really thought Raisin-Covered Yogurt was going to hold that zone just a little bit longer, but Gluga is just coming in and shredding through everything. Complete was just that much of an attacker. Oh, look, they got a little chant going on over there.
No, yeah, nice little jingle of celebration for the side of H-Town Rebels. But yeah, good aggression from their side, you know. That Gluga's just popping off, getting many doubles.
Just amazing gameplay. Amazing. You love seeing only here in Texas, in H-Town.
Exactly. Everything's bigger in
Wow,
Texas.
we still got that sign back up there.
Oh, yeah, about that sign. I really like it. Really goes hard. Nice little scuttle
really
right there.
great design. Thanks to our artists over here, Finn, Rainey. Great guys. Love to have them here.
Exactly. Just like that tiny little scuttle.
Yep, you can see him right there. He's probably a pixel on the stream.
No, it's not. You can kind of get to see him as long as you have like good eyesight.
Oh. What do we got next? What's the counter pick? What are they cooking
well,
up?
we're just gonna have to wait until the other team to figure out which map mode is.
I'm expecting something
on their
disgusting after Hagglefish Market,
Probably
because if that's the
something like that.
baseline, then they want to do something very evil. Not well. Maybe that's not the right word of putting it. Something silly.
Something
silly.
But
yeah, you know what? That's a good substitute of evil. It's very chaotic in nature.
Well,
kind of.
thankfully we are the commentators and we can directly see what kind of map mode they're gonna play. But it doesn't look like we see it yet, so might be a little
What are they
while.
cooking up? I can't see it over here. I'm blind.
Really?
Yes.
Might be lighting.
Yeah,
right
I
here.
was
It's
born
just
this way.
blinding
I
your
have
eyes.
genetics of a fish. I
Oh,
cannot
that's
see anything. All right, we're going to ship-shaped cargo. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness sake.
With tower. This could be interesting. This is the silly map that I was hoping for.
It's quite a snowbally map, so you know.
I am ready for that Zipcaster play again, because there's some silly spots that you can get to. Just maybe up on that perch. Sometimes you get a free take on their top left, top right on ramps.
Yep, true on that. But
Now,
still,
what is going on through those heads, though?
Mhm.
Raisins seem pretty confident, I would say. They're
Oh, yeah.
locked in.
Oh, yeah. The win, you
Oh,
know, on
look
their
at them
favor
over
right
there
here.
waving at the camera. They know.
Mhm.
They know.
Exactly. Yeah. Nice to see, you know, the confidence boost on their, you know, side at work is just extreme. You know, with the win on their
Okay,
side,
here we
they're going to
go.
be able to pop off. But, yeah. Let's go ahead and see if any comp changes have happened between either of these teams. Nice little introduction here, and
what
let's
is-
see what these weapons, any weapon changes right here. Looks like
Nothing on the H-Town Rebel side, but let's see. Oh,
no,
the
but-
blaster!
S-Blast on the side of Racing Covered Yogurt. So let's see if Tipo right there is able to pull off with those ledge peaks right there and can get anybody.
Blaster could be heavy, heavy hard to try and fight against once they're underneath that ledge there. Oh, but Bucket's going to go right down.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, it's just fighting on both sides. Tipo is just going to take that. A little bit of a squid bag there, but we're just gonna ignore that and just try and get out of that ink there.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Complete just tearing it up.
Mm-hmm.
That rabid beast of the Belugas. Fear its name, Beluga.
Right. But it looks like the Squid right here, putting up a good fight right here. Hiding behind bumper though, but trying to peek off, trying to get any picks right here so far, but unsuccessfully not beating any picks right here. But the crab, oh my goodness, from the head, being on the bridge of Racing Covered
Olsen
Service
going
right here.
in with the Zipcaster, making sure that plenty of work.
Oh,
Going zipping right through their
goodness sake.
team. 3 down on their side.
Yeah, this is just a bloody massacre on the side of H-Town Rebels over here. They're just butchering Racing Covered Yogurts right here, and it looks like they're just passing the final checkpoint right here.
You gotta
But
be
it looks
careful
like not
when just
many people
spamming those
but
strikes, but three are
down
down on
H-Town
their
Rebel.
side.
Goodness sake. Racing Covered Yogurts managed to
Wait, they got
pull out
another
off
person
their
there?
defense right
Coulson?
here, but
Okay.
oh my goodness, one more flank coming off from
Wow, I
H-Town
can hear
Rebels.
it from over there, too.
Oh yeah, they're
Hopefully the
shouting
stream picked that
pretty
up.
loudly. That's how you know the team spirit is very high right now.
Oh, yeah, they are going crazy.
Oh my goodness, that cable management right there. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, dude, I cannot wait to see the Zipcaster from the Swimmer. Ooh, very
yo,
nice
the
direct
directs.
from the blaster.
Mhm.
Let's hope that that Kulu's not too greedy there.
And another pick right there with the, you know, burst bomb and S-Blast combo right there. And oh my goodness, another pick off from Tipo right there. This is just popping
Tipo's
off.
hitting a lot of directs. They were feeling really
Exactly.
confident.
Oh my goodness, what is that?
Could you please move out of,
Let us way
please
too
move out of
short.
the way.
Uh-huh. But oh my goodness, the strikes are falling up with that
Oh,
booyah
that was a really good booyah shot. He knew the exact art.
bomb.
You gotta have some kind of what is it called? Angles? There's an angle class or something in high school.
Mhm.
Man, I'm too dumb for this. I'm just in a community college.
Yeah. Such a shame.
He's
But still though,
really
you know,
hitting.
he's right here, defending
Pop
off the tower.
grab here?
Against that hitter right there, but, you know, hopping off the tower. And, you know, that tower is still unattended by anybody. But Beast is desperately trying to get back on tower right there with the booyah bomb from Tipo. But, oh my goodness, the Zigcaster not being able to just break that
You know,
booyah bomb.
sometimes
shield
that
right here.
happens with Zipcaster. It's like a 50-50 chance either that happens or you get a 2-kill with a direct. You don't know with this weapon.
No, exactly. But oh my goodness, Daisy going down from that Splatana stamper right there, and it looks like H-Town Rebels are back to being aggressive right now.
There's
and
a
are
reason why
pushing.
it's a chainsaw. It's just tearing it up.
Oh yeah, no, this is just a
Oh,
bloodbath.
we're back to the
just
Zipcaster
witnessing.
already, dude.
Mm-hmm. And a
See,
splat.
sometimes if it doesn't happen, you just get another one in like 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. With the crab tank to follow up that Zipcaster. Oh my goodness, 3 are down from the side of Racing Covered Yokes right here. They desperately need to stop H-Town Rebels from completely ending this game with a KO right here, but it's not going to
and
be
there
enough.
it is.
As, you know, Racing Covered Yogurts are just not be able to just respawn and defend as H-Town Rebel is just smoothly going through the set with 2-0. All they need is just one more game in order to just take away Silver Bracket on their favor right there. So, you know,
Oh
great
my
teamwork by
gosh.
H-Town Rebels.
I would not want to be on the end of a Coulson with a fully
Right.
charged chainsaw, dude. It's scary, especially
yeah.
when he starts zipcasting. Even if it doesn't do that much, just having his presence there
Mhm.
and just knowing, oh, he can zip right towards me and kill me instantly.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough to like get plenty of attention.
Oh yeah. No, and, well, unfortunately, I was a victim of H-Town Rebels. I did fight against them in semis of Silver Bracket, and yeah, they just completely swept me away.
Well, on my behalf, you can't fail if you're not in the bracket. So
Right.
I'm just here to help.
Hey, at least I had a good run.
Well,
At least
you
I
know what?
actually
At
played
least it
in
went
the game.
somewhere with it.
Right. Also, do you have a little bit of a technical issue? I can't hear anything on my end.
Oh
of your
no, that's
headphones.
just been happening.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
worry about it.
Okay. Because I don't know. I was a little confused because I mean I can barely hear you with the headphones
Oh,
on.
no,
That's
no,
why
no.
I have it partially off of my right ear. So,
We'll be fine.
yeah,
We're fine.
exactly.
As long as you can partially hear me,
Mhm.
you're basically hearing me.
Mm-hmm. Right. Basilla. You know, I was just kind of curious because, you know.
Okay, so
nothing was coming
after
out
this
from our end.
ship-shaped tower here, what is the scheming going on here now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I always enjoy the little plushies and stuff that people bring to their
oh, no, yeah, it's
the
great
tables.
tradition.
We all got our good luck charms.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Splatoon plushie or an amiibo or a piece of constructionware known as a brick. Everyone's got their own thing.
Exactly. Gleb plushie? That's my plushie. Gleb is such an icon. I love him so much. He's the best character in Smiling Friends.
Macomar
Zones right there. Another great map mode.
Oof,
so
this is a very, very good map for any kind of close range action.
Right.
So it really makes you think, are they going to switch up their weapons here for this, or is it going to be the vice versa, where they keep those weapons?
Well, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise if H-Town Rebels is just keeping their, comp. So,
Well, Bucket's going to be pretty effective on this map.
Yeah, yeah. As long as the glue is as well.
We
with
do
that
have a
Booyah
few
bomb.
of them here. Oh, nope. We just got a Wiper and Stamper.
Right.
There's a Carbon Roller, so that could be very effective if we get any good sharks here. Wow, sharking is... You don't know it until you actually have it done on you or doing it, how effective it is.
Oh, yeah.
Just not knowing where you are, or not knowing where any Carbon Roller is, where it can just pop and insta-kill you.
Exactly. It's just as spooky.
Real scary.
It's literally a jump scare. You never know when they're going to come out.
You want to have that paint on the ground. You want to have that in any kind of location. All right, now here we go.
But yeah, with this out of the way, we are in Game 3 of Silver Bracket Finals. So if H-Town Rebels do successfully take this game on their favor, they are going to be champions of Silver Bracket. So let's see if H-Town Rebels can pop off well, or can Raisin Covered Yogurts pull off a reverse sweep right here. You never know. You never know.
There's that bucket that I was warning you about. It's going to be really effective trying to take on that right stack there.
Right here,
unfortunately, just getting taken out by that edit. You do not want to be on the end of a fully charged edit.
That's just quite unfortunate, but still, good start for H-Town Rebels, managing to get 2 picks off, and obviously having zones on their favor right here. But Raisin Covered Yogurts needs to compose themselves and stop staggering, and now, pulling off the special right here with these popping off the crab take right here. But the Booyah Bomb coming off, destroying their crab take suddenly.
Colson having a bit of trouble trying to make use of that Stamper. Can he get a kill with that? Yes, he can!
Oh my goodness,
yes,
that was quite a good throw of a hammer right there. And the Zipcaster following by Daisy right here. So let's see if they can get any picks right here, but unfortunately I don't think that's so, as the Zipcaster is running out. But the strikes following up after that Zipcaster right here.
This is a war zone. This is a war zone right here. You do not want to be standing in the middle of that.
No, yeah, this is absolute bloodbath. But one member of Raisin Covered Yogurts does go down right here, so this is just a great opportunity for
Daisy's going to do a little funky flank over there. What are they doing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're getting spot out. But can they get away? No, not quite.
Oh, yeah. It's just they just count them lacking right here. But Beast with the crab tank right here, trying to paint zones on their favor, but H-Town Rebel
got to be careful.
Completely countering it by just
is angry. Never mind. They're dead. Okay, we're going to try and move on from that. Strikes could possibly try and take this zone back if they can just all push in here.
No, it's not going to be enough.
Not
As
quite. Just anything to contest. Hang on. Here we go.
But no.
This is just the confidence boost that they needed.
Oh, but H-Town Rebels right here, pinning zones on their behalf right here, and it's just going to be keep knocking down, as we are going to be 30 seconds away if H-Town Rebels keep the zones on their behalf and just completely get this KO right here. But Tipo right there with the ledge peek from the bottom,
them out like a
and the hammer from Coulson right there. B's running away from that hammer throw, but miraculously dodging that so well. But H-Town Rebels are looking like they might be getting that KO right here on their side right here. Has to go down from H-Town.
No!
It is covered here. And it looks like H-Town Rebels are your Silver Bracket winners of H-Town.
Every single time the camera went to somewhere, something was happening.
Oh, yeah. But still, Swift.
I need to thank the guys that are on that camera work, just doing, just flipping right in between everything. It's got to be dizzying trying to be on that kind of roll. I'm just guy talking. And I was sweating.
Yeah, that was just really fun right there. But, yeah, H-Town Rebels proving their aggression and just violence right there. It's just
wow.
Very unfortunate for Raisin Covered Yogurts to just be swept like that again.
And we got our Silver Bracket champion, I believe,
exactly.
Mr. H-Town Rebels.
Exactly. So kudos to them, Obviously,
kudos, yes.
Yeah, by the way they played, they definitely deserved it. Like,
kudos,
come on.
Applause, break a leg. I don't know what other fancy factions that they got going on for things like that.
But yeah,
But that was a great time.
Oh yeah, great time indeed. But
they really just were just chewing up. Man, I was so happy seeing Coulson just go crazy on the Splatana, where you see it often, but you're never tired of it. It's it's great how flexible it is. I love seeing the flexibility of S-Blast as well,
Right.
and seeing how many directs. It doesn't matter if you're short or close range, short, far range. You're still going to hit those directs.
Right. And also I have to give my round of applause to, which one was the Glugas? Complet? Is that how you say the name?
Complete. Oh, yeah, Complete was going crazy.
Oh, yeah.
On
Listen,
the
love to
Glugas.
see, Dually player pop off as well. Even if I don't play Glugas, it's quite a pain to fight against because obviously the splat wall and it's a 2-shot kill, but
I was kind of happy with Daisy showing up with the Zipcaster.
yeah. Still
Snipe Rider. Or
great
not Snipe
contribution
Rider,
from
it was a Zipcaster Charger. What was it called?
Zipcaster Charge.
What was it called? I always forget the name of this one.
Of what?
The squeaky clean one.
Oh, the Squiffer.
Squiffer. Thank you. God, I
That's-
just had to keep throwing out so many adjectives and verbs.
That's
just
fine. Listen,
charge
that's why
my
you got
brain.
me to helpfully remind you.
Yeah, exactly.
Of all
That's why
this,
you're here, because I'm an
enthusiast.
idiot and I can't think of stuff like this myself.
Exactly. Expertise of naming weapons that people do not know. so.
I just like seeing it zip around and trying to get those fancy shots. It doesn't even matter. It's just as long as you get one of them, it's enough for me for the set.
Right.
The more Zipcast, the better.
But regardless of
Wow,
that,
Wow, they really packing everything up here now.
Exactly. But, as we said in the beginning, this is not over yet, as we are going to go, into the collegiate bracket, is how you say it?
Yes, yeah.
So
we're going to be here for a little bit longer.
Exactly. Well, I don't know us personally, because, it's our choice if we want to stay or not.
Well, that's true.
But it is getting late since it's, 9:19 over here in Houston. So
it is getting a little late.
Getting close to the midnight. But if you want to stay here and watch the stream to watch that collegiate bracket.
All right, so we're going to wrap things up here.
Mm-hmm.
And thank y'all for watching the Silver Finals here. Let's hop into that college bracket and just see what crazy kooks these H-Town Rebels are cooking up.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Exactly.
Thank y'all.
Hello. Welcome to the late night show with the head of production, Danny. I'm going to be commentating. I want to specify that I'm not good at this, and I'm just doing this for fun. So don't expect, yeah. Okay. We're still waiting for our teams to get set up. Here, let me show you all the crowd cam. It looks like some people are still connecting. So, I can see chat, by the way. So if y'all want to ask questions and stuff like that, I have chat open. So, this is actually just kind of, if you have questions about the stream or about like anything that happened, this is, if you've stayed this long, congrats. You've won yourself a Q&A with me, the person that does the stream. And I also have Celeste here, who is the spectator, but she doesn't want to talk to you guys. It's not personal. I don't know. Oh, also, maps are just gonna be weird. We're just gonna do whatever, and I'm not gonna do anything crazy or intense. Go ask them, 'cause yeah. Splatoon. Okay, I lied. Dio's gonna commentate. So, yeah. Okay, bye.
Put me on camera. Can they hear me? Oh my God, stream
they
can hear me?
you.
Yo, what up? This is your coach speaking. This is Coach Dio. What up, gang? I'm assuming Nasu's watching right now. Any other UH folk? Love you guys. Yeah. So for context, I founded the UH Splatoon Club, and both of these teams are from University of Houston, from the UH Splatoon Club. So welcome to my chill commentary. So for a little bit of history on both of these teams, H-Town Rebels, I actually also founded that team because I played in CCA for a while. And this is their current version of that roster. I played with Kennedy back then, but the other three members are new, or rather, not the same players that I was in the roster that I played with. And there are the varsity team for the University of Houston. Whilst the other team, Grab and Go, is our Div 3, I think, teams, CCA team. And they actually have a sub here. You'll see a familiar name if you've been watching the stream, Mr. Woomph. Woomph was just playing on CP Got Picked Out, who won the main bracket. So you might be asking, why the heck is Woomph here? Well, Woomph is an honorary University of Houston player. They are very active in the club, and we like Woomph. So Woomph is subbing in. And if I'm being honest in regards to like power levels, having Woomph in there does kind of even it out a little bit, because technically H-Town Rebels is the favorite team in this matchup, just based on skill. But with Woomph, that's kind of even the tables a little bit. So right now we got H-Town Rebels with the lead of 41, and yeah, S gets killed by Will. I'm gonna just start using first names. I'm on a first name basis with these folks. So I am sorry if I'm doxing them right now, but I'm way too tired to have a filter. So anyways, Woomph, I don't know why Woomph is playing a shooter. They normally play Swiffer, so I think Woomph should play Swiffer. That would be epic, awesome sauce. Kennedy is like super aggressive and gets in their face a lot, so you can kind of see him there with Will with the Via Bomb all the way up in their spawn. Kennedy goes down, but trades with Woomph, and S goes down on the far side. So H-Town Rebels does have a big advantage here, and it's definitely in numbers. However, Reef Slider might be able. Nope, there's no Reef Slider cheese on this map apparently. So no Reef Slider cheese, no easy zone cap, and H-Town Rebels is really aggressive. Oh my god. Complete with the dualies. Just wrecking. Oh my god, Bro just got 3 or 2 in a trade. That's huge. That's huge. However, I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but I wasn't. Somehow, Grab and Go did get the cap there. So that penalty points does give him a chance back into the game, which is huge. So let's see what they can do with this. They got strikes. Got a splashdown on the ready. Never mind, splashdown's dead. Oh man, this is looking real dire with 2 down on the side of Grab and Go. I really hope that they can get something out of this situation here. 10 seconds on the clock. I don't know what's going on. Reef Slider's coming out. I hope that they can, oh my god, it's neutralizing zone, but then is that enough? Oh, oh, oh! Come on! Yeah, let's go! Grab and Go caps the zone! Oh my god, that's so huge. Oh my goodness, what is this? Crab from Toast. Oh! And wipe out! This is an amazing match for Splatoon. This is literally what I live and breathe for. Wow. Wow. I need to catch my breath. That was just way too much to process. I don't think my brain can handle it. So anyways, how's everybody's evening going? I just hosted a LAN. Isn't that crazy? Being a TO is a lot of work. So anyways, grab and go back here with this hold. Oh, can they kill complete? Yes, he can. Kennedy's trying to do something in this corner, but jumping out seems like the best option because what the heck is he going to do in that position? No escape route, no anything. He was going to come down. Oh, Kennedy's down. Wait, this is a big push for grab and go. This is an opportunity. The opportunity of a lifetime for grab and go to make a huge comeback. Let's see. However, look at those specials. There's 3 specials on the side of H-Town Rebels. And 1 goes down on grab and go. Oh, but 3 down on H-Town Rebels. Grab and go making a huge comeback. Oh my goodness, chat. This is insane. Grab and go making a huge comeback. Grab and go! This is fun. Thank you for humoring me. My vocal cords are gonna hate me after this, bro. I have nothing else to say. I just wanted to yell. For those who know me and have seen me at in-person events or have hung out with me in the past, you know that yelling and getting excited and getting passionate is 100% deep down in my core what I enjoy doing. So being able to yell about my friends, who a lot of them I've known for a few years, coached some of them on the team. Actually, most of them I've coached, did VOD reviews with. These are a very special group of people to me, and it's just, I don't know, this whole event, being able to end with seeing, yeah, can they start? Yeah, just start. No, you're good. Put in the power into the adapter from the dock. Put in the power from the dock into the adapter. Put the power from the dock into the adapter. So yeah, anyways, as I was saying, I love these human beings. Very special. Special moment for me, so. Yeah. This is a wonderful way to end a LAN. This is not the last set, by the way. I'm talking like it is, but this is semifinals of the collegiate bracket. So yeah, I know we were doing silver grand or finals. Okay. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry for gaslighting you. Okay. We have a DC, folks. Play it out. No shot. There was a DC. So, anyways. Alright, one of the players that plays handheld, their switch died. So we're getting a replacement switch. And yeah. Which is funny because that's S who DC'd. And historically, S plays really weird weapons. Specifically really weird gear. So S will now have the opportunity to play on someone's Switch. Someone who probably has real competitive builds. I love S, by the way. Yeah?
They've low-key probably been picking up my mic because it's been over my head this whole time.
That's fine. I'll scoot over. Yeah. If I ever got the opportunity to do like an award show with the UH teams, S would get the award for most improved. Genuinely, when S started, like in 2022, 2023, with the University of Houston club, I won't say she was a bad player, but there was a lot of like mechanics stuff that S needed to work on. And as of right now, I can confidently say that S is like legitimately one of the best players in the University of Houston program, and I'm saying that from my heart, like legitimately. S is really strong, and if you guys watch back on some of the sets on stream from Crab and Go, I watched a couple of them.
I have chat open.
Awesome. S, like, you could see the mechanics. You could see the way S was taking fights. It was just like, it was very clean and very well practiced, well performed. And I'm just really proud of us. Legitimately. Who's in chat? Let me see. What are y'all saying?
They said your voice is shot. That's what they said. I agree.
Voice is shot. That's just.
I said that's the voice of a man who's been screaming. For
That's
10
just
hours.
my default.
No, your voice is gone.
It's just my default. Y'all good? All right, Celeste, can you start? Hooray.
Is this
Hold on. Yeah, that's right.
is this half of Siku?
So Guwapa is S because they borrow switch.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm like, what?
I am needed for TO reasons. I will be back. You are left with our wonderful Danny, who's been on production the entire day. Say hi, Danny.
Hi.
Okay, cool. Goodbye. I'll be back.
S should have slammed on the desk and disconnected the switch. Do the slow rotate thing. The microwave. The microwave. I'm macking some cheese in the microwave. Is it fixed now? Dio's a coward, won't let me commentate.
Nasu. I have nothing to say. I'm just tired. Yo, another set. Would you look at that? Oh, and he's playing the Squiffer. No way.
So you said you coach both of these teams?
Yes.
Does that include Woof?
No.
Okay.
So Woof, the reason why he's an honorary University of Houston member is because their partner is a part of the club.
Okay.
And Woof also coaches all some of the teams. They're very active, and we appreciate Woof for everything they do. They're also very cool to have around. All the players love having them. They're always at the hangouts. Okay. So, what's going on? Kishan Rebels broke first checkpoint. That's a start. However, it seems like Crab and Go has control of neutral. They're able to finish with this bubble that gets immediately shredded. 2 down, Crab and Go. Keeps running away. Oh, watch out for the hammer. Watch out for the hammer.
I'm terrified of hammers after this after tonight.
Yeah. Kennedy with the hammer can be a menace. Gotta watch out. Alright, one down on both sides. Still fairly even. It's been a minute and a half here. And both teams have only scored about 20 or 30 points. But it seems like H-Town Rebels really wants to push here, so. Checking the hammer again. Good job dodging that. Crab comes out. This is looking like a pretty good. Oh, never mind. Splashdown. Splashdown gets canceled. 2 down on Crab and Go. 3 down. Uh-oh. Not good. It's okay, Crab and Go. You can come back.
I love. This is Crab and Go, you said?
Blue, purple team is Crab and Go. Yellow team is Rebels.
Love the art that they have. It's so good.
The artist is Riri. And H-Town Rebels takes the game 2.
Yeah,
We're 1-1. Game point.
Really good.
So whoever wins this set goes up against the UTD team. Which is Arc City. So, yeah. Got the fist bump. You guys can't hear this, but they cheered because of the fist bump. Right.
Yeah.
Celeste, you can start the next one. Yep. Let's get the ball rolling. All right, now so I know you're in chat. You got to show up to the next one. You have no option. You have no choice. Chat, how's everybody's day? This stream's been going on for almost 10 hours. Danny, we've been streaming for almost 10 hours.
I feel it. I know.
We're both gonna get a really good night's rest after this.
I have a headache from all the blue light.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's almost
love
over.
it. I live for it. I live for the burn.
It's almost over. Let me check bracket real quick.
Pay my wage and you got me there.
Huh?
Says Nasu.
Pay my wage and you got me there? What do you mean pay my wage? You do this for free, for the love of the game.
Have you, wait, this person has been enjoying the stream. Have you been watching the whole time? Like, all
Vessel, I'm pretty sure, is a player from UT Dallas as well.
Oh.
I think he's the team captain for their Div 1 team. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vessel.
Nasu said Zell and PayPal.
Zell or PayPal. I'll request $100. You're paying me, buddy. Okay, what's going on in the game? It was Rainmaker. Game 3 Rainmaker as the deciding match is a little insane. Spotter Shot Forge coming out. I'm gonna assume that's from Riri. Riri's the Forge. Oh, it's Rune. Who's the Forge? This is only quarterfinal. Let's put some pep in this step. Let's pep it up. Nice little pretty boat. Okay, it seems like H-Town Rebel got a pretty sizable lead here of 31. But they're still in Crab and Go's base. Get out of their base. That's not yours.
Oh.
Okay, 2 down, 2 down. Got a string of bombs and main weapon kills. And one forgot is carrying the Rainmaker. Let's see if they can get a push out of this. They got 2 specials online. Strikes coming out. Splashdown will be coming out anytime soon. No Splashdown. Oh, no dunk. No dunk. Very close. Wipe out. This is H-Town Rebels' chance to maintain their dominance over this set, or over this match. But this is anybody's set. Only having a 1 hour delay is pretty good. For the size of the tournament, it's pretty good.
That's a pat on the back, especially since we have the new record of teams.
Yeah, there's too many people. There's too many people. If you're in Texas, you should totally come to H-Town Splashdown. However, don't be surprised if you get a team cap next time. There's way too many teams. It makes running a tournament in 1 day very challenging. So.
I guess we'll have to move it up.
Yeah, I'm going to be able to go home at some point.
Yeah, right?
Slave to this tournament right now. Alright, 2 minutes left. Crabman goes, still has a chance here. However, they need to find a way to get back into mid. Which, it seems like their chance. Because Rebels is 2 down, Recharge is coming out, they got 2 specials online. Rainmaker is in a cringe spot.
Yeah, exactly.
We got the Booyah on the ready, Booyah's coming out. Come on, let's take some space, let's go forward. Come on, Crabman, go. Moves picking up. Gets going. Oh my god. Completes that. What's up?
Silver finals and grand finals, right?
Going
I mean, last few rounds.
Well, we had main bracket. So, for context, for those who haven't been in the know, we got 18 teams sign up for H-Town Splashdown. So we have 18 teams present here in Houston, Texas. Show up, play some sports. So the main bracket had all of them. That took about 8.5 hours to complete, start to finish. And then, so we did top cut, and then we did silver bracket, silver finals. So that concluded about 8:30-ish. Actually, closer to 9. Yeah. And then now we have our collegiate team. So we have 8 teams. 8 collegiate teams from the state of Texas. We have 3 from A&M, 2 from University of Houston, 1 from University of Texas in Austin, and 1 from University of Texas in Dallas. And we had Sam Houston State University, 1 team from them. And that should be all 8. And so they're playing currently a single elimination bracket to see who is the best Texas team. There are 2 teams that were missing that didn't show up. There's the Rio Grande Valley team and UNT, I think. They didn't show up. From the teams that did show up, I'm trying to figure out who's best. So right now we got Houston versus Houston, which is a pretty special set to see who's the best Houston team. It seems like Crabman goes making their last-ditch effort to try to take the set here. Overtime's coming close to an end here. It's looking kind of scary. They need to find an opening. 1 down on H-Town Rebels. Ah, their Rainmaker's down. All right, H-Town Rebels, that's it. I'm going to go do some TO stuff, but thank you guys for tuning in. I need to get the next set going. So, yeah, I'll be right back.
Those were some good games. Oh God, you can see me. Hi. This is what I look like. Hunched over the computer, working on the stream. Not right now though. This is what I look like. All the time. who else has been helping me run the stream? It has been my wonderful girlfriend Hazel. She's been watching the stream, making sure that all the audio is running good. I have Celeste and Pastoral, who were our not commentators. Oh my gosh, spectators. They were spectating. It was like Pastoral up until losers semis. It was Pastoral just like, I mean, like completely like just throwing. For context, it's usually been Celeste like every single time, and we had Pastoral come in like maybe once on our first time we did it, and they did a pretty good job. They did a pretty good job. Apparently, I'm being told to put my mic closer to my mouth. They did a pretty good job, but they were still learning. And Celeste, of course, has just like been our OG since day one. But Pastoral came in and did like the first half and like knocked it out of the park. Just like absolutely killed it. And then I also, oh my gosh, huge shout out to Mars. If y'all are in the H-Town Splashdown general chat and you see Mars, they're awesome. And they're smarter than me on every single level. They are how we have the stream, if I'm being honest. I run the stream, but I had no, I mean, if y'all know anything about running these streams, you have to use Sheets.io. I had no idea how to use it. And I got really frustrated. One day, they're just like, oh, hey, here's Mars. They know how to reduce Sheets.io. And I was like, hey, can you help me? And they were like, boom, 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 you're done. You're good. And I was like, you're magical. You're magical. Today, they sat behind me. And they were just like watching me do my stuff. And at one point, I was like, hey, I'm having an issue with Sheets.io. They were like, oh, yeah, give me 1 second. They go into Sheets.io and they just like, tip, tap, tap, tip, 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 tip. They fix every problem I've ever had during the streams. And I was just like, you're magical. Like, you can't convince me this isn't rune magic that you're doing. So those are my favorite people on Earth that have been helping me this whole time. Those are the main ones I think of. Shout out to Tim, who's our just always there, like always there to help. I've never found a person who's just like always like, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I know a guy. Yeah, I'll get that for you. Yeah, and he's always on top of it. He's the guy, if you see a man during this stream with future shoes that make him go extremely fast and he's just walking, that is Tim, and he's my hero. He's so awesome. He walks around on these shoes and he just gets stuff done, and I love him so much. So he gets an honorable mention because I love his shoes so much. And he's awesome. So those are the main people that help me with the stream. And of course, our wonderful, and I mean wonderful commentators. They put up with me. That's the best way to put it. They put up with me. I do not claim to be like this like amazing production person. Like I don't claim to be good at any of this. I'm just going off the seat of my pants. And they are so patient with me. These are like people that have been doing this longer than I have, and they're just so good at it, what they do. And I'm always sitting behind my little computer, laughing at what these commentators say because they're funny, and I just envy their ability to be able to just like sound so like interesting. Like they just talk in like the most interesting way I don't know. I don't know. The way commentators speak, I'm just like, let me steal your voice. I don't know. I'm so jealous. I wish I had that superpower. I just don't. But huge shout out to them. Huge shout out to everybody that shows up. You know, it's been said a million times, each and every time, but oh my gosh. This whole experience has been unreal. I mean, I also make the art, all the graphics you see and everything like that. That's me. I did the newest T-shirt design. I did the first T-shirt design. I do the scuttles, the little scuttles that are at the bottom left, sometimes during the stream, or in the middle of the stream while we're on a BRB. I did all those, and I got all those working and functional. And it was all a blast. I would do it all again. Like, I would do it a million times over. Thank you. Thank you. I've never gotten the opportunity to do something like this, and I wanted to take it by the horns, so to speak, and really make sure I did a good job. So all the compliments I like take to my soul. I take to my heart, because oh my gosh, I think about the opportunity I got to work on all this, and I'm like, oh, I can't believe that happened. You know, it's like a dream. I've run out of things to say. I mean, those are all the thoughts I've had all day. That's it. You guys have run me dry. There's two people on here called Toast and Brioche. That's kind of funny. Make a sandwich already, you know? Oh, I'm deodorant. That's me, by the way. I'm deodorant. I just say that because I just say, every time people look at my name, I'm just like, are you wearing deodorant? It's really important at these lands, of course. Because around this time, especially around this time, it's when the stank starts stinking. That's why I always bring deodorant on me. I have a status quo to uphold. Could you imagine if I smelled and my name was deodorant? That's Brioche versus Toast Ultimate Battle. The carb crash out. I don't know. I don't know. The carb clash. Oh my god, there we go. I was gonna try to do something with yeast, but there's not a word for like fighting that starts with a Y. Oh my gosh, H-Shot Splashdown branded deodorant. What would that smell like? It would smell like a seashell. It would smell like a seashell. It would smell like it's very like Galveston. No, it would not smell like Galveston. That sounds awful. I mean, I love Galveston, right, guys? But I don't think I'd ever get Galveston scented deodorant. That would make you smell like an oil spill. I don't know. Hi, it's me again. Oh. Yeah, these people suck. Yeah, Sunset Surge, they suck. What is that? Arizona? What even? The Grand Canyon? Who cares? Grand Canyon, more like the Grand Yanyan. Yeah, yeah. Take that. Grand hole in the ground. Someone said grand hole in the ground. True and real. What is it? some hole the Earth made. Get over it. Get real. Okay, I should probably confess something. The Grand Canyon is my favorite site in America. In the United States of America, it's my favorite place. It is my favorite like natural phenomenon. And I want to take back what I said. It's the best hole in the ground that I've ever seen. Like I saw it for the first time and I like almost cried. Okay. So those were our calm, collected fans ready for the end of the evening. I just heard a faint 5 big booms in the background. Yeah, I've heard like 20 at this point. I've heard 20 big booms. I've heard a lot. I'm so glad you noticed because I thought I was the only one hearing them. Just the faint big booms. It's yeah, HJ Rebels, go! Let's go! Be based for the blue team? Bias? Be biased for the blue team. Okay. You got it. And awesome. More like, and awesome Earth. Like, what? Next one. Samboos. More like, I love that guy person. I don't know their preference. Yellow team. Who even likes yellow? You know? Actually, okay. I might like it. What's some awesome things that are colored yellow? Sun. I'm out of ideas. Blue, the ocean. Blueberries, they're more purple. I don't know, this is more purple. This is like Discord, new Discord purple. And like Twitch if it was like 3 shades dark. What are y'all talking about? Yeah, your name is blue, so you should be. Yeah, true. Knockout. Blue team won. Rios, Samboos, and awesome. Silly. Little ghost. That's a cute one. I love that. Okay. Okay. Give me 30 seconds. Let's go, blue team. I still don't know who. Hey, who? What's the other team? Arc-Silly! I actually really liked Arc-Silly. From U of T. UTD. from UTD, from University of Texas in Dallas. That Arc Silly. Oh my gosh, I didn't. I think I can't remember who was commentating when I saw their set on stream, but wow, they blew me away. They did a great job. H-Town Rebels, I love them. I loved them last time they were here, and I love them now. So I don't know. But blue. Which team am I rooting for? Well, H-Town sounds like H-Town Splashdown. So I'm pretty biased towards that. And Arc Silly, it's like, what is that? Their icon is a little, it's a little arc, the comet, with a little silly jester hat on it, and I think that's adorable. So, okay, so now I know what the teams are, so I can commentate correctly, as if that's good. Okay. Weapons that are part of. I don't see pencils anymore. Now I'm seeing two pencils, which is great. I didn't see many pencils this time. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I haven't been too invested in the meta recently, but I noticed this round of H-Town Splashdown, I did not see a ton of pencils. Are they dying out? Are they dead? Like, is there a trend? Are they out of the trend now? Did they get like finally nerfed, or are they just boring? Nobody wants them. Like they're predictable, and people know how to counterplay them at this point. I love edit. That's one of my names. So that person is pretty awesome for that. The problem is that land you need to show your face, and that really discourages pencil usage. That is a good point. You might get jumped if you are showing pencil in public. Let me reword that. If you're showing, like, if you're actively playing pencil, like in a public land, I could imagine the distress, like it would cause. That's scary. You know? But I mean, these guys, they're braver than me. They're playing. There's two pencils, and we got a carbon, H-Shot, and a splash, V-Splash, which was my old man on Splatoon 2. And no way of explaining it, but they were the fact that I made them in Splatoon 2, and then they got really big at the beginning of Splatoon 3's meta. I was like shocked. I was like, oh my god, guys, it's my time. You know, and then everybody started like hating it. But now it's just kind of like in this like middle part where everybody's like, you know, like everybody forgets. And honestly, I still really love V-Splash. They mostly hated V-Splash because of Crab, how bad it was in the beginning, which is fair. I thought I was getting too good at the game, and then everybody was like, Crab is like meta, it's like too good. And I went, oh, good. And honestly, we're seeing an increase of crabbage. Great for our market, by the way. Love the amount of crabbage that we're seeing, just in the meta in general. And here, I feel like people choose it on purpose because they think, it's the crab land where we have a crab. It's awesome, and he's yellow. So it all culminates together. You see the crab on the stream, and you get excited and happy, and I think that's pretty fair. Rebels took it. Yeah, they took that one. Let's go H-Town. Let's go H-Town Rebels. We're so back. We're making this back, guys. We're so back. We're so back. I've been an H-Town Rebels fan since day one. I've always said, who likes blue? No, yellow. Yellow is the way to go. I love yellow. My phone's at 4%, so I'm gonna probably not see you guys anymore pretty soon. Actually, wait. Okay, I connected y'all to a phone charger. Okay, Tower Mako. This one's one of the greats. You can't go wrong. This is a penultimate test. That word has been stuck in my head. It's the word of the day, penultimate. I don't know what it means. Don't ask me. Okay, so we have kind of the same column from H&M Records, if I remember. But it looks like they have Deco splatter. I can't remember what they have. I told you guys this was going to be good. I told you guys this was not going to be fun. I have been here since... I've been here for 12 hours. Maybe a little bit. Actually, so please... Wipeout. What's a wipeout from? Oh my gosh! This is not looking good for H now. It doesn't, yeah, it's over. Wow. How do commentators do it? Good? Yeah, me too. Arc Silly just wanted to make it a show. It's so over. Guys, don't say that. There's hope. Actually, no, wait. That was it. Sorry, I've been running on best of fives like this whole time. My brain is cooked. I'm hearing we have one more. We have one more after this. I wonder who will be next. Is it really going to be Rainmaker or Pump Track? What do you like more, yellow or blue? These are just some of the questions that will be answered in the next, like, 10 minutes, probably. Genuinely, how do we feel about the Splatoon yellow? Like, that Splatoon yellow. Like, do you guys like it, or is it just like, ew? I don't know how I feel about it. I'm on the fence. I've never thought about, you know, the colors. Has anyone done a color ranking board? We're a little too focused on the meta lately. We need to focus on the colors. Yeah, let me check. Let's see what it says. What would you guys say is like the best color combo so far in Splatoon 3 that we've had? It can be from a fest. Yeah. It can also be from Salmon Run. Oh my gosh. I love the pink in Salmon Run. It doesn't look good with my gear. I guess you're talking about the yellow. Okay. That is so real. I genuinely struggle. This is a big one for me, right? When I want to make an outfit in the game, and then the stupidest color in the game absolutely ruins my outfit. And you're right. It's always yellow or... I'm being too negative on yellow. I mean, it has its perks sometimes. If you're trying to like look like sunny and hopeful and positive. But that yellow with that purple, it does, yeah. Grand finals already happened. This is just collegiate. So this is all our collegiate teams. They're all just doing a fun little collegiate bracket. So grand finals already happened. It was Siku got kicked out. They were the winners. It was awesome. And I really recommend you go rewatch a stream when it gets posted, which will be probably by tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sorry you missed it because it was. I once again really recommend you go and watch it. It was super fun and super stacked. Like if you go back in the chat, you can see people saying like, "Oh my God, this is a stacked like LAN," and commentators talked about it too. It's like, I mean, we got just the most amazing people here in Texas. Not even just Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana. Love Louisiana. They all come down here, and honestly, I love it. Everybody here is so talented and skilled. So it's a great watch. I really recommend it. And we will see you guys for the LAN the big LAN that's gonna be happening. I'm not sure if it has a name yet, but it's basically a pretty big deal. We're gonna be going up against all the other LANs in America. Switch is about to shut down. Hold on. So. I don't know if it's a... Hold on. It's not LAN. I think it's just an online tournament. Let me double check. 99% sure it's just an online tournament, but it's still a huge online tournament, not just an online tournament. It is the online tournament of, I guess so. I guess we're done because nobody's setting up. And Dio just never said anything. He's tired. I don't blame him. I'm tired too. It's been a long day, friends. Everybody's still watching at home. It's been a very long day, and we appreciate everyone watching, everyone tuning in, and we're so excited. There's always new news coming out about all our stuff. So just look up H-Town Splashdown on Blue Sky, on a tweeter, on Twitter. And you'll be able to find all our stuff, all our info. We'll be tweeting with updates about our upcoming LANs and events. We do mini events. So if you're actually here in Houston, we do like a mini event where you can just come in. It's basically like a social club. So it's not competitive. It's just for fun, just hanging out with other Splatoon people. So if you're not competitive, you're just a fun, casual player, and you just want to play Splatoon with other people, 100% our Skittle social clubs are the place to go. They're in Houston. Same location in Game Guys. Every month or so. We try to aim for every month, but you know, sometimes things comes up. So, once again, go to either our Twitter or our Blue Sky, and just follow and wait and see what happens. You don't know. The best thing about these community things and these LANs and all that is that it is best to just keep it on the back burner. If you're not sure, just keep it on the back burner. And if you're like, you know what, I really want to go. You know, we're sometimes people are shy and they don't want to go. I say this as someone who didn't start going to LANs until a couple years ago. Go to your first one and have fun. And just have fun. You don't even have to make friends your first time. Just be there to just be there and just say that you went and experienced it. Because it's so worth it. It's so much fun. Yep. Yeah.
Dio told us earlier that if we made it to Grand, we can agree to a best of 5. We are doing that, but on the condition we don't have to play the maps 4 and 5 set on the screen, so it will be counterpicks. Does that make sense? Like, can that work? I don't know if it doesn't work. If it's too hard to set up, then we won't bother. But basically, it'd be like if the map display was best of 3 and we're going to counterpick 4 and 5 if we get there. I thought we were just playing 1 and 2. What do you mean 1? Like start on game 1 and then we just do counterpicks. Oh, so we just do a full counterpick set. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh yeah, that's so easy. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We didn't want to play them.
No, real. Yeah, counterpicks is good. If y'all want to start on like a standard map, like. Okay. Okay. Okay, here's something happening. That's good. I'll put my phone on charger again because it's at 1%. I'm probably going to go off comms. Let this last game just play out. Because y'all probably being like, oh my gosh, you know? Get her off. I'm doing that now. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. I'm so tired. my last message to you all. Be cringe. And stutter on your words. Okay. Change the world.